Chapter 1 of Heather and Snow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. Chapter 1. A Runaway Race. Upon neighboring stones, earth-fast, like two islands of an archipelago in an ocean of heather, sat a boy and a girl, the girl knitting, or as she would have called it, weaving a stocking, and the boy, his eyes fixed on her face, talking with an animation that amounted almost to excitement. He had great fluency, and could have talked just as fast in good English as in the dialect in which he was now pouring out his ambitions, the broad Saxon of Aberdeen. He was giving the girl to understand that he meant to be a soldier like his father, and quite as good a one as he, but so little did he know of himself or the world, that with small genuine impulse to action, and moved chiefly by the anticipated results of it, he saw success already his, and a grateful country at his feet. His inspiration was so purely ambition, that even if, his mood unchanged, he were to achieve much for his country, she could hardly owe him gratitude. "I'll no hae the warld likely make light of me," he said. "Maybe the warld wouldna trouble itsel about ye sae muckle as e'en to likely ye," returned his companion quietly. "Ye do naething either," retorted the boy, rising and looking down on her in displeasure. "What for are ye aye girding at me? A body canna lat his thoughts gang, but you're doon upo' them, like dews upo' corn." "I wouldna be girding at ye, Francie, but that I care ower muckle about ye to let ye think that I had the same opinion o' ye at ye hae o' yoursel'," answered the girl, who went on with her knitting as she spoke. "You'll never believe a body," he rejoined, and turned half away. "I canna think what gars me keep coming to see ye. Ye haena a good word to gie a body." "It's nae use get frae me, the gait ye're gaen, Francie. You think a heap ower muckle o' yoursel'. What ye expect mun some day a' come true, but ye hae gi'en nobody a right to expect it alang wi' ye, and I canna think, gien you were fair to yoursel', ye wad count yoursel' ane it was to be expected o'." "I told you sae, Kirsty. Ye never lay ony weight upon what a body says." "That depends upon the body. Did ye never hear Master Craig point out the differ atween believing a body and believing in a body, Francie?" "No, and I dinna care." "I wouldna like ye to gang away thinking I misdouted your word, Francie. I believe onything ye tell me, as far as I think ye can, but maybe nae so far as ye think ye can. I believe ye, but I confess I dinna believe in ye, yet. What hae ye ever done to gie a body ony right to believe in ye? Ye're a good rider, and a good shot for a laddie, and ye run middlin' fast. I canna say like a deer, for I reckon I could lick ye myself at rinnin', but efter an' a'." "Wha's bragging noo, Kirsty?" cried the boy, with a touch of not ill-humoured triumph. "Me," answered Kirsty, "and I'll do what I brag o'," she added, throwing her stocking on the patch of greensward about the stone, and starting to her feet with a laugh. "Is it to be uphill or alang?" They were near the foot of a hill, to whose top went the heather, but along whose base, between the heather and the bogland below, lay an irregular belt of moss and grass, pretty clear of stones. The boy did not seem eager to accept the challenge. "There's nae good in licking a lassie," he said with a shrug. "There might be good in trying to do it, though, especially gien ye were lickit at it," returned the girl. "What good can there be in a body being lickit at onything?" "The good of haeing a body's pride ta'en down a wee." "I'm no sae sure of the good of that. It would only hand ye on tried, from trying again." "Just there's what your pride dis to ye, Francie. You maun aye be first, or you'll no try. You'll never do naething, for fear of no being able to gang on believing ye could do it better nor ony other body. Ye dinna want to find out at your naebody in particular. It's a sair pity you winna hae your pride ta'en doon. You would be a hantle better wanting about 3 parts o' it. Come, I'm ready for ye. Never mind that I'm a lassie, naebody 'll ken." Ye hae nae shoes, objected the boy. Ye can put aff your ain. My feet's nae sae hard as yours. Well, I'll put on mine. They're here, sick as they are. Ye see, I want them gangin' thro' the heather wi' Steenie. That's some syrup o' the feet. Stracht up the hill through the heather, and I'll put my sheen on. I'm no sae good uphill. See there noo, Francie, you tak yourself for unco courteous, and honourable, and generous, and knightly, and all that. Oh, I ken all about it, and it's all very weel so far as it gangs, but what the better are ye for't, when all the time you're despising a body 'cause she's but a queen? Ye maun hae ilka advantage o' her, or ye winna gie her a chance o' licking ye. Here, I'll put on my sheen and rin ye lang the lake gran. My sheen's twice the weight to yours, and they dinna fit me. The boy did not dare go on refusing. He feared what Kirsty would say next. But he relished nothing at all in the challenge. It was not fit for a man to run races with a girl. There were no laurels, nothing but laughter to be won by victory over her. And in his heart he was not at all sure of beating Kirsty. She had always beaten him when they were children. Since then they had been at the parish school together, but their public opinion kept the boys and girls to their own special sports. Now Kirsty had left school, and Frances was going to the grammar school at the county town. They were both about 15. All the sense was on the side of the girl, and she had been doing her best to make the boy practical like herself, hitherto without much success, although he was by no means a bad sort of fellow. He had not yet passed the stage, some appear never to pass it in this world, in which an admirer feels himself in the same category with his hero. Many are content with themselves, because they side with those whose ways they do not endeavour to follow. Such are most who call themselves Christians. If men admired themselves only for what they did, their conceit would be greatly moderated. Kirsty put on her heavy tacketed, hobnailed shoes, much too large for her, having been made for her brother, stood up erect, and putting her elbows back, said, I'll gie you the start to me, up to yon stane with the heather grewing out of the tap out. Na, I'll hae nane o' that, answered Frances. Fair play to all. Ye'd better tak it. Aff wi' ye, or I winna rin at a', cried the boy, and away they went. Kirsty contrived that he should yet have a little the start of her, how much from generosity, and how much from determination that there should be nothing doubtful in the result, I cannot say, and for a good many yards he kept it. But if the boy, who ran well, had looked back, he might have seen that the girl was not doing her best, that she was in fact restraining her speed. Presently she quickened her pace, and was rapidly lessening the distance between them, when, becoming aware of her approach, the boy quickened his, and for a time there was no change in their relative position. Then again she quickened her pace, with an ease which made her seem capable of going on to accelerate it indefinitely, and was rapidly overtaking him. But as she drew near, she saw he panted, not a little distressed, whereupon she assumed a greater speed still, and passed him swiftly, nor once looked round, or slackened her pace until, having left him far behind, she put a shoulder of the hill between them. The moment she passed him, the boy flung himself on the ground and lay. The girl had felt certain he would do so, and fancied she heard him flop among the heather, but could not be sure, for, although not even yet at her speed, her blood was making tunes in her head, and the wind was blowing in and out of her ears with a pleasant but deafening accompaniment. When she knew he could see her no longer, she stopped likewise, and threw herself down while she was determining whether she would leave him quite, or walk back at her leisure, and let him see how little she felt the run. She came to the conclusion that it would be kinder to allow him to get over his discomfiture in private. She rose, therefore, and went straight up the hill. About halfway to the summit, she climbed a rock as if she were a goat, and looked all round her. Then she uttered a shrill, peculiar cry, and listened. No answer came. Getting down as easily as she had got up, she walked along the side of the hill, making her way nearly parallel with her late race-course, passing considerably above the spot where her defeated rival yet lay, and descending at length a little hollow not far from where she and Frances had been sitting. In this hollow, which was covered with short, sweet grass, stood a very small hut, built of turf from the peat moss below, and roofed with sods on which the heather still stuck, if indeed some of it was not still growing. So much was it, therefore, of the colour of the ground about it, that it scarcely caught the eye. Its walls and its roof were so thick that, small as it looked, it was much smaller inside, while outside it could not have measured more than 10 feet in length, 8 in width, and 7 in height. Kirsty and her brother Steenie, not without help from Frances Gordon, had built it for themselves 2 years before. Their father knew nothing of the scheme until one day, proud of their success, Steenie would have him see their handiwork, when he was so much pleased with it that he made them a door on which he put a lock. "For though this be na the kind of place to draw crook-fingered gentry," he said, "some gangrel body might creep in and mak his bed intil't, and that lock'll be enough to haud him out, I'm thinking." He also cut for them a hole through the wall, and fitted it with a window that opened and shut, which was more than could be said of every window at the farmhouse. Into this nest Kirsty went, and in it remained quiet until it began to grow dark. She had hoped to find her brother waiting for her, but, although disappointed, chose to continue there until Frances Gordon should be well on his way to the castle, and then she crept out and ran to recover her stocking. When she got home, she found Steenie engrossed in a young horse their father had just bought. She would fain have mounted him at once, for she would ride any kind of animal able to carry her, but as he had never yet been backed, her father would not permit her. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Hannah Mary. Chapter 2 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Mother and Son. Frances lay for some time, thinking Kirsty sure to come back to him, but half wishing she would not. He rose at length to see whether she was on the way, but no one was in sight. At once the place was aghast with loneliness, as it must indeed have looked to anyone not at peace with solitude. Having sent several ringing shouts, but in vain, after Kirsty, he turned, and in the descending light of an autumn afternoon, set out on the rather long walk to his home, which was the wearier that he had nothing pleasant at hand to think about. Passing the farm where Kirsty lived, about 2 miles brought him to an ancient turreted house on the top of a low hill where his mother sat expecting him, ready to tyrannize over him as usual, and none the less ready that he was going to leave her within a week. "Where have you been all day, Frank?" she said. "I have been a long walk," he answered. "You've been to Corbyknowe," she returned. "I know it by your eyes. I know by the very colour of them you're going to deceive me. Now don't you tell me you haven't been there. I shall not believe you." "I haven't been near the place, mother," said Frances, but as he said it his face glowed with a heat that did not come from the fire. He was not naturally an untruthful boy, and what he said was correct, for he had passed the house 1/2 mile away, but his words gave, and were intended to give, the impression that he had not been that day with any of the people of Corbyknowe. His mother objected to his visiting the farmer, but he knew instinctively that she would have objected yet more to his spending half the day with Kirsty, whom she never mentioned, and of whom she scarcely recognized the existence. Little as she loved her son, Mrs. Gordon would have scorned to suspect him of preferring the society of such a girl to her own. In truth, however, there were very few of his acquaintance whose company Frances would not have chosen rather than his mother's, except indeed he was ill, when she was generally very good to him. "Well, this once I shall believe you," she answered, "and I am glad to be able. It is a painful thought to me, Frank, that son of mine should feel the smallest attraction to low company. I have told you 20 times that the man was nothing but a private in your father's regiment." "He was my father's friend," answered the boy. "He tells you so, I do not doubt," returned his mother. "He was not likely to leave that mouldy old stone unturned." The mother sat, and the son stood before her, in a drawing-room whose furniture of 100 years old must once have looked very modern and new-fangled, under windows so narrow and high up, and within walls so thick, without a fire it was always cold. The carpet was very dingy, and the mirrors were much spotted, but the poverty of the room was the respectable poverty of age. Old furniture had become fashionable just in time to save it from being metamorphosed by its mistress into a show of gay meanness and costly ugliness. A good fire of mingled peat and coal burned bright in the barrel-fronted steel grate, and shone in the brass fender. The face of the boy continued to look very red in the glow, but still its colour came more from within than from without. He cherished the memory of his father, and did not love his mother more than a little. "He has told me a great deal more about my father than ever you did, mother," he answered. "Well, he may have," she returned. "Your father was not a young man when I married him, and they had been together through I don't know how many campaigns. And you say he was not my father's friend." "Not his friend, Frank. His servant. What do they call them? His orderly, I dare say. Certainly not his friend." "Any man may be another man's friend." "Not in the way you mean. Not that his son should go and see him every other day. A dog may be a man's good friend, and so was Sergeant Barclay to your father's. Very good friend that way, I don't doubt. You said a moment ago he was but a private, and now you call him Sergeant Barclay. Well, where's the difference? To be made sergeant shows that he was not a common man. If he had been, he would not have been set over others. Of course he was then, and is now, a very respectable man. If he were not, I should never have let you go and see him at all. But you must learn to behave like the gentleman you are, and that you never will while you frequent the company of your inferiors. Your manners are already almost ruined, fit for no place but a farmhouse. There you are, standing on the side of your foot again. Old Barclay, I dare say, tells you no end of stories about your mother." "He always asks after you, mother, and then never mentions you more." She knew perfectly that the boy spoke the truth. "Don't let me hear of your being there again before you go to school," she said definitively. "By the time you come home next year, I trust your tastes will have improved. Go and make yourself tidy for dinner. A soldier's son must before everything attend to his dress." Francis went to his room, feeling it absolutely impossible to have told his mother that he had been with Kirsty Barclay, that he had run a race with her, and that she had left him alone at the foot of the horn. That he could not be open with his mother, no one that knew her unreasoning and stormy temper would have wondered. But the pitiful boy, who did not like lying, actually congratulated himself that he had got through without telling a downright falsehood. It would not have bettered matters in the least had he disclosed to her the good advice Kirsty gave him. She would only have been furious at the impudence of a hussy in talking so to her son. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. At the Foot of the Horn. The region was like a waste place in the troubled land of dreams, a spot so waste that the dreamer struggles to rouse himself from his dream, finding it too dreary to dream on. I have heard it likened to the ill place with the fire oot, but it did not so impress me when first, after long desire, I saw it. There was nothing to suggest the silence of once roaring flame, no half-molten rocks, no huge, honeycombed scoriae, no depths within depths, glooming mystery and ancient horror. It was the more desolate that it moved no active sense of dismay. What I saw was a wide stretch of damp-looking level, mostly of undetermined or of low-toned colour, with here and there a black spot, or, on the margin, the brighter green of a patch of some growing crop. Flat and wide, the eye found it difficult to rest upon it, and not sweep hurriedly from boulder to boulder for lack of self-asserted object on which to alight. It looked low, but indeed lay high. The bases of the hills surrounding it were far above the sea. These hills, at this season a ring of dull brown, high-heaved hummocks, appeared to make of it a huge circular basin, miles in diameter, over the rim of which peered the tops and peaks of mountains more distant. Up the side of the horn, which was the loftiest in the ring, ran a stone wall, in the language of the country, a dry-stone dyke, of considerable size, climbing to the very top, an ugly thing which the eye could not avoid. There was nothing but the grouse to have rendered it worth the proprietor's while to erect such a boundary to his neighbour's property, plentiful as were the stones ready for the poorest use of stones, division. The farms that border the hollow, running each a little way up the side of the basin, are, some of them at least, as well cultivated as any in Scotland, but winter claims there the paramountcy, and yields to summer so few of his rights that the place must look forbidding, if not repulsive, to such as do not live in it. To love it, I think one must have been born there. In the summer, it is true, it has the character of bracing, but can be such, I imagine, only to those who are pretty well braced already. The delicate of certain sorts, I think it must soon brace with the bands of death. The region is in constant danger of famine. If the snow come but a little earlier than usual, the crops lie green under it, and no store of meal can be laid up in the cottages. Then, if the snow lie deep, the difficulty in conveying supplies of the poor fare which their hardihood counts sufficient will cause the dwellers there no little suffering. Of course they are but few. A white cottage may be seen here and there on the southerly slopes of the basin, but hardly one in its bottom. It was now summer, and in a month or two the landscape would look more cheerful. The heather that covered the hills would no longer be dry and brown, and in places black with fire, but a blaze of red-purple, a rich mantle of bloom. Even now, in early July, the sun had a little power. I cannot say it would have been warm had there been the least motion in the air, for seldom indeed could one there from the south grant that the wind had no keen edge to it. But on this morning there was absolute stillness, and although it was not easy for Kirsty to imagine any summer air other than warm, yet the wind's absence had not a little to do with the sense of luxurious life that now filled her heart. She sat on her favourite grassy slope, near the foot of the cone-shaped horn, looking over the level miles before her, and knitting away at a ribbed stocking of dark blue whose toe she had nearly finished, glad in the thought, not of rest from her labour, but of beginning the yet more important fellow stocking. She had no need to look close at her work to keep the loops right, but she was so careful and precise that, if she lived to be old and blind, she would knit better then than now. It was to her the perfect glory of a summer day, and I imagine her delight in the divine luxury greater than that of many a poet dwelling in softer climes. The spot where she sat was close by the turf hut which I have already described. At every shifting of a needle she would send a new glance all over her world, a glance to remind one somehow of the sweep of a broad ray of sunlight across earth and sea, when, on a morning of upper wind, the broken clouds take endless liberties with shadow and shine. What she saw, I cannot tell. I know she saw far more than a stranger would have seen, for she knew her home. Her eyes would, I believe, have been drawn chiefly to those intense spots of live white, opaque yet brilliant, the heads of the cotton grass here and there in thin patches on the dark ground, for nearly the whole of the level was a peat moss. Miles and miles of peat, differing in quality and varying in depth, lay between those hills, the only fuel almost of the region. In some spots it was very wet, water lying beneath and all through its substance. In others, dark spots, the sides of holes whence it had been dug, showed where it was drier. His eyes would rest for a moment also on those black spaces on the hills where the old heather had been burned that its roots might shoot afresh and feed the grouse with soft young sprouts, their chief support. They looked now like neglected spots where men cast stones and shards, but by and by would be covered with a tenderer green than the rest of the hillside. He would not see the moorland birds that Kirsty saw. He would only hear their cries, with now and then perhaps the bark of a sheep-dog. My reader will probably conclude the prospect altogether uninteresting, even ugly, but certainly Christina Barclay did not think it such. The girl was more than well satisfied with the world shell in which she found herself. She was at the moment basking, both bodily and spiritually, in a full sense of the world's bliss. Her soul was bathed in its own content, calling none of its feelings to account. The sun, the air, the wide expanse, the hilltops' nearness to the heavens, which yet they could not invade, the little breaths which every now and then awoke to assert their existence by immediately ceasing. Doubtless also the knowledge that her stocking was nearly done, that her father and mother were but a mile or so away, that she knew where Steenie was, and that a cry would bring him to her feet. All these things bore each a part in making Kirsty quiet with satisfaction. That there was, all the time, a deeper cause of her peace, Kirsty knew well, the same that is the root of life itself. And if it was not, at this moment or at that, filled with conscious gratitude, yet her heart was like a bird, ever on the point of springing up to soar, and often soaring high indeed. Whether it came of something special in her constitution, that happiness always made her quiet, as nothing but sorrow will make some, I do not presume to say. I only know that, had her bliss suddenly changed to sadness, Kirsty would have been quiet still. Whatever came to Kirsty seemed right, for there it was. She was now a girl of 16. The only sign she showed of interest in her person appeared in her hair and the covering of her neck. Of one of the many middle shades of brown, with a rippling tendency to curl in it, her hair was parted with nicety, and drawn back from her face into a net of its own colour, while her neckerchief was of blue silk, covering a very little white skin, but leaving bare a brown throat. She wore a blue print wrapper, nowise differing from that of a peasant woman, and a blue wincey petticoat, beyond which appeared her bare feet, lovely in shape and brown of hue. Her dress was nowise trim, and suggested neither tidiness nor disorder. The hem of the petticoat was in truth a little rent, but not more than might seem admissible where the rough wear was considered to which the garment was necessarily exposed. When a little worse, it would receive the proper attention, and be brought back to respectability. Kirsty grudged the time spent on her garments. She looked down on them as the moon might on the clouds around her. She made or mended them to wear them, not think about them. Her forehead was wide and rather low, with straight eyebrows. Her eyes were of a gentle hazel, not the hazel that looks black at night. Her nose was strong, a little irregular, with plenty of substance, and sensitive nostrils. A decided and well-shaped chin dominated a neck by no means slender, and seemed to assert the superiority of the face over the whole beautiful body. Its chief expression was of a strong repose, a sweet, powerful peace, requiring but occasion to pass into determination. The sensitiveness of the nostrils, with its firmness in the meeting of the closed lips, suggested a faculty of indignation unsparing toward injustice, while the clearness of the heaven of the forehead gave confidence that such indignation would never show itself save for another. I wish, presumptuous wish, that I could see the mind of a woman grow as she sits spinning or weaving. It would reveal the process next highest to creation. But the only hope of ever understanding such things lies in growing oneself. There is the still growth of the moonlit night of reverie. Cloudy, with wind and a little rain, comes the morning of thought, when the mind grows faster and the heart more slowly. Then wakes the storm in the forest of human relation, tempest and lightning abroad, the soul enlarging by great bursts of vision and leaps of understanding and resolve. Then floats up the mystic twilight eagerness, not unmingled with the dismay of compelled progress, when, bidding farewell to that which is behind, The soul is driven toward that which is before, grasping at it with all the hunger of the new birth. The story of God's universe lies in the growth of the individual soul. Kirsty's growth had been as yet quiet and steady. Once more, as she shifted her needle, her glance went flitting over the waste before her. This time there was more life in sight. Far away Kirsty descried something of the nature of man upon horse. To say how far would have been as difficult for one unused to the flat moor as for a landsman to reckon distances at sea. Of the people of the place, hardly another, even under the direction of Kirsty, could have contrived to see it. At length, after she had looked many times, she could clearly distinguish a youth on a strong, handsome hill pony, and remained no longer in the slightest doubt as to who he might be. They came steadily over the dark surface of the moor, and it was clear that the pony must know the nature of the ground well, for now he glided along as fast as he could gallop, now made a succession of short jumps, now halted, examined the ground, and began slowly picking his way. Kirsty watched the approach with gentle interest, while every movement of the youth indicated eagerness. Gordon had seen her on the hillside, probably long before she saw him, had been coming to her in as straight a line as the ground would permit, and at length was out of the boggy level and ascending the slope of the hill foot to where she sat. When he was within about 20 yards of her, she gave him a little nod, and then fixed her eyes on her knitting. He held on till within a few feet of her, then pulled up and threw himself from his pony's back. The creature, covered with foam, stood a minute panting, then fell to work on the short grass. Francis had grown considerably, and looked almost a young man. He was a little older than Kirsty, but did not appear so, his expression being considerably younger than hers. Whether self-indulgence or aspiration was to come out of his evident joy in life seemed yet undetermined. His countenance indicated nothing bad. He might well have represented one at the point before having to choose whether to go up or downhill. He was dressed a little showily in a short coat of dark tartan, and a Highland bonnet with a brooch and feather, and carried a lady's riding whip, his mother's no doubt, its top set with stones, so that his appearance was altogether a contrast to that of the girl. She was a peasant, he was a gentleman. Her bare head, and yet more her bare feet, emphasized the contrast. But which was by nature, and in fact the superior, no one with the least insight could have doubted. He stood and looked at her, but neither spoke. She cast at length a glance upward and said, "Weel?" Francis did not open his mouth. He seemed irresolute. Nothing in Kirsty's look or carriage, or in the tone of her one word, gave sign of consciousness that she was treating him, or he her, strangely. With complete self-possession, she left the initiative to the one who had sought the interview. Let him say why he had come. In his face began to appear indication of growing displeasure. 2 or 3 times he turned half away with a movement instantly checked, which seemed to say that in a moment more, if there came no change, he would mount and ride. Was this all his welcome? At last she appeared to think she must take mercy on him. He used to say 30 words to her 1. "That's a bonny pony ye hae," she remarked, with a look at the creature as he fed. "He's all that," he answered dryly. "Where did ye get him?" she asked. "My mither coughed, bought him again my hame-coming," he replied. He prided himself on being able to speak the broadest of the dialect. "She maun hae a stracht eye for a good beast," returned Kirsty, with a second glance at the pony. "He's a bonny cratur and a willin," answered the youth. "He'll gang skelp through anything. Water in the gate. I'm no sae sure about fire." A long silence followed, broken this time by the youth. "Winna ye gie me a look nor a word? And me ridden like mad to hae a sight o' ye," he said. She glanced up at him. "Weel, ye hae that," she answered, with a smile that showed her lovely white teeth. "Ye're odd daubs. I'll be mired. What for sud ye be in sic a hurry? Ye saw me now 3 days gane." "Aye, I saw ye, it's true, but I didna get a word o' ye." "Ye was free to say what ye likit, There was nane by but my mither. Would ye hae me say a'thing afore your mither, just as I would till ye your lane, alone? He asked. Aye, would I, she returned, syne she would ken ithout my haeing to tell her sic a goose as ye was. Had he not seen the sunny smile that accompanied her words, he might well have taken offence. I wuss ye were nither sick like, he answered simply. Syne there would be twa o' us, she returned, leaving him to interpret. Silence again fell. Weel, what would ye hae, Francie? Said Kirsty at length. I would hae you promise to marry me, Kirsty, come the time, he answered, and that ye ken as well as I do mysel. That's stracht out any gate, rejoined Kirsty. But you see, Francie, she went on, your father, when he left ye a kind of a legacy, as ye may call it, to mine, had no intention that I was to be left out. Neither had my father when he accepted it. I dinna understand ye aye stymie, one atom, interrupted Gordon. Haud your tongue and hearken, rejoined Kirsty. What I meaning's this. What lies to my father's hand lies to mine as weel, and I'll never have kenned or said that when my father pulled a gate, I put anither. Sakes, lassie, what are ye havering at? Would it be pulling again your father to marry me? It would be that. I dinna see who you can make it out. I dinna see who, being sick of freeing o' my father's, he should object to my father's son. But laddies are gowks, cried Kirsty. My father was your father's freeing for his sake, no for his ain. He thinks o' what would be good for you, no for himsel. Weel, but, persisted Gordon, it would be mair for my good nor onything either he could wish for, to hae you for my wife. Kirsty's nostrils began to quiver, and her lip rose in a curve of scorn. A bonny wife ye would hae, Francie Gordon, wha, kenning her father do an ilk mortal thing for the love of his auld master and comrade, took the fine chance to make her ain o't, and haud her grip o' the callan till hersel. Think ye either o' the auld men ever minded at sic a thing as father and baith? That my father had a lass bairn o' his ain, showed mair no onything the trust your father pat in him. Francie, the very grave would cast me out for shame at I should ance ha' thought o' sic a thing. Man, it would maist drive your lady mother demented. It's my business, Kirsty, wha I marry. And I hope your grace will allow it's pert my business wha ye sail not marry, and that's me, Francie. Gordon sprang to his feet with such a look of wrath and despair as for a moment frightened Kirsty, who was not easily frightened. She thought of the terrible bog-holes on the way her lover had come, sprang also to her feet, and caught him by the arm where, his foot already in the stirrup, he stood in the act of mounting. Francie, Francie, she cried, hearken to reason. There's no body, man or woman, I like better nor yoursel to do you ony good or turn a good, except my father, of course, and my mither and my ain Steenie. And who mony mair, gin I had the wool to hear the long Bible chapter o' them, and see mysel coming in at the tail o' them all, like the hindmost sheep, taking his bite as he came. Naw, it's time I was hame and had my slip pinafore on, and was astride of a stick. Gin ye had a score o' idiot brithers, ye would care more for ilk ane o' them nor for me. I can abide to think o' it. It's true all the same, whether ye can bide to think o' it or no, Francie, returned the girl, her face, which had been very pale, now rosy with indignation. My Steenie's mair to me nor all the Gordons thegither, Bowmeal or Jock and Tam as ye like. She drew back, sat down again to the stocking she was knitting for Steenie, and left her lover to mount and ride, which he did without another word. There's mair nor a kind of idiot, she said to herself, and Steenie's no the kind that ought to be called ane. There's mair in Steenie nor in sax Francie Gordons. If ever Kirsty came to love a man, it would be just nothing to her to die for him, but then it would never have been anything to her to die for her father or her mother or Steenie. Gordon galloped off at a wild pace, as if he would drive his pony straight athwart the terrible moss, taking hag and well eye as it came. but glancing behind and seeing that Kirsty was not looking after him, he turned the creature's head in a safer direction and left the moss at his back. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Dog-Steenie. She sat for some time at the foot of the hill, motionless as itself, save for her hands. The sun shone on in silence, and the blue butterflies which haunted the little bush of bluebells, that is harebells, beside her, made no noise. Only a stray bee, happy in the pale heat, made a little music to please itself, and perhaps the butterflies. Kirsty had an unusual power of sitting still, even with nothing for her hands to do. On the present occasion, however, her hands and fingers went faster than usual, not entirely from eagerness to finish her stocking, but partly from her displeasure with Frances. At last she broke her worset, drew the end of it through the final loop, and drawing it, rose and scanned the side of the hill. Not far off she spied the fleecy backs of a few feeding sheep, and straightway sent out on the still air a sweet, strong, musical cry. It was instantly responded to by a bark from somewhere up the hill. She sat down, clasped her hands over her knees, and waited. She had not to wait long. A sound of rushing came through the heather, and in a moment or two, a fine collie, with long, silky, wavy coat of black and brown, and one white spot on his face, shot out of the heather, sprang upon her, and setting his paws on her shoulders, began licking her face. She threw her arms round him, and addressed him in words of fondling rebuke. "Ye ill-mannered tyke," she said, "what right hae ye to tak the place of your betters? Gang awa doon wi' ye, and wait. What for suld ye take advantage of your 4 legs to his 2, and him the maister o' ye? But, man, you're a fine doggie, and I can abide the thought 'at your langest day maun be sae short, and tak ye awa hame sae long afore the lave us." While she scolded, she let him caress her as he pleased. Presently he left her, and going a yard or two away, threw himself on the grass with such abandon as no animal but weary dog seems capable of reaching. He had made haste to be first, that he might caress her before his master came. Now he heard him close behind, and knew his opportunity was over. Stephen came next out of the heather, creeping to Kirsty's feet on all fours. He was a gaunt, long-backed lad, who at certain seasons, undetermined, either imagined himself the animal he imitated, or had some notion of being required, or possibly compelled to behave like a dog. When the fit was upon him, all the day long he would speak no word, even to his sister, would only bark or give a low growl like the collie. In this last he succeeded much better than in running like him, although indeed his arms were so long that it was comparatively easy for him to use them as forelegs. He let his head hang low as he went, throwing it up to bark, and sinking it yet lower when he growled, which was seldom, and to those that loved him indicated great trouble. He did not, like Snootie, raise himself on his hind legs to caress his sister, but gently subsided upon her feet, and there lay panting, his face to the earth, and his forearms crossed beneath his nose. Kirsty stooped and stroked and patted him as if he were the dog he seemed fain to be. Then drawing her feet from under him, she rose, and going a little way up the hill to the hut, returned presently with a basin full of rich-looking milk, and a quarter of thick oat cake, which she had brought from home in the morning. The milk she set beside her as she resumed her seat. Then she put her feet again under the would-be dog, and proceeded to break small pieces from the oat-cake and throw them to him. He sought every piece eagerly as it fell, but with his mouth only, never moving either hand, and seemed to eat it with a satisfaction worthy of his simulated nature. When the oat-cake was gone, she set the bowl before him, and he drank the milk with care and neatness, never putting a hand to steady it. "Now you must have a sleep, Steenie," said his sister. She rose, and he crawled slowly after her up the hill on his hands and knees. All the time he kept his face down, and, his head hanging toward the earth, his long hair hid it quite. He strongly suggested a great Skye terrier. When they reached the hut, Kirsty went in, and Steenie crept after her. They had covered the floor of it with heather, the stalks set upright and close-packed, so that even where the bells were worn off, it still made a thick, long-piled carpet, elastic and warm. When the door was shut, they were snug there even in winter. Inside, the hut was about 6 feet long and 4 wide. Its furniture was a little deal table and 1 low chair. In the turf of which the wall consisted, at the farther end from the door, Kirsty had cut out a small oblong recess to serve as a shelf for her books. The hut was indeed her library, for in that hole stood, upright with its back to the room, in proper and tidy fashion, almost every book she could call her own. They were about a dozen, several with but 1 board, and some with no title, 1 or 2 very old, and all well used. Most of her time there, when she was not knitting, Kirsty spent in reading and thinking about what she read. Many a minute, even when she was knitting, she managed to read as well. She had read 2 of Sir Walter's novels and several of the Ettrick Shepherd's shorter tales, which the schoolmaster had lent her. But on her shelf, and often in her hands, was a Shakespeare, a Milton, and a translation of Klopstock's Messiah, which she liked far better than the Paradise Lost, though she did not admire it nearly so much. Of the latter she would say, "It's unco gran, but it never makes my heart great," meaning that it never caused her any emotion. Among her treasures was also a curious old book of ghost stories, concerning which the sole remark she was ever heard to make was, that she would like to know whether they were true. She thought Steenie could tell, but she would not question him about them. Ramsay's Gentle Shepherd was there too, which she liked for the good sense in it. There was a thumbed edition of Burns also, but I do not think much of the thumbing was Kirsty's, though she had several of his best poems by heart. Between the ages of 10 and 15, Kirsty had gone to the parish school of the nearest town. It looked a village, but they always called it the town. There a sister of her father lived, and with her she was welcome to spend the night, so that she was able to go in most weathers. But when she stayed there, her evening was mostly spent at the schoolmaster's. Mr. Craig was an elderly man, who had married late and lost his wife early. She had left him 1 child, a delicate, dainty, golden-haired thing, considerably younger than Kirsty, who cherished for her a love and protection quite maternal. Kirsty was one of the born mothers, who are not only of the salt, but are the sugar and shelter of the world. I doubt if little Phemy would have learned anything but for Kirsty. Not to the day of her death did her father see in her anything but the little girl his wife had left him. He spoiled her a good deal, nor ever set himself to instruct her, leaving it apparently to the tendency of things to make of her a woman like her mother. He was a real student, an excellent teacher. When first he came as schoolmaster to Tiltowie, he was a divinity student, but a man so far of thought original that he saw lions in the way of becoming a minister. Such men as would be servants of the church before they are slaves of the church's master will never be troubled with Mr. Craig's difficulties. For one thing, his strong poetic nature made it impossible for him to believe in a dull, prosaic God. When told that God's thoughts are not as our thoughts, he found himself unable to imagine them inferior to ours. The natural result was that he remained a schoolmaster, to the advantage of many a pupil, and very greatly to the advantage of Kirsty, whose nature was peculiarly open to his influences. The dominie said he had never had a pupil that gave him such satisfaction as Kirsty. She seemed to anticipate and catch at everything he wanted to make hers. There was no knowledge, he declared, that he could offer her, which the lassie from Corbyknowe would not take in like her porridge. Best thing of all for her was that, following his own predilections, he paid far more attention, in his class for English, to poetry than to prose. Colin Craig was himself no indifferent poet, and was even a master of the more recondite forms of verse. If, in some measure, led astray by the merit of the form, He was capable of admiring verse essentially inferior, yet he certainly admired the better poetry more. He had, besides, the faculty of perceiving whether what he had written would or would not convey his thought, a faculty in which even a great poet may be deficient. In a word, Kirsty learned everything Mr. Craig brought within her reach, and long after she left school, the Saturday on which she did not go to see him was a day of disappointment, both to the Dominie and to his little Phemy. When she had once begun to follow a thing, Kirsty would never leave the trail of it. Her chief business, as well as delight, was to look after Steenie, but perfect attention to him left her large opportunity of pursuing her studies, especially at such seasons in which his peculiar affection, whatever it really was, required hours of untimely sleep. For, although at times he wandered at his will without her, he invariably wanted to be near her when he slept, while she, satisfied that so he slept better, had not once at such a time left him. During summer, and as long before and after as the temperatures permitted, the hut was the place he preferred when his necessity was upon him, and it was Kirsty's especial delight to sit in it on a warm day, the door open and her brother asleep on her feet, reading and reading while the sun went down the sky, to fill the hut as he sat with a glory of promise, after which came the long gloamin', like a life out of which the light, but not the love, has vanished, in which she neither worked nor read, but brooded over many things. Leaving the door open behind them, Kirsty took a book from the bowl and seated herself on the low chair. Instantly Steenie, who had waited motionless until she was settled, threw himself across her feet on the carpet of heather, and in a moment was fast asleep. There they remained, the one reading, the other sleeping, while the hours of the warm summer afternoon slipped away, ripples on the ocean of the lovely, changeless eternity, the consciousness of God. For a time the watching sister was absorbed in King Lear. Then she fell to wondering whether Cordelia was not unkindly stiff toward her old father, but perceived at length that, with such sisters listening, she could not have spoken otherwise. Then she wondered whether there could be women so bad as Goneril and Regan, concluding that Shakespeare must know better than she. At last she drew her bare feet from under Steenie, and put them on his back, where the coolness was delightful. Then first she became aware that the sun was down and the gloaming come, and that the whole world must be feeling just like her feet. The long clear twilight, which would last till morning, was about her. The eerie sleeping day, when the lovely ghosts come out of their graves in the long grass, and walk about in the cool world, with little ghostly sighs at sight of the old places, and fancy they are dreaming. Kirsty was always willing to believe in ghosts. Awake in the dark nights she did not, but in her twilight reveries she grew very nearly a ghost herself. It was a wonder she could sit so long and not feel worn out, but Kirsty was exceptionally strong, in absolute health, and specially gifted with patience. She had so early entertained and so firmly grasped the idea that she was sent into the world expressly to take care of Steenie, that devotion to him had grown into a happy habit with her. The waking mind gave itself up to the sleeping, the orderly to the troubled brain, the true heart to the heart as true. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Colonel and Sergeant. There was no difference of feeling between the father and mother in regard to this devotion of Kirsty's very being to her Steenie, but the mother in especial was content with it, for while Kirsty was the apple of her eye, Steenie was her one loved anxiety. David Barclay, a humble unit in the widespread and distinguished family of the Barclays, or Berkeleys, was born, like his father and grandfather, and many more of his ancestors, on the same farm he now occupied. While his father was yet alive, with an elder son to succeed him, David listed, mainly from a strong desire to be near a school friend, then an ensign in the service of the East India Company. Throughout their following military career they were in the same regiment, the one rising to be colonel, the other sergeant major. All the time the schoolboy attachment went on deepening in the men, and all the time was never man more respectfully obedient to orders than David Barclay to those of the superior officer with whom in private he was on terms of intimacy. As often as they could without attracting notice, the comrades threw aside all distinction of rank, and were again the Archie Gordon and David Barclay of old school days, as real to them still as those of the hardest battles they had fought together. In more primitive Scotland, such relations are, or were, more possible than in countries where more divergent habits of life occasion wider social separations, and then these were sober-minded men, who neither made much of the shows of the world, nor were greedy after distinction, which is the mere coffin wherein duty done lies buried. When they returned to their country, both somewhat disabled, the one retired to his inherited estate, the other to the family farm upon that estate, where his brother had died shortly before, so that Archie was now Davy's landlord. But no new relation would ever destroy the friendship which school had made close, and war had welded. Almost every week the friends met and spent the evening together, much oftener by and by at Corbyknowe than at Castle Weelset, for both married soon after their return, and their wives were of different natures. "My colonel has the glory," Barclay said once, and but once, to his sister, "but, poor fellow, I hae the wife." And truly the wife at the farm had in her material enough, both moral and intellectual, for 10 ladies better than the wife at the castle. David's wife brought him a son the first year of their marriage, and the next year came a son to the colonel and a daughter to the sergeant. One night, as the two fathers sat together at the farm, some 12 hours after the birth of David's girl, they mutually promised that the survivor would do his best for the child of the other. Before he died, the colonel would gladly have taken his boy from his wife and given him to his old comrade. As to Steenie, the elder of David's children, he was yet unborn when his father, partly in consequence of a wound from which he never quite recovered, met with rather a serious accident through a young horse in the harvest field, and the report reached his wife that he was killed. To the shock she thus received was generally attributed the peculiarity of the child, prematurely born within a month after. He had long passed the age at which children usually begin to walk, before he would even attempt to stand, but he had grown capable of a speed on all fours that was astonishing. When at last he did walk, it was for more than 2 years with the air of one who had learned a trick, and throughout his childhood and a great part of his boyhood he continued to go on all fours rather than on his feet. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Man-Steenie. The sleeping youth began at length to stir. It was more than an hour before he quite woke up. Then all at once he started to his feet with his eyes wide open, putting back from his forehead the long hair which fell over them, and revealing a face not actually looking old, but strongly suggesting age. His eyes were of a pale blue, with a hazy, mixed, uncertain gleam in them, reminding one of the shifty shudder and shake and start of the northern lights at some heavenly version of the game of Puss in the Corner. His features were more than good. They would have been grand had they been large, but they were peculiarly small. His head itself was very small in proportion to his height, his forehead, again, large in proportion to his head, while his chin was such as we are in the way of calling strong. Although he had been all day acting a dog in charge of sheep, and treating the collie as his natural companion, there was, both in his countenance and its expression, a remarkable absence of the animal. He had a kind of exultation in his look. He seemed to expect something, not at hand, but sure to come. His eyes rested for a moment with a love of absolute devotion on the face of his sister. Then he knelt at her feet, and as if to receive her blessing, bowed his head before her. She laid her hand upon it, and in a tone of unutterable tenderness said, "Man-Steenie." Instantly he rose to his feet. Kirsty rose also, and they went out of the hut. The sunlight had not left the west, but had crept round some distance toward the north. Stars were shining faint through the thin shadow of the world. Steenie stretched himself up, threw his arms aloft, and held them raised, as if at once he would grow and reach toward the infinite. Then he looked down on Kirsty, for he was rather taller than she, and pointed straight up, with the long lean forefinger of one of the long lean arms that had all day been legs to the would-be dog, into the heavens, and smiled. Kirsty looked up, nodded her head, and smiled in return. Then they started in the direction of home, and for some time walked in silence. At length Steenie spoke. His voice was rather feeble, but clear, articulate, and musical. "My feet's terrible heavy the night, Kirsty," he said. "Gien it wasna for them, the lave o' me would be up and awa. It's terrible to be howden down by the feet this gate." "We're a' howden down the same gate, Steenie. Maybe it's some waur for you it would say fain gang up, nor for the lave o' us at's mair willing to bide a wee. But it'll be the same at the last when we're a' up there thegither. I wouldna care sae muckle gien he didna grip me by the queets, ankles, like. I dinna like to be grippit by the queets. He winna let me win at the thongs." "When the right time comes," returned Kirsty solemnly, "the bonny man'll louse the thongs himsel." Aye, I ken that weel. It was me at tell't ye. He told me himsel. I'm thinking I'll see him the night, for I'm sair howden doon, sair needing a sight o' him. He's whiles lang coming." "I dinna wonder at you're sae fain to see him, Steenie." "I am that. Fain. You'll see him or lang. It's a fine thing to hae patience. Ye come ilka day, Kirsty. What for sudna he come ilka night?" "He has reasons, Steenie. He kens best." "Aye, he kens best. I ken naething but him, and you, Kirsty." Kirsty said no more. Her heart was too full. Steenie stood still, and throwing back his head, stared for some moments up into the great heavens over him. Then he said, "It's a bonny day, the day the bonny man bides in. The ither day, the day the lave o' ye bides in, the day when I'm no mysel, but a sair uncomfortable collie. That day's o'erhet, and sometimes ower cauld, but the day he bides in is aye just what a day sud be. Aye, it's that. He threw himself down and lay for a minute, looking up into the sky. Kirsty stood and regarded him with loving eyes. "I hae a' the bonny day afore me," he murmured to himself. But it's better to be a man nor a beast. Snootie's a fine beast and a gran collie, but I would rather be mysel, a heap rather, I at hand to catch a sight of the bonny man. Ye maun gang hame to your bed, Kirsty. Is't the bonny man comes till ye in your dreams and says, 'Gang till him, Kirsty, and be mortal good till him'? It maun be surely that." "Willna ye gang wi' me, Steenie, as far as the door?" rejoined Kirsty, almost beseechingly, and attempting no answer to what he had last said. It was at times such as this that Kirsty knew sadness, when she had to leave her brother on the hillside all the long night, to look on no human face, hear no human word, but wander in strangest worlds of his own throughout the slow dark hours. The sense of separation worse than death would wrap her, as in a shroud. In his bodily presence, however far away in thought, or sleep, or dreams his soul might be, she could yet tend him with her love. but when he was out of her sight, and she had to sleep and forget him, where was Steenie, and how was he faring? Then he seemed to her as one forsaken, left alone with his sorrows to an existence companionless and dreary. But in truth, Steenie was by no means to be pitied. However much his life was apart from the lives of other men, he did not therefore live alone. Was he not still of more value than many sparrows? And Kirsty's love for him had in it no shadow of despair. Her pain at such times was but the indescribable love-lack of mothers when their sons are far away, and they do not know what they are doing, what they are thinking, or when their daughters seem to have departed from them, or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl broken. And yet, how few, when the air of this world is clearest, ever come into essential contact with those they love best! But the triumph of love, while most it seems to delay, is yet ceaselessly rushing hitherward on the wings of the morning. "Willna ye gang as far as the door wi' me, Steenie?" she said. "I will do that, Kirsty. But you're no feared, are ye?" "Na, no a grain. What would I be feared for?" "Oh, naething. At this time there's naething oot and aboot to be feared at. In what ye call the daytime, I'm a kind o' in danger o' knocking mysel' again things. I never do that at night." As he spoke, he sprang to his feet, and they walked on. Kirsty's heart seemed to swell with pain, for Steenie was at once more rational and more strange than usual, and she felt the farther away from him. His words were very quiet, but his eyes looked full of stars. "I canna tell what it is aboot the sun that makes a dog o' me," he said. "He's hard like, and hauds me oot, and gars me hing my head, and feel as gien I were a kind o' ashamed, though I kenna naething. But the bonny night comes stracht up to me, and into me, and gangs a' through me, and bides in me, and syne I look for the bonny man. I wuss ye would let me bide out the night with ye, Steenie." "What for that, Kirsty? Ye maun sleep, and I'm better my lane." "That's just it," returned Kirsty, with a deep-drawn sigh. "I canna bide your being your lane, and yet, do what I like, I canna whiles, even in the daytime, win a bit nearer till ye. Gien only as ye was as little as ye used to be, when I could carry ye aboot a' day, and take ye into my ain bed at night. But noo we're just like the sun and the moon. When you're out, I'm in, and when you're in, well, I'm no oot, but my soul's just as blear-faced as the moon in the daylight, to think you'll be awa' again sae soon. But it canna gang on like this to a' eternity, and that's a comfort. I ken naething aboot eternity. I'm thinking it'll a' turn into a lone, starry night, with the bonny man intilt. I'm sure o' ae thing, and that only, 'at something will be pitten right, 'at's far frae richt the noo, and syne, Kirsty, you'll hae your ain gait wi' me, and I'll be sae far like ither folk. Idiot as I am, I would be sorry to be turned altogether the same as some. You see, I ken sae muckle they ken naething aboot, or they wouldna be as they are. It maybe disna become me to say it, ony mair nor Gowk Murnock 'at sits in the pulpit stair, but the stite nonsense our minister dings oot o' his ain head, as gien it were the store oot o' the Bible cushion. It's no possible he's ever seen the bonny man as I hae seen him. We'll a' hae to come ower to you, Steenie, and learn frae ye what you ken. We'll hae to mak you the minister, Steenie. Na, I ken naething for ither folk, only for mysel', and that's whiles mair nor I can win roun', no to say gae again. Some night you'll lat me bide oot wi' ye a night. I would sair like it, Steenie." "Ye sail, Kirsty, but it maun be some night ye hae sleepit all day." But I couldna do that, tried I ever sae hard." "Ye could lie o' your bed ony gait, and mak the best o' it. Ye hae naebody, I ken, to gar you sleep." They went all the rest of the way talking thus, and Kirsty's heart grew lighter, for she seemed to get a little nearer to her brother. He had been her live doll and idol ever since his mother laid him in her arms when she was little more than 3 years old. For though Steenie was nearly a year older than Kirsty, she was at that time so much bigger that she was able, not indeed to carry him, but to nurse him on her knees. She thought herself the elder of the two until she was about 10, by which time she could not remember any beginning to her carrying of him. About the same time, however, he began to grow much faster, and she found before long that only upon her back could she carry him any distance. The discovery that he was the elder somehow gave a fresh impulse to her love and devotion, and intensified her pitiful tenderness. Kirsty's was indeed a heart in which the whole unhappy world might have sought and found shelter. She had the notion, notwithstanding, that she was harder-hearted than most, and therefore better able to do things that were right but not pleasant. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Corbyknowe. "You'll come in and say a word to Mother, Steenie," said Kirsty, as they came near the door of the house. It was a long, low building, with a narrow paving in front from end to end, of stones cast up by the plough. Its walls, but 1 story high, rough cast and whitewashed, shone dim in the twilight. Under a thick projecting thatch the door stood wide open, and from the kitchen, whose door was also open, came the light of a peat fire and a fish-oil lamp. Throughout the summer Steenie was seldom in the house an hour of the 24, and now he hesitated to enter. In the winter he would keep about it a good part of the day, and was generally indoors the greater part of the night, but by no means always. While he hesitated, his mother appeared in the doorway of the kitchen. She was a tall, fine-looking woman, with soft grey eyes, and an expression of form and features which left Kirsty accounted for. "Come awa and by, Steenie, my man," she said, in a tone that seemed to wrap its object in fold upon fold of tenderness, enough to make the peat smoke that pervaded the kitchen seem the very atmosphere of the heavenly countries. "Come and hae a drappie o' new milked milk, and a piece of bread." Steenie stood smiling and undecided on the slab in front of the doorstep. "Dread nothing, Steenie," his mother went on. "There's no are to interfere wi' your will, whatever that be. The hoose is your ain to come and gang as ye see fit. But ye ken that, and Kirsty kens that, as weel's your father and mysel. Mother, I ken what ye say to be the truth, and I hae a gran power at believing the truth. But a' body believes their ain mither. That's in the order of things as they were first started. Still, I would no rather come in the night. I would rather hand awa, and no trouble ye wi' mair o' the sight o' me nor I can help. That is, till the change come, and things be set right. I dinna I ken what I'm aboot, but I ken that I'm kind o' a disgrace to ye, though I canna tell who I'm to blame for't. Say, I'll just bide the route, with the bonny star sets aye the route, and kens a' aboot it, and is nothing nane the waur o' me." Laddie, what on the face o' God's yearth thinks the waur o' ye for a wrang done ye? Though what has the white o' that same I daurna think. We'll kennin' it a' things either ordained or allowed, making muckle the same. Come winter, come summer, come right, come wrang, come life, come death, what are ye? What can ye be but my ain laddie? Steenie stepped across the threshold and followed his mother into the kitchen, where the pot was already on the fire for the evening's porridge. To hide her emotion, she went straight to it, and lifted the lid to look whether boiling point had arrived. The same instant, the stalwart form of her husband appeared in the doorway, and there stood for a single moment arrested. He was a good deal older than his wife, as his long grey hair, among other witnesses, testified. He was 6 feet in height, and very erect, with a rather stiff military carriage. His face wore an expression of stern goodwill, as if he had been sent to do his best for everybody, and knew it. Steenie caught sight of him ere he had taken a step into the kitchen. He rushed to him, threw his arms round him, and hid his face on his bosom. "Bonny, bonny man," he murmured, then turned away and went back to the fire. His mother was casting the first handful of meal into the pot. Steenie fetched a 3-legged creepie and sat down by her, looking as if he had sat there every night since first he was able to sit. The farmer came forward and drew a chair to the fire beside his son. Steenie laid his head on his father's knee, and the father laid his big hand on Steenie's head. Not a word was uttered. The mother might have found them in her way had she been inclined, but the thought did not come to her, and she went on making the porridge in great contentment, while Kirsty laid the cloth. The night was as still in the house as in the world, save for the bursting of the big blobs in the porridge. The peat fire made no noise. The mother at length took the heavy pot from the fire, and, with what to one inexpert might have seemed wonderful skill, poured the porridge into a huge wooden bowl on the table. Having then scraped the pot carefully that nothing should be lost, she put some water into it, and setting it on the fire again, went to a hole in the wall, took thence 2 eggs, and placed them gently in the water. She went next to the dairy, and came back with a jug of the richest milk, which she set beside the porridge, whereupon they drew their seats to the table, all but Steenie. "Come, Steenie," said his mother, "here's your supper." "I dinna care about any supper the night, mother," answered Steenie. "Good sake, laddie, I kenna hoo ye live," she returned in an accent almost of despair. "I'm thinking I dinna need sae muckle as other folk," rejoined Steenie, whose white face bore testimony that he took far from nourishment enough. "Ye see I'm no a there," he added with a smile, "sae I canna need sae muckle." "There's enough o' ye there to fill my heart unco full," answered his mother, with a deep sigh. "Come awa, Steenie, my bairn," she went on coaxingly. "Your father winna eat a mouthful gien ye dinna. Ye'll see that." "Eh, Steenie," she broke out, "gien ye would but take your supper and gang to your bed like the lave o' us. It gars my heart swallows gien 'twould burst like a blob to think o' ye out in the mirk night. Wha's to tell what mightna happen to ye? Our hearts are whilst that sair, your father's and mine, in our beds, at we darna say a word for fear the tane set the tither greeting." "I'll bide in, gien that be your will," replied Steenie. "But gien ye kent the differ to me, ye wouldna wust. I seldom sleep at night, as ye ken, and i' the hoose it's just as gien the darkness was inside o' me and was choking me." "But it's as dark the root as i' the hoose, whiles ony gait." "Na, mother, it's never sae dark the root, but there's light enough to ken I'm the root, and no in the hoose. I can aye draw a good full breath out in the open." "Let the laddie gang his ain gait, woman," interposed David. "The thing born in him's better for him nor the thing born in another. A man maun gang as God made him." "Aye, whether he be man or dog," assented Steenie solemnly. He drew his stool close to his father where he sat at the table, and again laid his head on his knee. The mother sighed, but said nothing. She looked nowise hurt, only very sad. In a minute Steenie spoke again. "I'm thinking nane o' ye kens," he said, "what it's like when a' the hillsides gien up to the ither ains." "What ither ains?" asked his mother. "There can be nane there but your ain lane sell." Aye, there's all the lave o' us, he rejoined, with a wan smile. The mother looked at him with something almost of fear in her eyes of love. Steenie has company we ken little aboot, said Kirsty. I whiles think I would gie him my wits for his company. Aye, the bonny man, murmured Steenie. I maun be gawin. But he did not rise, did not even lift his head from his father's knee. It would be rude to go before the supper was over, the ruder that he was not partaking of it. David had eaten his porridge, and now came the almost nightly difference about the eggs. Marion had been the perfect spy of the time in taking them from the pot, but when she would, as usual, have her husband eat them, he, as usual, declared he neither needed nor wanted them. This night, however, he did not insist, but at once proceeded to prepare one, with which, as soon as it was nicely mixed with salt, he began to feed Steenie. The boy had been longer used to being thus fed than most children, and having taken the first mouthful instinctively, now moved his head, but without raising it from his knee, so that his father might feed him more comfortably. In this position he took every spoonful given him, and so ate both the eggs, greatly to the delight of the rest of the company. A moment more, and Steenie got up. His father rose also. I'll convoy ye a bit, my man, he said. Na, ye needna that, father. It's near on your bedtime. I hae nae gate to be convoyed. I'll just be aboot o' the night. Maybe a stane's cast frae the door, maybe the tither side o' the horn. Here or there, I never frae ye. I think whiles I'm just like ane o' them 'at ye ca' dead. I'm no awa', I'm only dead. I'm aboot some gate. So saying, he went. He never on any occasion wished them good night. That would be to leave them, and he was not leaving them. He was with them all the time. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. David and his daughter. The instant he was gone, Kirsty went a step or two nearer to her father, and looking up in his face, said, I saw Francie Gordon the day, father. Weel, lassie, I reckon that wasna ony fairly. Strange occurrence. Where saw ye him? He came to me on the horn side, where I sat waving my stocking, ower the bog on's pony, a right bonny thing, and clever. I knew ane he's gotten frae's mither, and it's no the first time he's been ower there to see me sin he came hame. What for gaed he there? That wasna the best o' places to gang riding in. He kenned where he was likest to see me. It was me he wanted. He wanted you, did he? And he's been mair nor ance after ye. What for didna ye tell me afore, Kirsty? We were bairns thegither, ye ken, father, and I never ance thought the thing worth fashin' ye aboot till the day. We've aye been used to Francie comin' and gaein'. I never tell't my mither onything, he said, and I tell her a thing worth tellin', and mony a thing forby. I aye look at him as I would at a bairn till the day. He spak straight oot the day, and I did the same, and angered him, and syne he angered me. And what for are ye tellin' me the noo? 'Cause it cam into my head that maybe it would be better. No 'at it maks any differ, I can see. During this conversation, Marion was washing the supper things, putting them away, and making general preparation for bed. She heard every word, and went about her work softly that she might hear, never opening her mouth to speak. There's something you want to tell me and dinna like, lassie, said David. Gien ye be feared at your father, gang till your mither. Feared at my father? I wad be, gien I had onything to be ashamed o'. Syne I might gang to my mither, I dare say. I dinna ken. Ye would that, lassie. Fathers mun sometimes be fearsome to lassie bairns. When I'm feared at you, father, I'll be a gabet on the ill gate, returned Kirsty, with a solemn face, looking straight into her father's eyes. Then it'll never be, or I maun hae a heap to blame myself for. I think whiles, gien bairns kenned the terrible weight their fathers might hae to dree for no doing better with them, they would be mair particular to hold straight. I hae been ower muckle ta'en up with my beasts and my craps, mair, God forgie me, nor with my twa bairns, though he kens you're mair to me the twa than ocht else save the mither o' ye. The beasts and the craps couldna weel do wi' less, and there was I oor mither to see after his. That's true, lassie. I only hope it wasna greed at the heart o' me. At the same time, what would I be greedy for but yourselves? Well, and what's it all aboot? What garred ye come to me aboot Francie? I'm some feared for him whiles, noo 'at he's sae muckle oot o' our sight. The laddie's no by nature an ill laddie, far frae, but it's a sore pity he couldna hae been a' his father's, and nane o' him his mither's. That wouldna hae been sae weel contrived, I doot, remarked Kirsty. There wouldna hae been the variety, I'm thinking. You're right there, lass. But what's this aboot Francie? Oh, naething, father, worth mentioning. The daft loon would hae had me promise to marry him, that's all. The Lord preserve us! Offhand? There's no telling what might ha' been in the head o' him. He didna win sae far as to say that on he gate. God forbid! Exclaimed her father with solemnity, after a short pause. I'm thinking God's forbidden lang syne, rejoined Kirsty. What said you till him, lassie? First I lach at him, as weel as I can mind the nonsense o' it, and ca'd him the gowk he was, and syne I sent him awa wi' a flea in his lug. Hadna he the impudence to fa' oot upon me for caring mair aboot Steenie nor the likes o' him, as gien ever he could come within the sight o' Steenie? Her father looked very grave. Are you no pleased, father? I did what I thought right. You couldna hae done better, Kirsty, but I'm sorry for the Colin, for but I lo'ed his father. Lassie, for his father's sake I could take Francie into the hoose, and work for him as for you and Steenie, though it's little good Steenie ever gets o' me, poor soul. Dinna say that, father. It would be an ill thing for Steenie to hae onybody but yoursel to the father o' him. A muckle pairt o' the night he wins o'er in the lawing at you and his mother, and yoursel, Kirsty. I'm thinking I hae my share in the daytime. And who, think ye, gangs the life o' the night with him? The bonny man has the maist o't, I dinna doot, and what better could we desire for him? But, father, gien Francie come back with the same tale, I dinna think he wull, after what I telled him, but he may. What would ye hae me say till him? Say what ye wull, lassie. Say lang as ye dinna let him for a moment believe there's a grain o' possibility in the thing. Ye see, Kirsty, ye dinna imagine, father, I could for a minute think itherwise about it, nor ye do yoursel. Div I no ken it his father gaed him in charge to you, and haena I therefore to look after him? Didna ye tell me a' aboot your grandfriend, and who lang ye had lo'ed him, and dinna that make Francie my business as weel's your ain? I'm very sure his father would never approve o' any goings on atween him and a lassie sic like's mysel. And fearna ye, father, but I sa hand him weel oot by. Know that it's ony tjovy struggle to me, though I like it, Francie. Haena I my ain Steenie. Gladly would I show Francie the road to sic a wife as you would mak him, my bonny Kirsty. But ye see clearly the thing itsel's no to be thought upon. Kirsty, but it's grand to an auld father's hurt to hear you take your part in his devers after sic a womanly fashion. Am I no your ain lass bairn, father? Where would I be with a father 'at didna keep his word? And what less could I do nor help ony man to keep his word? Gien breach o' the family word cam through me, my life would be gang frae me. Would ye hae me tell the laddie's mither? I wouldna like to expose the folly o' him, but gien ye think it necessar, I'll gang the morning. I dinna think that would be weel. It would but raise a strife atween the twa, on doon an atom o' good. She would only rage at the laddie, and put him in sic a red heat as would but wald thegither him and his wool, say it they would maist never come in twa again. And though you gaed and told her ye ain sell, my lady would lay all the wyte upo you, nane the less. There's no reason tap or tay i' the poor body, and ye're naewise bound to her, farther nor do right by her. I'm glad ye didna want me to gang, answered Kirsty. She carries hersel that grand, at ye're maist driven to the consideration how little she's worth, and that's no the right spirit anent onybody or thing God thought worth making. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. At Castle Weelset. Francie's anger had died down a good deal by the time he reached home. He was, as his father's friend had just said, by no means a bad sort of fellow, only he was full of himself, and therefore of little use to anybody. His mother and he, when not actually at strife, were constantly on the edge of a quarrel. The two must have their own way, each of them. Francie's way was sometimes good, his mother's sometimes not bad, but both were usually selfish. The boy had his fits of generosity, the woman never, except toward her son. If she thought of something to please him, good and well. If he wanted anything of her, it would never do. The idea must be her own or meet with no favour. If she imagined her son desired a thing, she felt it one she could never grant, and told him so. Thereafter, Francis would not rest until he had compassed the thing. Sudden division and high words would follow, with speechlessness on the mother's part in the rear, which might last for days. Becoming all at once tired of it, she would in the morning appear at breakfast, looking as if nothing had ever come between them, and they would be the best of friends for a few days, or perhaps a week, seldom longer. Some fresh discord, nowise different in character from the preceding, would arise between them, and the same weary round be tramped again, each always in the right, and the other in the wrong. Every time they made it up, their relation seemed unimpaired, but it was hardly possible things should go on thus, and not at length quite estrange their hearts. In matters of display, to which Francis had much tendency, his mother's own vanity led her to indulge and spoil him, for, being hers, she was always pleased he should look his best. On his real self she neither had nor sought any influence. Insubordination or arrogance in him, her dignity unslighted, actually pleased her. She liked him to show his spirit. Was it not a mark of his breeding? She was a tall and rather stout woman, with a pretty, small-featured, regular face, and a thin nose with the nostrils pinched. Castle Weelset was not much of a castle. To an ancient round tower, discomfortably habitable, had been added in the last century a rather large, defensible house. It stood on the edge of a gorge, crowning one of its stony hills of no great height. With scarce a tree to shelter it, the situation was very cold in winter, and it required a hardy breeding to live there in comfort. There was little of a garden, and the stables were somewhat ruinous. For the former fact, the climate almost sufficiently accounted, and for the latter, a long period of comparative poverty. The young laird did not like farming, and had no love for books. In this interval between school and college, he found very little to occupy him, and not much to amuse him. Had Kirsty and her family proved as encouraging as he had expected, he would have made use of his new pony almost only to ride to Corbyknowe in the morning, and back to the castle at night. His mother knew old Barclay, as she called him, well enough, that is, not at all, and had never shown him any cordiality, anything indeed better than condescension. To treat him like a gentleman, even when he sat at her own table, she would have counted absurd. He had never been to the castle since the day after her husband's funeral, when she received him with such emphasized superiority that he felt he could not go again without running the risk either of having his influence with the boy ruined, or giving occasion to a nature not without generosity to take David's part against his mother. Thenceforward, therefore, he contented himself with giving Frances invariable welcome, and doing what he could to make his visits pleasant. Chiefly, on such not infrequent occasions, the boy delighted in drawing from his father's friend what tales about his father and adventures of their campaigns together he had to tell, and in this way David's wife and children heard many things about himself which would not otherwise have reached them. Naturally, Kirsty and Francie grew to be good friends, and after they went to the parish school, there were few days indeed that they did not walk at least as far homeward together as the midway divergence of their roads permitted. It was not wonderful, therefore, that at length Francis should be, or should fancy himself, in love with Kirsty. But I believe all the time he thought of marrying her as a heroic deed, in raising the girl his mother despised to share the lofty position he and that foolish mother imagined him to occupy. The anticipation of opposition from his mother naturally strengthened his determination. Of opposition on the part of Kirsty he had not dreamed. He took it as of course that, the moment he stated his intention, Kirsty would be charmed, her mother more than pleased, and the stern old soldier overwhelmed with the honour of alliance with the son of his colonel. I do not doubt, however, that he had an affection for Kirsty, far deeper and better than his notion of their relations to each other would indicate, although it was mainly his pride that suffered in his humiliating dismissal. He had, I am sure, a genuine heartache as he galloped home. When he reached the castle, he left his pony to go where he would, and rushed to his room. There, locking the door that his mother might not enter, he threw himself on his bed in the luxurious consciousness of a much wronged lover. An uneducated country girl, for as such he regarded her, had cast from her, not without insult, his splendidly generous offer of himself. Poor King Cophetua did not, however, shed many tears for the loss of his recusant beggar-maid. By and by he forgot everything, found he had gone to sleep, and, endeavouring to weep again, did not succeed. He grew hungry soon, and went down to see what was to be had. It was long past the usual hour for dinner, but Mrs. Gordon had not seen him return, and had had it put back, so to make the most of an opportunity of quarrel not to be neglected by a conscientious mother. She let it slide nevertheless. "Gracious, you've been crying!" she exclaimed the moment she saw him. Now certainly Francis had not cried much. His eyes were, notwithstanding, a little red. He had not yet learned to lie, but he might then have made his first essay, had he had a fib at his tongue's end. As he had not, he gloomed deeper and made no answer. "You've been fighting," said his mother. "I haena," he returned with rude indignation. "Gien I had been, div ye think I would ha' grutten?" "You forget yourself, Laird," remarked Mrs. Gordon, more annoyed with his Scotch than the tone of it. "I would have you remember I am mistress of this house." "Till I marry, mother," rejoined her son. "Oblige me in the meantime," she answered, "by leaving vulgar language outside it." Francis was silent, and his mother, content with her victory, and in her own untruthfulness of nature, believing he had indeed been fighting and had had the worst of it, said no more, but began to pity and pet him. A pot of his favourite jam presently consoled the love-wounded hero, in the acceptance of which consolation he showed himself far less unworthy than many a grown man, similarly circumstanced, in the choice of his. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. David and Frances. One day there was a market at a town some 8 or 9 miles off, and thither, for lack of anything else to do, Francis had gone to display himself and his pony, which he was riding with so tight a curb that the poor thing every now and then reared in protest against the agony he suffered. On one of these occasions, Don was on the point of falling backward, when a brown wrinkled hand laid hold of him by the head, half pulling the reins from his rider's hand, and ere he had quite settled again on his forelegs, had unhooked the chain of his curb, and fastened it some 3 links looser. Francis was more than indignant, even when he saw that the hand was Mr. Barclay's. Was he to be treated as one who did not know what he was about? "Hoots, my man," said David gently, "there's no occasion to put a water chain upon the bonny beastie. He has a mouth like a lady's, and to hae it linkit up sae tight is naething less nor torture till him. It's a wonder to me he hasna broken your banes and his ain back thegither, poor thing," he added, patting and stroking the spirited little creature that stood sweating and trembling. "I thank you, Mr. Barclay," said Francis insolently, "but I am quite able to manage the brute myself. You seem to take me for a fool." "'Deed, he's no far off ane, 'at could ca' a bonny cratur like that a brute," returned David, nowise pleased to discover such hardness in one whom he would gladly treat like a child of his own. It was a great disappointment to him to see the lad getting farther away from the possibility of being helped by him. "What did your father say to see ye ill use ony helpless being? Your father was awful good to's horse folk." The last word was one of David's own. He was a great lover of animals. "I'll do with my own as I please," cried Francis, and spurred the pony to pass David. But one stalwart hand held the pony fast, while the other seized his rider by the ankle. The man was now thoroughly angry with the graceless youth. "God bless my soul!" he cried. "Hae ye the spurs on his wheel? Stick ane of them into him again, and I'll cast ye frae the saddle. I' the thick of a fight, the lang blades plying aboot your father's head like lights in the north, he never stuck spur into his charger needless." "I don't see," said Francis, who had begun to cool down a little, "how he could have enjoyed the fight much, if he never forgot himself. I should forget everything in the delight of the battle." "Your father, laddie, never forgot onything but himsel'. Forgetting himsel' left him free to mind a'thing forby. Ye would forget ilka thing but your ain rage. Your father was a great man, as weel's a great soldier, Francie, and a deevil to fight, as his men said. I hae mysel' seen by the set mow 'at the teeth were clinched in the inside o't, when all the time on the brew o' him sat never a uncle. Gien ever there was a man 'at could think o' twa things at ance, your father could think o' 3, and they 3 were God, his enemy, and the beast aneath him. Francie, Francie, in the name of your father, I beg ye to regard the rights of the neighbour ye sit upo. Gien ye dinna that, you'll come o'er lang to think little o' your human neighbour as weel, caring only for what ye get oot o' him." A voice inside Francis took part with the old man, and made him yet angrier. Also, his pride was the worse annoyed that David Barclay, his tenant, should, in the hearing of 2 or 3 loafers gathered behind him, of whose presence the old man was unaware, not only rebuke him, but address him by his name and the diminutive of it. So when David, in the appeal that burst from his enthusiastic remembrance of his officer in the battlefield, let the pony's head go, Francis dug his spurs in his sides and darted off like an arrow. The old man for a moment stared open-mouthed after him. The fools around laughed. He turned and walked away, his head sunk on his breast. Francis had not ridden far before he was vexed with himself. He was not so much sorry as annoyed that he had behaved in fashion undignified. The thought that his childish behaviour would justify Kirsty in her opinion of him added its sting. He tried to console himself with the reflection that the sort of thing ought to be put an end to at once. How far, otherwise, might not the old fellow's interference go? I am afraid he even said to himself that such was a consequence of familiarity with inferiors. Yet angry as he was at his fault-finding, he would have been proud of any approval from the lips of the old soldier. He rode his pony mercilessly for a mile or so, then pulled up and began to talk pettingly to him, which I doubt if the little creature found consoling, for love only makes petting worth anything, and the love here was not much to the front. About halfway home he had to ford a small stream, or go round 2 miles by a bridge. There had been much rain in the night, and the stream was considerably swollen. As he approached the ford, he met a knife grinder, who warned him not to attempt it. He had nearly lost his wheel in it, he said. But Francis always found it hard to accept advice. His mother had so often predicted from neglect of hers evils which never followed, that he had come to think counsel the one thing not to be heeded. "Thank you," he said, "I think we can manage it," and rode on. When he reached the ford, where of all places he ought to have left the pony's head free, he foolishly remembered the curb chain, and getting off, took it up a couple of links. But when he remounted, whether from dread of the rush of the brown water, or resentment at the threat of renewed torture, the pony would not take the ford, and a battle royal arose between them, in which Francis was so far victorious that, after many attempts to run away, little Don, rendered desperate by the spur, dashed wildly into the stream, and went plunging on for 2 or 3 yards. Then he fell, and Francis found himself rolling in the water, swept along by the current. A little way lower down, at a sharp turn of the stream, under a high bank, was a deep pool, a place held much in dread by the country lads and lasses, being a haunt of the Kelpie. Francis knew the spot well, and had good reason to fear that, carried into it, he must be drowned, for he could not swim. Roused by the thought to a yet harder struggle, he succeeded in getting upon his feet, and reaching the bank, where he lay for a while exhausted. When at length he came to himself and rose, he found the water still between him and home, and nothing of his pony to be seen. If the youth's good sense had been equal to his courage, he would have been a fine fellow. He dashed straight into the ford, floundered through it, and lost his footing no more than had Don treated properly. When he reached the high ground on the other side, he could still see nothing of him, and with sad heart concluded him carried into the Kelpie's hole, never more to be beheld alive. What would his mother and Mr. Barclay say? Shivering and wretched, and with a growing compunction in regard to his behaviour to Don, he crawled wearily home. Don, however, had at no moment been in much danger. Rid of his master, he could take very good care of himself. He got to the bank without difficulty, and took care it should be on the home side of the stream. Not once looking behind him after his tyrant, he set off at a good round trot, much refreshed by his bath, and rejoicing in the thought of his loose box at Castle Weelset. On a narrow part of the road, however, he overtook a cart of Mr. Barclay's, and as he attempted to pass between it and the steep brae, the man on the shaft caught at his bridle, made him prisoner, tied him to the cart behind, and took him to Corbyknowe. When David came home and saw him, he conjectured pretty nearly what had happened, and, tired as he was, set out for the castle. Had he not feared that Francis might have been injured, he would not have cared to go, much as he knew it must relieve him to learn that his pony was safe. Mrs. Gordon declined to see David, but he ascertained from the servants that Francis had come home half drowned, leaving Don in the Kelpie's hole. David hesitated a little whether or not to punish him for his behaviour to the pony, by allowing him to remain in ignorance of his safety, and so leaving him to the egg and bite of conscience. But concluding that such was not his part, he told them that the animal was safe at Corbyknowe, and went home again. But he wanted Francis to fetch the pony himself, therefore did not send him, and in the meantime fed and groomed him with his own hands, as if he had been his friend's charger. Francis having just enough of the grace of shame to make him shrink from going to Corbyknowe, his mother wrote to David, asking why he did not send home the animal. David, one of the most courteous of men, would take no order from any but his superior officer, and answered that he would gladly give him up to the young laird in person. The next day Mrs. Gordon drove, in what state she could muster, to Corbyknowe. Arrived there, she declined to leave her carriage, requesting Mrs. Barclay, who came to the door, to send her husband to her. Mrs. Barclay thought it better to comply. David came in his shirt-sleeves, for he had been fetched from his work. "If I understand your answer to my request, Mr. Barclay, you decline to send back Mr. Gordon's pony. Pray, on what grounds?" "I wrote, ma'am, that I should be glad to give him over to Mr. Francis himself." "Mr. Gordon does not find it convenient to come all this way on foot. In fact, he declines to do it, and requests that you will send the pony home this afternoon." "Excuse me, ma'am, but it's surely enough done that a man make known the presence of strays, and tak proper care of them till they're claimed. I was fain forby to gie the bonny thing a bit pleasure in life. Francie's o'er hard upon him." "You forget, David Barclay, that Mr. Gordon is your landlord." "His father, mem, was my landlord, and his father's father was my father's landlord, and the interest of the landlord hae aye been ours. Either nor Francie's hearty friend I can never be." "You presume on my late husband's kindness to you, Barclay?" "Gin devotion be presumption, mem, I presume. Archibald Gordon was and is my friend, and will be for ever. We have been through ower muckle thegither to change to ane another. It was for his sake and the laddie's ain that I wanted him to come to me. I wanted a word with him about that pony of his. He'll never be a true man 'at taks no tent, care, o' dumb animals. You, 'at sae weel at hame in the saddle yoursel, mem, might take a kindly care o' what's aneath his." "I will have no one interfere with my son. I am quite capable of teaching him his duty myself." "His father requested me to do what I could for him, mem." "His late father, if you please, Barclay." "He's never be Francie's late father to Francie, gin I can help it, mem. He may be your late husband, mem, but he's my colonel yet, and I s' keep my word till him. It'll no be lang noo, in the nature of things, till I gang till him, and sure am I his first word will be about the laddie. I would ill like to answer him. Archie, I ken naething about him but what I could weel wuss otherwise." "Who would you like to gie sic an answer yoursel, mem?" "I'm surprised at a man of your sense, Barclay, thinking we shall know one another in heaven. We shall have to be content with God there." "I said naething about heaven, mem. Folk may ken ere anither, and no be in a place. I took note in the kirk last Sunday, 'at Abraham kent the rich man, and the rich man him, and they warna in the same place. But you'll let the young laird come and see me, mem," concluded David, changing his tone and speaking as one who begged a favour, for the thought of meeting his old friend and having nothing to tell him about his boy quenched his pride. "Home, Thomas!" cried her late husband's wife to her coachman, and drove away. "Dod, they'll hae to gie that wife a hill till hersel," said David, turning to the door discomfited. "And maybe she'll no like it when she has't," returned his wife, who had heard every word. "There's folk 'at's no fit company for anybody, and I'm thinking she's ane, gien there binna anither." "I'll send Jamie hame wi' the pony the night," said David. "A body cannot insist where folk are no friends. That would grow to enmity, and the end of all good. Na, we mun send hame the pony, and gien there be ony grace in the bairn, he canna but come and say thank ye." Mrs. Gordon rejoiced in her victory, but David's yielding showed itself the true policy. Francis did call and thank him for taking care of Don. He even granted that perhaps he had been too hard on the pony. "Ye could righteously expect naething o' a pony o' his size that pony o' yours couldna do, Francie," said David. "But in God's name, dear laddie, be a righteous man. Gien you require no more than's fair frae man or beast, you'll mostly aye get it. But gien your outlook in life be to get a'thing and give naething, you maun come to grief aye way and always. Success in an ill attempt is the worst failure a man can mak." But it was talking to the wind, for Francis thought, or tried to think, David only bent, like his mother, on finding fault with him. He made haste to get away, and left his friend with a sad heart. He rode on to the foot of the Horn, to the spot where Kirsty was usually at that season to be found, but she saw him coming and went up the hill. Soon after, his mother contrived that he should pay a visit to some relatives in the south, and for a time neither the castle nor the horn saw anything of him. Without returning home, he went in the winter to Edinburgh, where he neither disgraced nor distinguished himself. David was to hear no ill of him. To be beyond his mother's immediate influence was perhaps to his advantage, but as nothing superior was substituted, it was at best but little gain. His companions were like himself, such as might turn to worse or better, no one could tell which. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Kirsty and Phemy. During the first winter which Francis spent at college, his mother was in England and remained there all the next summer and winter. When at last she came home, she was even less pleasant than before in the eyes of her household, no one of which had ever loved her. Throughout the summer she had a succession of visitors, and stories began to spread concerning strange doings at the castle. The neighbours talked of extravagance, and the censorious among them of riotous living, while some of the servants more than hinted that the amount of wine and whiskey consumed was far in excess of what served when the old colonel was alive. One of them who, in her mistress's frequent fits of laziness, acted as housekeeper, had known David Barclay from his boyhood, and understood his real intimacy with her late master. It was not surprising, therefore, that she should open her mind to him, while keeping toward everyone else a settled silence concerning her mistress's affairs. None of the stories current in the countryside came from her. David was to Mrs. Bremner the other side of a deep pit, into the bottom of which whatever was said between them dropped. "There'll come a catastrophe or lang," said Mrs. Bremner, one evening when David Barclay overtook her on the road to the town, "and that'll be seen. The property's just awa' to the dogs. There's Maister Donnell, the factor, gaeing aboot like ane in a dilemma as to cuttin's throat or blawing his herns out. He darsna say a word, ye see. The old laird trusted him, and he's feared that he be blamet, but there's nae doing onything with that woman. The siller maun be forthcomin' when she's wantin't." "The siller's no hers, ony more nor the lan. A's the young laird's," remarked David. "That's true, but she's in the poor o't till he come o' age, and Master Donnell, poor man, mony's the time he's just driven to Ayr to get what's I wanted and wanted. What comes of the siller, it just blecks me to think. There's no thing about the hoose to shaw for't. And hearken, David, but letna baith lugs hear it, for dread the tane come ort again till the tither. I'm dootin' the drink's getting a sair grup o' her." "'Deed, I wouldna be nane surprised," returned David. "Whatever might want in at her door, there's naething inside to howd it oot. To think o' Archie Gordon taking till himself sick a wife. That a man like him, o' good report, and come to years o' discretion, to think o' brains like his turning as fosy as an auld neep, at sight o' a bonny front till an awa hoose, a house of but one wall. It canna be at witchcraft's clean doon awa wi'. Bonny, Dawid! Called ye the mistress bonny?" "She used to be. Bonny, that is, as a button or a buckle might be bonny. What she may be the noo I dinna ken, for I haena set ee upon her since she came to the Knowe ordering me to send back Francie's pony. She was super silly enough then for twa colonels and a corporal, but no ill looking. Gien she hae a spot of beauty left, the drink'll take it or it hae done with her." "Or she hae done with it, David. It's ta'en ae colour frae her already, and be good to gie her anither. But it concerns me mair aboot Francie nor my leddy. What's to come o' him when a' is gane? What'll there be for him to come into?" Gladly would David have interfered, but he was helpless. He had no legal guardianship over or for the boy. Nothing could be done till he was a man. "Gien he ever be a man," said David to himself with a sigh, and the thought how much better off he was with his half-witted Steenie than his friend with his clever Francie. Mrs. Bremner was sister-in-law to the schoolmaster, and was then on her way to see him and his daughter Phemy. From childhood the girl had been in the way of going to the castle to see her aunt, and so was well known about the place. Being an engaging child, she had become not only welcome to the servants, but something of a favourite with the mistress, whom she amused with her little airs, and pleased with her winning manners. She was now about 14, a half-blown beauty of the red and white, gold and blue kind. She had long been a vain little thing, approving of her own looks in the glass, and taking much interest in setting them off, but so simple as to make no attempt at concealing her self-satisfaction. Her pleased contemplation of this or that portion of her person, and the frantic attempts she was sometimes espied making to get a sight of her back, especially when she wore a new frock, were indeed more amusing than hopeful, but her vanity was not yet so pronounced as to overshadow her better qualities, and Kirsty had not thought it well to take notice of it, although, being more than anyone else a mother to her, she was already a little anxious on the score of it, and the rather that her aunt, like her father, neither saw nor imagined fault in her. That the child had no mother drew to her the heart of the girl, whose mother was her strength and joy, while gratitude to the child's father, who, in opening for her some doors of wisdom and more of knowledge, had put her under eternal obligations, moved her to make what return she could. It deepened her sense of debt to Phemy that the schoolmaster did not do for his daughter anything like what he had years long been doing for his pupil, whence she almost felt as if she had diverted to her own use much that rightly belonged to Phemy. At the same time she knew very well that had she never existed, the relation between the father and the daughter would have been the same. The child of his dearly loved wife, the schoolmaster was utterly content with his Phemy, for he felt as if she knew everything her mother knew, had the same inward laws of being and the same disposition, and was simply, like her, perfect. That she should ever do anything wrong was an idea inconceivable to him, nor was there much chance of his discovering it if she did. When not at work, he was constantly reading. Most people close a book without having gained from it a single germ of thought. Mr. Craig seldom opened one without falling directly into a brown study over something suggested by it. But I believe that, even when thus absorbed, Phemy was never far from his thought. At the same time, like many Scots, while she was his one joy, he seldom showed her sign of affection, seldom made her feel, and never sought to make her feel how he loved her. His love was taken by him for understood by her, and was to her almost as if it did not exist. That his child required to be taught had scarcely occurred to the man who could not have lived without learning, or enjoyed life without teaching, as witness the eagerness with which he would help Kirsty along any path of knowledge in which he knew how to walk. The love of knowledge had grown in him to a possessing passion, paralyzing in a measure those powers of his life sacred to life, that is, to God and his neighbour. Kirsty could not do nearly what she would to make up for his neglect. For one thing, the child did not take to learning, and though she loved Kirsty and often tried to please her, would not keep on doing anything without being more frequently reminded of her duty than the distance between their two abodes permitted. Kirsty had her to the farm as often as the schoolmaster would consent to her absence, and kept her as long as he went on forgetting it, while Phemy was always glad to go to Corbyknowe, and always glad to get away again, for Mrs. Barclay thought it her part to teach her household matters, and lessons of that sort Phemy relished worse than some of a more intellectual nature. If left with her, the moment Kirsty appeared again, the child would fling from her whatever might be in her hand, and flee as to her deliverer from bondage and hard labour. Then would Kirsty always insist on her finishing what she had been at, and Phemy would obey with the protest of silent tears, and the airs of a much injured mortal. Had Kirsty been backed by the child's father, she might have made something of her, but it grew more and more painful to think of her future, when her self-constituted guardian should have lost what influence she had over her. Phemy was rather afraid of Steenie. Her sunny nature shrank from the shadow as of a wall in which Steenie appeared to her always to stand. From any little attention he would offer her, she, although never rude to him, would involuntarily recoil, and he soon learned to leave her undismayed. That the child's repugnance troubled him, though he never spoke of it, Kirsty saw quite plainly, for she could read his face like a book, and heard him sigh when even his mother did not. Her eyes were constantly regarding him, like sheep feeding on the pasture of his face. I think I have used a figure of Sir Philip Sidney's, but say rather, the thoughts that strayed over his face were the sheep to which all her life she had been the devoted shepherdess. At Corbyknowe things went on as hitherto. Kirsty was in no danger of tiring of the even flow of her life. Steenie's unselfish solitude of soul made him every day dearer to her. Books she sought in every accessible, and found occasionally in an unhopeful quarter. She had no thought of distinguishing herself, no smallest ambition of becoming learned. Her soul was athirst to understand, and what she understood found its way from her mind into her life. Much to the advantage of her thinking were her keen power and constant practice of observation. I utterly refuse the notion that we cannot think without words, but certainly the more forms we have ready to embody our thoughts, the farther we shall be able to carry our thinking. Richly endowed, Kirsty required the more mental food, and was the more able to use it when she found it. To such of the neighbours as had no knowledge of any diligence, save that of the hands, she seemed to lead an idle life, but indeed even Kirsty's hands were far from idle. When not with Steenie, she was almost always at her mother's call, who, from the fear that she might grow up incapable of managing a house, often required a good deal of her. But the mother did not fail to note with what alacrity she would lay her book aside, sometimes even dropping it in her eagerness to answer her summons. Dismissed for the moment, she would at once take her book again, and the seat nearest to it. She could read anywhere, and gave herself none of the student airs that make some young people so pitifully unpleasant. At the same time, solitude was preferable for study, and Kirsty was always glad to find herself with her books in the little hut, Steenie asleep on the heather carpet on her feet, and the assurance that there no one would interrupt her. It was not wonderful that, in the sweet absence of selfish cares, her mind full of worthy thoughts, and her heart going out in tenderness, her face should go on growing in beauty and refinement. She was not yet arrived at physical full growth, and the forms of her person being therefore in a process of change, were the more easily modelled after her spiritual nature. She seemed almost already one that would not die, but live forever, and continue to inherit the earth. Neither her father nor her mother could have imagined anything better to be made of her. Steenie had not changed his habits, neither seemed to grow at all more like other people. He was now, indeed, seldom so much depressed as formerly, but he showed no sign of less dependence on Kirsty. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Earth House. About a year after Francis Gordon went to Edinburgh, Kirsty and Steenie made a discovery. Between Corbyknowe and the Horn, on whose sides David Barclay had a right of pasturage for the few sheep to which Steenie and Snootie were the shepherds, was a small glen, through which, on its way to join the little river with the kelpie pot, ran a brook, along whose banks lay 2 narrow breadths of nice grass. The brother and sister always crossed this brook when they wanted to go straight to the top of the hill. One morning, having each taken the necessary run and jump, they had begun to climb on the other side, when Kirsty, who was a few paces before him, turned at an exclamation from Steenie. "It's all the weicht to my muckle feet," he cried, as he dragged one of the troublesome members out of a hole. "Losh, I dinna ken hoo far it michtna hae gone doon, gien I hadna gotten a haud it in time and pulled it out." How much of humour, how much of silliness, and how much of truth were wrapped up together in some of the things he said, it was impossible to determine. I believe Kirsty came pretty near knowing, but even she was not always sure where wilful oddity and where misapprehension was at the root of a remark. "Gien ye set your foot upon a hole," said Kirsty, "what can the poor thing do but gang doon intil 't? Ye maunna be unreasonable with the craturs, Steenie. Ye maun be fair till them." "But there was nae hole," returned Steenie. "There couldna hae been. There's the hole noo. My fit made it, and there it'll hae to bide. It's a some fearsome thing, divna ye think, at what even the fit o' a body dis bides. What for disna the hole gang awa when the fit lifts? Look ye there. Ye see they twa stanes standing up by themselves, and there's the hole atween the twa. There couldna hae been a hole there afore the weicht o' my fit came doon upo' the spot and caught it through. I gaed in maist till my knee." "Let's look," said Kirsty, and proceeded to examine the place. She thought at first it must be the burrow of some animal, but the similarity in shape of the projecting stones suggesting that their position might not be fortuitous, she would look a little farther, and began to pull away the heather about the mouth of the opening. Steenie set himself, with might and main, to help her. Kirsty was much the stronger of the two, but Steenie always did his best to second her in anything that required exertion. They soon spied the lump of sod and heather which Steenie's heavy foot had driven down, and when they had pulled that out, they saw that the hole went deeper still, seeming a very large burrow indeed, therefore a little fearsome. Having widened the mouth of it by clearing away a thick growth of roots from its sides, and taken out a quantity of soft earth, they perceived that it went sloping into the ground still farther. With growing curiosity, they leant down into it, lying on the edge, and reaching with their hands removed the loose earth as low as they could. This done, the descent showed itself about 2 feet square, as far down as they had cleared it, beyond which a little way it was lost in the dark. What were they to do next? There was yet greater inducement to go on, but considerations came which were not a little deterrent. Although Steenie had worked well, Kirsty knew he had a horror of dark places, associating them somehow with the weight of his feet. Whether such places had for him any suggestion of the grave, I cannot tell. Certainly, to get rid of his feet was the form his idea of the salvation he needed was readiest to take. Then might not there be some animal inside? Steenie thought not, for there was no opening until he made it, and Kirsty also thought not, on the ground that she knew no wild animal larger than fox or badger, neither of which would have made such a big hole. One moment, however, her imagination was nearly too much for her. What if some huge bear had been asleep in it for hundreds of years, and growing all the time? Certainly he could not get out, but if she roused him, and he got a hold of her? The next instant her courage revived, for she would have been ashamed to let what she did not believe influence any action. The passage must lead somewhere, and it was large enough for her to explore it. Because of her dress, she must creep in head foremost, in which lay the advantage that so she would meet any danger face to face. Telling Steenie that if he heard her cry out, he must get hold of her feet and pull, she laid herself on the ground and crawled in. She thought it must lead to an ancient tomb, but said nothing of the conjecture for fear of horrifying Steenie, who stood trembling, sustained only by his faith in Kirsty. She went down, and quite disappeared. Not a foot was left for Steenie to lay hold of. Terrible and long seemed the time to him, as he stood there forsaken, his darling out of sight in the heart of the earth. He knew there were wolves in Scotland once. Who could tell but a she-wolf had been left, and a whole clan of them lived there underground, never issuing in the daytime? There might be the open mouth of a passage, under a rock and curtained with heather, in some other spot of the hill. What if one of them got Kirsty by the throat before she had time to cry out? Then he thought she might have gone till she could go no farther, and not having room to turn, was trying to creep backwards, but her clothes hindered her. Forgetting his repugnance and overmastering fear, the faithful fellow was already half inside the hole to go after her, when up shot the head of Kirsty almost in his face. For a moment he was terribly perplexed. He had been expecting to come on her feet, not her head. How could she have gone in head foremost, and not come back feet foremost? Woman, he said in a fear-struck whisper, it's awful to see you come out of the yard like a muckle worm. Ye saw me gang in, Steenie, ye gowk, returned Kirsty, dismayed herself at sight of his solemn dread. Aye, answered Steenie, but I didna see ye come out. Kirsty, woman, hae ye a head at baith ends o' ye? Kirsty's laughter blew Steenie's discomposure away, and he too laughed. Come back hame, said Kirsty. I maun get howd at a cannel. Yon's a place maun to be seen until. I never saw, or rather felt, the like o't. For a seein' there's nane, or next to nane. There's room enough. Ye can see that wi' your arms. What is there room enough for? Asked Steenie. For you and me and 20 or 30 mair, maybe. I dinna ken, replied Kirsty. I sa mak ye a present o' my room intil't, returned Steenie. I want nane o't. I'll gang doon with the cannels, said Kirsty, and see whether 't be a place for ye. Gien I cry out, Ay, ist, will you come? That I will, gien 'twere the while's belly, replied Steenie. They set out for the house, and as they walked, they talked. I div wonder what the place could ever hae been for, said Kirsty, more to herself than Steenie. It's bigger nor any thought I had o't. What is it like, Kirsty? Inquired Steenie. Who can I tell when I saw naething? Replied Kirsty. But, she added thoughtfully, gien it warna that we're in Scotland, and they're nigh han Rome, I would hae been maist sure I had won until ane o' the catacombs. Losh, let me awa to the hill, cried Steenie, stopping and half turning. I canna bide the verra word o' the craters. What word then? Asked Kirsty, a little surprised, for how did Steenie know anything about the catacombs? To think, he went on, o' a hale kirk o' cats aneath the yard, a sittin' camin' themselves wi' cames. Kirsty, you winna think it a place for me. You see, I'm no like ither folk, and sic a thing might drive me out o' the small wits I ever had. Hoots, rejoined Kirsty with a smile. The catacombs has naething to do with cats or cames. Tell me what they are, then. The catacombs, answered Kirsty, was what in old times, and no in this country of a', they called the places where they laid their dead. Kirsty, but that's war, returned Steenie. I wouldna gang into sic a place wi' feet sic like's my ain. No for what the world could gie me. No for Lang Lowry's fiddle and all the tunes intil't. I would never get my feet out o't. They'd haud me there. Then Kirsty began to tell him, as she would have taught a child, something of the history of the catacombs, knowing how it must interest him. I' the days lang syne, she said, there was folk, like you and me, unco fain o' the bonny man. The very sound o' the name o' him was enough to gar their hearts loup with downright gladness. And they gaed here and there, and all gait, and telt ilka body aboot him, and folk 'at didna ken him, and didna want to ken him, couldna bide to hear tell o' him, and they said, Lat's hae nae mair o' this, hae doon wi' your bonny man, haud your tongues, they cried. But the others, they wadna hear o' haudin their tongues. A body maun ken aboot him. Sae lang's we hae tongues, and can wag them till the name o' him, they said, we'll no haud them. And at that they fell upo' them, and ill-used them sair. Some o' them they took and burnt alive, that is, brunt them dead. And some o' them they flang to the wild beasts, and they bited them and tore them to bits, and— Was the biting o' the beasts terrible sair? Interrupted Steenie. Aye, I reckon it was some sair. But the poor folk aye said the bonny man was with them, and let them bite. They didna care. Aye, o' course. Gien he was with them, they wouldna mind a hair, or at least no twa hairs. Wha would? Gien he be in yon hole, Kirsty, I'll gang back and intilt my lee lane. I will noo. Steenie turned and had run some distance before Kirsty succeeded in stopping him. She did not run after him. Steenie! Steenie! she cried. I dinna doot he's there, for he's agate. But ye ken yoursel ye canna aye see him, and maybe ye wouldna see him there the noo, and might think he wasna there and turn flate. Bide till we hae a light, and I gang doon first." Steenie was persuaded, and turned and came back to her. To father, mother, and sister he was always obedient, even on the rare occasions when it cost him much to be so. "Ye see, Steenie," she continued, "yon's no the place. I dinna ken yet what place yon is. I was only gaen to tell you aboot the places it minded me o'. Would you like to hear aboot them?" "I wad that, right will. Say awa, Kirsty." "The folk then, ye see, at Laird the bonny man, gathered themselves aye thegither to hae cracks and newses wi' ane anither aboot him. And, as I was telling ye, the folk that didna care aboot him war that angered 'at they set upo' them, and just would hae nane o' them nor him. Sae to hand oot o' their grip, they counselled thegither, and concluded to gather in a place where naebody would think o' looking for them, where but in the bowels o' the earth, where they laid their dead awa upo' skelfs, like in an armoury." "Eh, but that was fearsome," interposed Steenie. "They maun hae been sair set. Gien I had been there, would they hae garred me gang wi' them?" "Na, no gien ye didna like. But ye would hae liked weel to gang. It wasna an ill way to bury folk, nor an ill place to gang till, for they aye biggit up the skelf, ye ken. It was howkit oot, whether oot a hard yeard or soft stane, I dinna ken. I reckon it would be some no sae hard kind o' a rock, and when the deid was laid intil't, they biggit up the mow o' the place, that is, frae the same skelf to the ane that was aboon it, and say all was weel closed in." "What for didna they bury their dead mensful like, i' their kirkyards?" "'Cause theirs was a great muckle toon, with sic a heap o' houses that there wasna room for kirkyards, sae they took them outside the toon, and gaed aneath wi' them all thegither. For there they howkit a lot of passages like trances, and here and there a wee roomy like, wi' ither trances gaen frae them this gate and that. Sae when they took themselves there, the freens o' the bonny man would fill ane o' the roomies, and stan awa in ilk ane o' the passages that gaed frae 't, and that way, though there couldna mony o' them see ane another at ance, a gey lotie would hear, some awe and some a hantle o' what was said. For there they could speak lood oot, and a body aboon hear naething and suspect naething. And just think, Steenie, there's a picture o' the bonny man himsel' painted upo' the wa' o' ane o' thae places doon aneath the gran." "I reckon it'll be unco like him." "Maybe. I canna tell aboot that. Gien I could see it, I could tell. But I'm thinking it'll be some gate gay and far awa'. Aye, it's far, far. It wad take a body, let me see, maybe half a year to travel there upo's ain feet," answered Kirsty, after some meditation. "And me a hantle langer, my feet stay odious heavy," remarked Steenie with a sigh. As they drew near the house, their mother saw them coming and went to the door to meet them. "We're wanting a bit o' cannel and a spunk or twa, mother," said Kirsty. "Ye's to get that," answered Marion. "But what want ye a cannel for, in the braid mids o' the daylight?" "We want to gang down a hole," replied Steenie with flashing eyes, "and see the picture o' the bonny man." "Hoot, Steenie, I tell't ye it wasna there," interposed Kirsty. "No," returned Steenie. "Ye only said yon hole wasna that place. Ye said the bonny man was there, though I michtna see him. Ye didna say the picture wasna there." "The picture's no there, Steenie. We've come upon a hole, mother, 'at we want to gang doon intil and see what it's like," said Kirsty. "The weicht o' my feet brak through intil't," added Steenie. "Preserve's, lassie! Take tent where you carry the bairn," cried the mother. "But, tak him where you like," she substituted, correcting herself. "Weel can I ye'll tak him naegate, but where it's weel he sud gang. The laddie needs twa mithers, and the merciful has gi'en him the twa. Ye're full mair his mither nor me, Kirsty." She asked no more questions, but got them the candle and let them go. They hastened back, Steenie in his most jubilant mood, which seemed always to have in it a touch of deathly frost and a flash as of the primal fire. What could be the strange displacement or maladjustment which, in the brain harboring the immortal thing, troubled it so and made it yearn after an untasted liberty? The source of his jubilance now was easy to tell. The idea of the bonny man was henceforth, in that troubled brain of his, associated with the place into which they were about to descend. The moment they reached the spot, Kirsty, to the renewed astonishment of Steenie, dived at once into the ground at her feet and disappeared. "Kirsty! Kirsty!" he cried out after her, and danced like a terrified child. Then he shook with a fresh dismay at the muffled sound that came back to him in answer from the unseen hollows of the earth. Already Kirsty stood at the bottom of the sloping tunnel and was lighting her candle. When it burned up, she found herself looking into a level gallery, the roof of which she could touch. It was not an excavation, but had been trenched from the surface, for it was roofed with great slabs of stone. Its sides, of rough stones, were 6 or 7 feet apart at the floor, which was paved with small boulders, but sloped so much toward each other that at the top their distance was less by about 2.5 feet. Kirsty was, as I have said, a keen observer, and her power of seeing had been greatly developed through her constant conscientious endeavor to realize every description she read. She went on about 10 or 12 yards and came to a bend in the gallery, succeeded by a sort of chamber, whence branched a second gallery, which soon came to an end. The place was, in truth, not unlike a catacomb, only its 2 galleries were built, and much wider than the excavated thousands in the catacombs. She turned back to the entrance, there left her candle alight, and again startled Steenie, still staring into the mouth of the hole, with her sudden reappearance. "Would you like to come doon, Steenie?" she said. "It's a queer place." "Is't awful fearsome?" asked Steenie, shrinking. His feeling of dismay at the cavernous, the terrene dark, was not inconsistent with his pleasure in being out on the wild waste hillside, when heaven and earth were absolutely black, not seldom the whole of the night, in utter loneliness to eye or ear, and his never then feeling anything like dread. Then and there only did he seem to have room enough. His terror was of the smallest pressure on his soul, the least hint at imprisonment. That he could not rise and wander about among the stars at his will, shaped itself to him as the heaviness of his feet holding him down. His feet were the loaded gyves that made of the world but a roomy prison. The limitless was essential to his conscious well-being. "No a bittock," answered Kirsty, who felt awe anywhere, on hilltop, in churchyard, in sunlit silent room, but never fear. "It is like the places I was telling you aboot." "Aye, the cat place," interrupted Steenie. "The place with the picture," returned Kirsty. Steenie darted forward, shot head first into the hole as he had seen Kirsty do, and crept undismayed to the bottom of the slope. Kirsty followed close behind, but he was already on his feet when she joined him. He grasped her arm eagerly, his face turned from her, and his eyes gazing fixedly into the depth of the gallery, lighted so vaguely by the candle on the floor of its entrance. "I think I saw him," he said in a whisper full of awe and delight. "I think I did see him. But, Kirsty, who am I to be sure that I saw him?" "Maybe you did, and maybe you didna see him," replied Kirsty, "but that disna matter sae muckle, for he's aye seen you. And you'll see him, and be sure that ye see him, when the right time comes." "Ye div think that, Kirsty?" "Aye, div I," returned Kirsty, confidently. "I'se wait," answered Steenie, and in silence followed Kirsty along the gallery. This was Steenie's first, and all but his last, descent into the earth house, or Pict's house, or weem, as a place of the sort is called. There are many such in the east of Scotland, their age and origin objects of merest conjecture. The moment he was out of it, he fled to the Horn. The next Sunday he heard read at church the story of the burial and resurrection of the Lord, and unavoidably after their talk about the catacombs, associated the chamber they had just discovered with the tomb in which they laid him, at the same time concluding the top of the hill where he had, as he believed, on certain favoured nights met the bonny man, the place whence he ascended, to come again as Steenie thought he did. The earth house had no longer any attraction for Steenie. The bonny man was not there. He was risen. He was somewhere above the mountain top, haunted by Steenie, and that he sometimes descended upon it, Steenie already knew, for had he not seen him there? Happy Steenie, happier than so many Christians who, more in their brain senses, but far less in their heart senses than he, haunt the sepulchre as if the dead Jesus lay there still, and forget to walk the world with him, who dieth no more, the living one. But his sister took a great liking to the place, nor was repelled at her mistaken suspicion that there the people of the land in times unknown had buried some of their dead. In the hot days, when the earth house was cool, and in the winter when the thick blanket of the snow lay over it, and it felt warm as she entered it from the frosty wind, she would sit there in the dark, sometimes imagining herself one of the believers of the old time, thinking the Lord was at hand, approaching in person to fetch her and her friends. When the spring came, she carried down sod and turf, and made for herself a seat in the central chamber, there to sit and think. By and by she fastened an oil lamp to the wall, and would light its rush pith wick, and read by it. Occasionally she made a good peat fire, for she had found a chimney that went sloping into the upper air, and if it did not always draw well, peat smoke is as pleasant as wholesome, and she could bear a good deal of its smothering. Not unfrequently she carried her book there when no one was likely to want her, and enjoyed to the full the rare and delightful sense of absolute safety from interruption. Sometimes she would make a little song there, with which, as she made it, its own music would come, and she would model the air with her voice as she wrote the words in a little book on her knee. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A Visit from Francis Gordon. The summer following Gordon's first session at college, Castle Weelset and Corbyknowe saw nothing of him. No one missed him much, and but for his father's sake, no one would have thought much about him. Kirsty, as one who had told him the truth concerning himself, thought of him oftener than anyone except her father. The summer after, he paid a short visit to Castle Weelset, and went one day to Corbyknowe, where he left a favourable impression upon all, which impression Kirsty had been the readier to receive because of the respect she felt for him as a student. The old imperiousness which made him so unlike his father had retired into the background. His smile, though not so sweet, came oftener, and his carriage was full of courtesy. But something was gone which his old friends would gladly have seen still. His behaviour in the old time was not so pleasant, but he had been as one of the family. Often disagreeable, he was yet loving. Now he laid himself out to make himself acceptable as a superior. Freed so long from his mother's lowering influences, what was of his father in him might by this time have come more to the surface, but for certain ladies in Edinburgh, connections of the family, who, influenced by his good looks and pleasant manners, and possibly by his position in the Gordon country, sought his favour by deeds of flattery, and succeeded in spoiling him not a little. Steenie happening to be about the house when he came, Francis behaved to him so kindly that the gentle creature, overcome with grateful delight, begged him to go and see a house he and Kirsty were building. In some families, the games of the children mainly consist in the construction of dwellings, of this kind or that, castle or ship or cave, or nest in the tree-top, according to the material attainable. It is an outcome of the aboriginal necessity for shelter, this instinct of burrowing. Welbeck Abbey is the development of a weem or Pict's house. Steenie had very early shown it, probably from a vague consciousness of weakness, and Kirsty came heartily to his aid in following it, with the reaction of waking in herself a luxurious idea of sheltered safety. Northern children cherish in their imaginations the sense of protection more, I fancy, than others. This is partly owing to the severity of their climate, the snow and wind, the rain and sleet, the hail and darkness they encounter. I doubt whether an English child can ever have such a sense of protection as a Scots bairn in bed on a winter night, his mother in the nursery, and the wind howling like a pack of wolves about the house. Frances consented to go with Steenie to see his house, and Kirsty naturally accompanied them. By this time she had gathered the little that was known, and there is very little known yet, concerning Pict's houses, and as they went, it occurred to her that it would be pleasant to the laird to be shown a thing on his own property of which he had never heard, and which, in the eyes of some, would add to its value. She took the way, therefore, that led past the weem. She had so well cleared out its entrance that it was now comparatively easy of access, else I doubt if the young laird would have risked the spoiling of his admirably fitting clothes to satisfy the mild curiosity he felt regarding Kirsty's discovery. As it was, he pulled off his coat before entering, despite her assurance that he needna fear blood in onything. She went in before him to light her candle, and he followed. As she showed him the curious place, she gave him the results of her reading about such constructions, telling him who had written concerning them, and what they had written. "There's mair o' them, I gather," she said, "and mair remarkable ains in our ain county nor in ony ither in Scotland. I hae mysel' seen nane but this." Then she told him how Steenie had led the way to its discovery. By the time she ended, Gordon was really interested, chiefly, no doubt, in finding himself possessor of a thing which many men, learned and unlearned, would think worth coming to see. "Did you find this in it?" he asked, seating himself on her little throne of turf. "Na, I put that there mysel'," answered Kirsty. "There was naething intil the place, just naething ava. There was naething you could hae picked off of the floor. Gien it hadna been oot o' the gate o' the wind, you would hae thought it had sweeped it clean. You could hae telt by naething intilt what it was ever meant for, hoose or byre or barn, kirk or kirkyard. It had been just a hidey hole in troubled times, when the country would be swarming with stravagoing marauders." "What made you the seat for, Kirsty?" asked Gordon, calling her by her name for the first time, and falling into the mother tongue with a flash of his old manner. "I come here whiles," she answered, "to be my lane and read a bit. It's sae quiet. Eternity seems itsel' to come and hide in 't whiles. I'm tempit whiles to bide a night." "Isn't it awful cold?" "Na, no aften that. It's fine and warm i' the winter, and I can light a fire when I like. But ye hae na your coat on, Francie. I ought na to hae latten ye bide sae lang." He shivered, rose, and made his way out. Steenie stood in the sunlight waiting for them. "Why, Steenie," said Gordon, "you brought me to see your house. Why didn't you come in with me?" Na, I'm feared for my feet. This is no my hoose," answered Steenie. "I'm biggin' ane. Kirsty's helping me. I couldna big a hoose wanting Kirsty. That's what I would hae ye see, no this ane. This is Kirsty's hoose. It was Kirsty wanted ye to see this ane. Na, it's no mine," he added reflectively. "I ken I maun come til't some day, but I's abide oot it as lang's I can. I like the hill a heap better." "What does he mean?" asked Frances, turning to Kirsty. "Oh, he has a heap o' notions o' his ain," answered Kirsty, who did not care, especially in his presence, to talk about her brother, save to those who loved him. When Frances turned again, he saw Steenie a good way up the hill. "Where does he want to take me, Kirsty? Is it far?" he asked. "Aye, it's a gay bitty. It's near hen at the top of the horn, a wee ayont it." "Then I think I shall not go," returned Frances. "I will come another day." "Steenie! Steenie!" cried Kirsty. "He'll no gang the day. He maun gang hame. He says he'll come anither time. Haud ye awa unto your hoose. I's be wi' you by and by." Steenie went up the hill, and Kirsty and Frances walked toward Corbyknowe. "Has no young man appeared yet to put Steenie's nose out of joint, Kirsty?" asked Gordon. Kirsty thought the question rude, but answered with quiet dignity, "No ane. I never had muckle opinion o' young men, and I didna care about their company." "But what are you thinking of doing yoursel? I mean, when you're through with the college," she continued. "You'll surely be coming hame to tak things until your ain han. My father says whiles he's some feared they're no being made the maist o'." "The property must look after itself, Kirsty. I will be a soldier like my father. If it could do without him when he was in India, it may just as well do without me. As long as my mother lives, she shall do what she likes with it." Thus talking, and growing more friendly as they went, they walked slowly back to the house. There Francis mounted his horse and rode away, and for more than 2 years they saw nothing of him. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Steenie's House. Steenie seemed always to experience a strange sort of terror while waiting for anyone to come out of the weem, into which he never entered, and it was his repugnance to the place that chiefly moved him to build a house of his own. He may have also calculated on being able, with such a refuge at hand, to be on the hill in all weathers. They still made use of their little hut as before, and Kirsty still kept her library in it, but it was at the bottom of the horn, and Steenie loved the peak of it more than any other spot in his narrow world. I have already said that when, on the occasion of its discovery, Steenie, for the first and last time, came out of the weem, he fled to the horn. There he roamed for hours, possessed with the feeling that he had all but lost Kirsty, who had taken possession of a house into which he could never accompany her. For himself, he would like a house on the very top of the horn, not one inside it. Near the top was a little scoop out of the hill, sheltered on all sides except the south, which, the one time I saw it, reminded me strongly of Dante's Grembo in the Purgatorial Hill, where the upward pilgrims had to rest outside the gate, because of the darkness during which no man could go higher. Here, it is true, were no flowers to weave a pattern upon its carpet of green. True also, here were no beautiful angels, in green wings and green garments, poised in the sweet night air, watchful with their short, pointless, flaming swords against the creeping enemy. But it was, nevertheless, the loveliest carpet of grass and moss, and as to the angels, I find it impossible to imagine, even in the heavenly host, one heart more ardent than that of Kirsty, one truer or more devoted to its charge. The two were together as the child of earth. His perplexities and terrors ever shot through with flashes of insight and hope, and the fearless, less imaginative, confident angel, appointed to watch and ward and see him safe through the loose-cragged mountain pass to the sunny vales beyond. On the northern slope of the hollow, full in the face of the sun, a little family of rocks had fallen together, odd in shapes and positions, but of long stable equilibrium, with narrow spaces between them. The sun was throwing his last red rays among these rocks when Steenie, the same evening, wandered into the little valley. The moment his eyes fell upon them, he said in his heart, "Yon's the place for a hoose. I'll get Kirsty to big ane, and maybe she'll come and bide in't with me whiles." In his mind there were for some years 2 conflicting ideas of refuge, one embodied in the heathery hut with Kirsty, the other typified by the uplifted loneliness, the air and the space of the mountain upon which the bonny man sometimes descended. For the last 3 years or more, the latter idea had had the upper hand. Now it seemed possible to have the 2 kinds of refuge together, where the more material would render the more spiritual easier of attainment. Such were not Steenie's words. Instead, he used none concerning the matter, but such were his vague thoughts, feelings rather, not yet thoughts. The spot had indeed many advantages. For one thing, the group of rocks was the ready skeleton of the house Steenie wanted. Again, if the snow sometimes lay deeper there than in other parts of the hill, there first it began to melt. A third advantage was that, while, as I have said, the valley was protected by higher ground everywhere but on the south, it there afforded a large outlook over the boggy basin, and over the hills beyond its immediate rim, to a horizon in which stood some of the loftier peaks of the Highland mountains. When Steenie's soul was able for a season to banish the nameless forms that haunt the dim borders of insanity, he would sit in that valley for hours, regarding the wider spread valley below him, in which he knew every height and hollow, and with his exceptionally keen sight, he could descry signs of life where another would have beheld but an every way dead level. Not a live thing, it seemed almost, could spread wing or wag tail, but Steenie would become thereby aware of its presence. Kirsty, boastful to her parents of the faculty of Steenie, said to her father one day, "I dinna believe, father, with Steenie on the bog, a red worm could stick up his head out it, on him see it." "I'm thinking that's no saying o'er muckle, woman," returned David. "I never just set myself to look, but I dinna think I ever did take notice of a worm setting up that head o' his out o' a bog. I dinna think it's a soil they care about. I kenna what they would get to please them there. It's the yard they live upo. Where crops winna grow, I doubt gien worms can live." Kirsty laughed. She had made herself ridiculous, but the ridicule of some is sweeter than the praise of others. Steenie set about his house building at once, and when he had got as far as he could without her, called for help from Kirsty, who never interfered with, and never failed him. Divots he was able to cut, and of them he provided a good quantity, but when it came to moving stones, 2 pairs of hands were often wanted. Indeed, before the heavier work of Steenie's hoosie was over, the 2 had to beg the help of more, of their father and of men from the farm. During its progress, Phemy Craig paid rather a lengthened visit to Corbyknowe, and often joined the 2 in their labour on the horn. She was not very strong, but would carry a good deal in the course of the day, and through this association with Steenie, her dread of him gradually vanished, and they became comrades. When Steenie's design was at length carried out, they had built up with stone and lime the open spaces between several of the rocks, had cased these curtain walls outside, and lined them inside with softer and warmer walls of fells or divots cut from the green sod of the hill, and had covered in the whole as they found it possible, very irregularly no doubt, but smoothing up all the corners and hollows with turf and heather. This done, one of the men who was a good thatcher fastened the whole roof down with strong lines, so that the wind should not get under and strip it off. The result was a sort of burrow, consisting of several irregular compartments with open communication, or rather, perhaps, of a single chamber composed of recesses. One small rock they included quite. Steenie would make it serve for a table, and some of its inequalities for shelves. In one of the compartments or recesses they contrived a fireplace, and in another a tolerably well concealed exit, for Steenie, like a trapdoor spider, could not endure the thought of only one way out. One way was enough for getting in, but 2 were needful for getting out, his best refuge being the open hill. The night came at length when Steenie, in whose heart was a solemn, silent jubilation, would take formal possession of his house. It was soft and warm, in the middle of the month of July. The sun had been set about an hour when he got up to leave the parlour, where the others always sat in the summer, and where Steenie would now and then appear among them. As usual, he said good night to no one of them, but stole gently out. Kirsty knew what was in his mind, but was careful not to show that she took any heed of his departure. As soon as her father and mother retired, however, when he had been gone about half an hour, she put aside her work and hastened out. She felt a little anxious about him, though she could not have said why. She had no dread of displeasing by rejoining him. Nothing beside a sight of the bonny man could, she knew, give him more delight than having her to share his night watch with him. This she had done several times, and they were the only occasions on which, so far as he could tell, he had slept any part of the night. Folded in the twilight, earth lay as still and peaceful as if she had never done anything wrong, never seen anything wrong in one of her children. There was light everywhere, and darkness everywhere to make it strange. A pale green gleam prevailed in the heavens, as if the world were a glowworm that sent abroad its home-born radiance into space, and coloured the sky. In the green light rested a few small, solid clouds with sharp edges, and almost an assertion of repose. Throughout the night it would be no darker. The sun seemed already to have begun to rise, only he would be all night about it. From the door she saw the point of the horn clear against the green sky. Steenie would be up there soon. He was scurrying thither. Sometimes he went very leisurely, stopping and gazing, or sitting down to meditate. He would not do so that night. A special solemnity in his countenance made her sure that he would go straight to his new house, but she could walk faster than he, and would not be long behind him. The sky was full of pale stars, and Kirsty amused herself as she went, with arranging them, not into their constellations, though she knew the shapes and names of most of them, but into mathematical figures. The only star Steenie knew by name was the pole star, which, however, he always called the bonny man's lantern. Kirsty believed he had thoughts of his own about many another, and a name for it too. She had climbed the hill and was drawing near the house when she was startled by a sound of something like singing, and stopped to listen. She had never heard Steenie attempt to sing, and the very thought of his doing so moved her greatly. She was always expecting something marvelous to show itself in him. She drew nearer. It was not singing, but it was something like it, or something trying to be like it, a succession of broken, harsh, imperfect sounds, with here and there a tone of brief sweetness. She thought she perceived in it an attempt at melody, but the many notes that refused to be made prevented her from finding the melody intended, or the melody, rather, after which he was feeling. The broken music ceased suddenly, and a different kind of sound succeeded. She went yet nearer. He could not be reading. She had tried to teach him to read, but the genuine effort he put forth to learn made his head ache and his eyes feel wild, he said, and she at once gave up the endeavor. When she reached the door, she could plainly hear him praying. He had been accustomed to hear his father pray, always extempore. To the Scot's mind it is a perplexity how prayer and reading should ever seem one. Kirsty went a little deeper into the matter when she said, "The things that I want, I ken, and I maun hae them. There's nae necessity of aught to tell me what I want. The book may walk a sense o' want, I daresay, I dinna ken, but it maistly puts intil me the thought o' something a body might will want, withoot making me aware wanting at that precise moment." Prayer with Steenie, as well as with Kirsty, was the utterance, audible or silent, in the ever-open ear, of what was moving in him at the time. This was what she now heard him say. "Bonny man, I ken you weel. There's naebody in heaven or earth that's like ye. Ye ken yoursel I wad just dee for ye, or gien there be onything waur to bide nor deein, that's what I would do for ye, gien you wanted it o' me, that is, for I'm hoping sair 'at ye winna want it, I'm that awfu' cowardly. Oh, bonny man, tak the fear out o' my heart, and mak me ready just to walk off o' the face of the world, weighty feet and all, to do your will, unthought twice about it. And bonny man, willna ye come doon some time or lang, and walk the hill here, that I may look upon you ance mair, as in the days of old, when the starlight mountain shook with the might of the prayer ye heaved up till your Father in heaven. Gin ye were but ance to look in at the door of this my hoose that ye hae gi'en me, it would be thenceforth to me as the gate of paradise. But, deed, it's that ony gate, for it's nigh where you take your walks abroad. But gin you were to look in at the door and cry, 'Steenie,' soon would ye see whether I was in the hoose or no. I thank you sair for this hoose. I'm going to hae a rich and a happy time upon this hill of Zion, where the feet of the Amen gangs walking. And bonny man, gie a look at the face of my father and mither in their bed ower the now, and I pray you see at Kirsty's getting a fine sleep, for she has a heap o' trouble wi' me. I'm no worth minding, yet ye mind me. She is worth minding, and that clever as ye ken wha made her. And look upo this bit hoosie, at I call my ain, and they all helped me to big, but as I lean to till the hoose at hame, for I'm no awa frae it or them. Just as that hoose and this hoose and all the hooses are all just bit bairnies' hooses, biggit by themselves about the big floor o' thy kitchie, and in the nooks o' the same, wi' your ain troughs and stains and divots, sir. Steenie's voice ceased, and Kirsty, thinking his prayer had come to an end, knocked at the door, lest her sudden appearance should startle him. From his knees, as she knew by the sound of his rising, Steenie sprang up, came darting to the door with the cry, "It's yoursel, bonny man!" and seemed to tear it open. Oh, how sorry was Kirsty to stand where the loved of the human was not. She had almost turned and fled. "It's only me, Steenie," she faltered, nearly crying. Steenie stood and stared, trembling. Neither for a moment or two could speak. Steenie," said Kirsty at length, "I'm richt sorry I disappointed ye. I didna ken what I was doing. I ought to ha' turned and gane hame again." "Ye couldn't help it," answered Steenie. "Ye couldna be him, or ye would. But you're the neist best, and richt welcome. I'm as glad as can be to see you, Kirsty. Come awa ben the hoose." Kirsty followed him in silence, and sat down dejected. The loving heart saw it. "Maybe you're him after all," said Steenie. "He can talk ony shape he likes. I wouldna wonder gien ye was him. Your uncle like him ony gait." "No, Steenie, I'm far frae that. But I would fain be what he would hae me, just as ye would yoursel. Say ye maun tak me what I am for his sake, Steenie." This was the man's hour, not the dog's, yet Steenie threw himself at her feet. "Gang oot a bit by yoursel, Steenie," she said, caressing him with her hand. "That's what you'll like best, I ken. You needna mind me. I only came to see you settle it intil your ain hoose. I'll bide a gey bit. Gang ye oot, and ken that I'm i' the hoose, and that ye can come back to me when ye like. I hae my book, and can sit and read fine." "You're aye richt, Kirsty," answered Steenie, rising. "Ye aye ken what I'm needing. I maun win oot, for I'm some choking like. But just come here a minute first," he went on, leading the way to the door. There he pointed up into the wild of stars, and said, "Ye see yon star at the tap o' that ither ane, at's brighter nor itsel?" "I see't fine, and kent weel," answered Kirsty. "Weel, when that starnie comes right o'er the white tap o' yon stane, in the midst o' that side o' the ha', I's to be here at the door." Kirsty looked at the stone, saw that the star would arrive at the point indicated in about an hour, and said, "Weel, I'll be expecting ye, Steenie." Whereupon he departed, going farther up the hill to court the soothing of the silent heaven. In conditions of consciousness known only to himself and incommunicable, the poor fellow sustained an all but continuous hand-to-hand struggle with insanity, more or less agonized according to the nature and force of its varying assault, in which struggle, if not always victorious, he had never yet been defeated. Often tempted to escape misery by death, he had hitherto stood firm. Some part of every solitary night was spent, I imagine, in fighting that or other evil suggestion. Doubtless what kept him lord of himself through all the truth-aping delusions that usurped his consciousness was his unyielding faith in the bonny man. The name by which he so constantly thought and spoke of the Saviour of men was not of his own finding. The story was well known of the idiot, who, having partaken of the Lord's Supper, was heard, as he retired, murmuring to himself, the bonny man, the bonny man." And persons were not wanting, sound in mind as large of heart, who thought the idiot might well have seen him who came to deliver them that were bound. Steenie took up the tale with most believing mind. Never doubting the man had seen the Lord, he responded with a passionate desire himself to see the bonny man. It awoke in him while yet quite a boy, and never left him, but increasing as he grew, became, as well it might, a fixed idea, a sober, waiting, unebbing passion, urging him to righteousness and loving kindness. Kirsty took from her pocket an old translation of Plato's Phaedo, and sat absorbed in it until the star, unheeded of her, attained its goal, and there was Steenie by her side. She shut the book and rose. "I'm a heap better, Kirsty," said Steenie. "The ill colours awa doon the stair, and the saft winds made its way out o' the lift, and swan at me. I maist think a hand cam and clap at my head. Sae noo I'm just as weel as there's ony need to be o' this side the mist. It helped me a heap to ken 'at ye was sitting there. I could aye rin till ye. Noo gang awa to your bed and tak a good sleep. I'm some thinking I'll be hame till my breakfast." "Weel, mother's gane to the toon the morn, and I'll be wanted fell air. I may as weel gang," answered Kirsty, and without a good night or farewell of any sort, for she knew how he felt in regard to leave-takings, Kirsty left him and went slowly home. The moon was up and so bright that every now and then she would stop for a moment and read a little from her book, and then walk on, thinking about it. From that night, even in the stormy dark of winter, Kirsty was not nearly so anxious about Steenie away from the house. On the Horn he had his place of refuge, and she knew he never ventured on the bog after sunset. He always sought her when he wanted to sleep in the daytime, but he was gradually growing quieter in his mind, and Kirsty had reason to think slept a good deal more at night. But the better he grew, the more he had the look of one expecting something, and Kirsty often heard him saying to himself, "It's comin', it's comin'." And at last, she said, telling his story many years after, "At last it came, and ahint it, I dootna, cam the face o' the bonny man." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Phemy Craig. Things went on in the same way for 4 years more, the only visible change being that Kirsty seldomer went about barefooted. She was now between 2 and 23. Her face, whose ordinary expression had always been of quiet, was now in general quieter still. But when heart or soul was moved, it would flash and glow as only such a face could. Live revelation of deeps rarely rippled save by the breath of God, how could it but grow more beautiful? Cloud or shadow of cloud was hardly ever to be seen upon it. Her mother, much younger than her father, was still well and strong, and Kirsty, still not much wanted at home, continued to spend the greater part of her time with her brother and her books. As to her person, she was now in the first flower of harmonious, womanly strength. Nature had indeed done what she could to make her a lady, but nature was not her mother, and Kirsty's essential ladyhood came from higher up, namely, from the source itself of nature. Simple truth was her crown, and grace the garment of it. To see her walk or run was to look on the divine idea of motion. As for Steenie, he looked the same loose, lank lad as before, with a smile almost too sad to be a smile, and a laugh in which there was little hilarity. His pleasures were no doubt deep and high, but seldom, even to Kirsty, manifested themselves, except in the afterglow. Phemy was almost a woman. She was rather little, but had a nice figure, which she knew instinctively how to show to advantage. Her main charm lay in her sweet complexion, strong in its contrast of colours, but wonderfully perfect in the blending of them. The gradations in the live picture were exquisite. She was gentle of temper, with a shallow, bird-like friendliness, and accentuated confidence that everyone meant her well, which was very taking, but she was far too much pleased with herself to be a necessity to anyone else. Her father grew more and more proud of her, but remained entirely independent of her, and Kirsty could not help wondering at times how he would feel were he given one peep into the chaotic mind which he fancied so lovely a cosmos. A good fairy godmother would, for her discipline, Kirsty imagined, turn her into the prettiest wax doll, but with real eyes, and put her in a glass case for the admiration of all, until she sickened of her very consciousness. But Kirsty loved the pretty doll, and cherished any influence she had with her against a possible time when it might be sorely needed. She still encouraged her, therefore, to come to Corbyknowe as often as she felt inclined. Her father never interfered with any of her goings and comings. At the present point of my narrative, however, Kirsty began to notice that Phemy did not care so much for being with her as hitherto. She had been, of course, for some time the cynosure of many neighbouring eyes, but had taken only the more pleasure in the cynosure, none in the persons with the eyes, all of whom she regarded as much below her. To herself she was the only young lady in Tiltawi, an assurance strengthened by the fact that no young man had yet ventured to make love to her, which she took as a general admission of their social inferiority, behaving to all the young men the more sweetly in consequence. The tendency of a weakly artistic nature to occupy itself much with its own dress was largely developed in her. It was wonderful, considering the smallness of her father's income, how well she arrayed herself. She could make a poor and scanty material go a great way in setting off her attractions. The judicial element of the neighbourhood, not content with complaining that she spent so much of her time in making her dresses, accused her of spending much money upon them, whereas she spent less than most of the girls in the neighbourhood, who cared only for a good stuff, a fast colour, and the fashion. Fit to figure and fitness to complexion they did not trouble themselves about. The possession of a fine gown was the important thing. As to how it made them look, they had not imagination enough to consider that. She possessed, however, another faculty on which she prided herself far more, her ignorance and vanity causing her to mistake it for a grand accomplishment, the faculty of verse-making. She inherited a certain modicum of her father's rhythmic and rhyming gift. She could string words almost as well as she could string beads, and many thought her clever because she could do what they could not. Her aunt judged her verses marvellous, and her father considered them full of promise. The minister, on the other hand, held them unmistakably silly, as her father would had they not been hers and she his. Only the poorest part of his poetic equipment had propagated in her, and had he taught her anything, she would not have overvalued it so much. Herself full of mawkish sentimentality, her verses could not fail to be foolish, their whole impulse being the ambition that springs from self-admiration. She had begun to look down on Kirsty, who would so gladly have been a mother to the motherless creature. She was not a lady, neither in speech, manners, nor dress was she or her mother genteel. Their free, hearty, simple bearing, in which was neither smallest roughness nor least suggestion of affected refinement, was not to Phemy's taste, and she began to assume condescending ways. It was of course a humiliation to Phemy to have an aunt in Mrs. Bremner's humble position, but she loved her after her own feeble fashion, and although she would willingly have avoided her upon occasion, went not unfrequently to the castle to see her, for the kind-hearted woman spoiled her. Not only did she admire her beauty and stand amazed at her wonderful cleverness, but she drew from her little store a good part of the money that went to adorn the pretty butterfly. She gave her at the same time the best of advice, and imagined she listened to it. But the young who take advice are almost beyond the need of it. Fools must experience a thing themselves before they will believe it, and then, remaining fools, they wonder that their children will not heed their testimony. Faith is the only charm by which the experience of one becomes a vantage ground for the start of another. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Sham Love. One day Phemy went to Castle Weelset to see her aunt, and, walking down the garden to find her, met the young laird. Through respect for the memory of his father, he had just received from the East India Company a commission in his father's regiment, and having in about 6 weeks to pass the slight examination required, and then sail to join it, had come to see his mother and bid her good-bye. He was a youth no longer, but a handsome young fellow, with a pale face, and a rather weary, therefore what some would call an interesting look. For many months he had been leading an idle life. He lifted his hat to Phemy, looked again, and recognized her. They had been friends when she was a child, but since he saw her last she had grown a young woman. She was gliding past him with a pretty bow, and a prettier blush and smile, when he stopped and held out his hand. "It's not possible," he said. "You can't be little Phemy. Yet you must be. Why, you're a grown lady. To think how you used to sit on my knee and stroke my face. How is your father?" Phemy murmured a shy answer, a little goose, but blushing a very flamingo. In her heart she saw before her the very man for her hero. A woman's hero gives some measure, not of what she is, hardly of what she would like to be, but of what she would like to pass for. Here was the ideal for which Phemy had so long been waiting, and wherein consisted his glory? In youth, position, and good looks. She gazed up at him with a mixture of shyness and boldness not uncommon in persons of her silly kind, and Francis not only saw but felt that she was an unusually pretty girl. Although he had long ceased to admire his mother, he still admired the sort of beauty she once had. He saw also that she was very prettily dressed, and being one of those men who, imagining themselves gentlemen, feel at liberty to take liberties with women socially their inferiors, he plucked a pheasant-eye narcissus in the border, and said, at the same time taking the leave he asked, "Let me finish your dress by adding this to it. Have you got a pin? There, all you wanted to make you just perfect." Her face was now in a very flame. She saw he was right in the flower he had chosen, and he saw not his artistic success only, but her recognition of it as well, and was gratified. He had a keen feeling of harmony in form and color, and flattered women while he paraded his own insight by bringing it to bear on their dress. The flower, in its new position, seemed radiant with something of the same beauty in which it was set. It was like the face above it, and hinted a sympathetic relation with the whole dainty person of the girl. But in truth, there was more expression in the flower than was yet in the face. The flower expressed what God was thinking of when he made it, the face what the girl was thinking of herself. When she ceased thinking of herself, then, like the flower, she would show what God was thinking of when he made her. Francis, like the man he was, thought what a dainty little lady she would make if he had the making of her, and at once began talking as he never would have talked had she been what is conventionally called a lady, with a familiarity, namely, to which their old acquaintance gave him no right, and which showed him not his sister's keeper. She, poor child, was pleased with his presumption, taking it for a sign that he regarded her as a lady, and from that moment her head at least was full of the young laird. She had forgotten all she came about. When he turned and walked down the garden, she walked alongside of him like a linnet by a tall stork, who thought of her as a very pretty green frog. Lost in delight at his kindness, and yet more at his admiration, she felt as safe in his hands as if he had been her guardian angel. Had he not convinced her that her notion of herself was correct? Who should know better whether she was a lady, whether she was lovely or not, than this great, handsome, perfect gentleman? Unchecked by any question of propriety, she accompanied him without hesitation into a little arbor at the bottom of the garden, and sat down with him on the bench there provided for the weary and the idle, in this case a going-to-be gallant officer, bored to death by a week at home with his mother, and a girl who spent most of her time in making, altering, and wearing her dresses. "How good it was of you, Phemy," he said, "to come and see me. I was ready to cut my throat for want of something pretty to look at. I was thinking it the ugliest place with the ugliest of people, wondering how I had ever been able to live in it. How unfair I was! The whole country is beautiful now." "I am so glad," answered poor Phemy, hardly knowing what she said. It was to her the story of a sad gentleman who fell in love at first sight with a beautiful lady who was learning to love him through pity. Her admiration of him was as clear as the red and white on her face, and foolish Francis felt in his turn flattered, for he too was fond of himself. There is no more pitiable sight to lovers of their kind, or any more laughable to its haters, than two persons falling into the love rooted in self-love. But possibly they are neither to be pitied nor laughed at. They may be plunging thus into a saving hell. "You would like to make the world beautiful for me, Phemy?" rejoined Francis. "I should like to make it a paradise," returned Phemy. "A Garden of Eden, and you the Eve in it?" suggested Francis. Phemy could find no answer beyond a confused look and a yet deeper blush. Talk elliptical followed, not unmingled with looks bold and shy. They had not many objects of thought in common, therefore not many subjects for conversation. There was no poetry in Gordon, and but the flimsiest sentiment in Phemy. Her mind was feebly active, his full of tedium. Hers was open to any temptation from him, and his to the temptation of usurping the government of her world, of constituting himself the benefactor of this innocent creature, and enriching her life with the bliss of loving a noble object. Of course he meant nothing serious. Equally of course he would do her no harm. To lose him would make her miserable for a while, but she would not die of love, and would have something to think about all her dull life afterward. Phemy at length got frightened at the thought of being found with him, and together they went to look for her aunt. Finding her in an outhouse that was used for a laundry, Francis told Mrs. Bremner that they had been in the garden ever so long searching for her, and he was very glad of the opportunity of hearing about his old friend, Phemy's father. The aunt was not quite pleased, but said little. The following Sunday she told the schoolmaster what had taken place, and came home in a rage at the idiocy of a man who would not open his eyes when his house was on fire. It was all her sister's fault, she said, for having married such a book idiot. She felt indeed very uncomfortable, and did her best in the way of warning. But Phemy seemed so incapable of understanding what ill could come of letting the young laird talk to her, that she despaired of rousing in her any sense of danger, and having no authority over her, was driven to silence for the present. She would have spoken to her mistress, had she not plainly foreseen that it would be of no use, that she would either laugh and say young men must have their way, or fly into a fury with Phemy for trying to entrap her son, and with Mrs. Bremner for imagining he would look at the hussy, while one thing was certain, that if his mother opposed him, Francis would persist. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Novel Abduction. Phemy went seldom to the castle, but the young laird and she met pretty often. There was solitude enough in that country for an army of lovers. Once or twice Gordon, at Phemy's entreaty, went and took tea with her at her father's, and was cordially received by the schoolmaster, who had no sense of impropriety in their strolling out together afterward, leaving him well content with the company of his books. Before this had happened twice, all the town was talking about it, and predicting evil. Phemy heard nothing, and feared nothing, but if feeling had been weather, and talk tempest, she would have been glad enough to keep within. So rapidly, however, did the whirlwind of tongues extend its gyration, that within half a week it reached Kirsty, and cast her into great trouble. Her poor, silly, defenceless Phemy, the child of her friend, was in danger from the son of her father's friend. Her father could do nothing, for Francis would not listen to him. Therefore she herself must do something. She could not sit still and look on at the devil's work. Having always been on terms of sacred intimacy with her mother, she knew more of the dangers of the world, while she was far safer from them, than such girls as their natural guardians watch instead of fortifying, and understood perfectly that an unwise man is not to be trusted with a foolish girl. She felt, therefore, that inaction on her part would be faithlessness to the teaching of her mother, as well as treachery to her father, whose friend's son was in peril of doing a fearful wrong to one whom he owed almost a brother's protection for his schoolmaster's sake. She did not believe that Francis meant Phemy any harm, but was certain he thought too much of himself ever to marry her, and were the poor child's feelings to go for nothing? She had no hope that Phemy would listen to expostulation from her, but she must in fairness, before she did anything, have some speech with her. She made repeated efforts, therefore, to see her, but without success. She tried one time of the day after another, but now by accident and now by clever contrivance, Phemy was not to be come at. She had of late grown tricky. One of the windows of the schoolmaster's house commanded the street in both directions, and Phemy commanded the window. When she saw Kirsty coming, she would run into the garden and take refuge in the summer-house, telling the servant on her way that she was going out and did not know what time she would be in. On more occasions than one, Kirsty said she would wait, when Phemy, learning she was not gone, went out in earnest, and took care she had enough of waiting. Such shifts of cunning no doubt served laughter to the lovers when next they met, but they showed that Phemy was in some degree afraid of Kirsty. Had Kirsty known the schoolmaster no better than his sister-in-law knew him, she would, like her, have gone to him, but she was perfectly certain that it would be almost impossible to rouse him, and that, once convinced that his confidence had been abused, he would be utterly furious, and probably bear himself in such fashion as to make Phemy desperate, perhaps make her hate him. As it was, he turned a deaf ear and indignant heart to every one of the reports that reached him. To listen to it would be to doubt his child. Why should not the young laird fall in love with her? What more natural? Was she not worthy as much honour as any man, be he who he might, could confer upon her? He cursed the gossips of the town, and returned to his book. Convinced at length that Phemy declined an interview, Kirsty resolved to take her own way, and her way was a somewhat masterful one. About a mile from Castle Weelset, in the direction of Tiltowie, the road was, for a few hundred yards, close flanked by steep, heathery braes. Now Kirsty had heard of Phemy's being several times seen on this road of late, and near the part of it I have just described, she resolved to waylay her. From the brae on the side next Corbyknowe, she could see the road for some distance in either direction. For a week she watched in vain. She saw the two pass together more than once, and she saw Francis pass alone, but she had never seen Phemy alone. One morning, just as she arrived at her usual outlook, she saw Mrs. Bremner in the road below, coming from the castle, and ran down to speak to her. In the course of their conversation, she learned that Francis was to start for London the next morning. When they parted, the old woman assuming her walk to Tiltowie, Kirsty climbed the brae and sat down in the heather. She was more anxious than ever. She had done her best, but it had come to nothing, and now she had but one chance more. That Francis Gordon was going away so soon was good news, but what might not happen even yet before he went? At the same time she could think of nothing better than keep watch, as hitherto, firm as to her course if she saw Phemy alone, but now determined to speak to both if Francis was with her, and all but determined to speak to Francis alone, if an opportunity of doing so should be given her. All the morning and afternoon she watched in vain, eating nothing but a piece of bread that Steenie brought her. At last, in the evening, it was an evening in September, cold and clear, the sun down and a melancholy glory hanging over the place of his vanishing, she spied the solitary form of Phemy, hastening along the road in the direction of the castle. Although she had been on the outlook for her all day, she was at the moment so taken up with the sunset that Phemy was almost under where she stood before she saw her. She ran at full speed 100 yards, then slid down a part of the brae too steep to climb, and leaped into the road a few feet in front of Phemy, so suddenly that the girl started with a cry, and stopped. The moment she saw who it was, however, she drew herself up, and would have passed with a stiff greeting. But Kirsty stood in front of her, and would not permit her. "What do you want, Kirsty Barclay?" demanded Phemy, who had within the last week or two advanced considerably in confidence of manner. "I am in a hurry." "Ye're in a waur hurry nor ye ken, for your hurry sud be the ither gate," answered Kirsty. "And I'm gain to turn ye, or at least no gain to let ye gang, unheard a bit of the trouth frae a woman older nor yoursel. Lassie, ye seem to think naebody worth hearkening till a word frae, 'cept ae man. But I mean ye to hearken to me. Ye dinna ken what you're aboot. I ken Francie Gordon a heap better nor you, and though I ken nae ill o' him, I ken as little good. He never did naething yet but to please himsel, and there never cam salvation or comfort to man, woman, or bairn, for a ony poor cratur like him." "How dare you speak such lies of a gentleman behind his back?" cried Phemy, her eyes flashing. "He is a friend of mine, and I will not hear him maligned." "There's small harm can come to any man frae the trouth, Phemy," answered Kirsty. "Set the man afore me, and I'll say word for word into his face what I'm saying to you ahint his back." "Miss Barclay," rejoined Phemy, with a rather pitiable attempt at dignity, "I can permit no one to call me by my Christian name, who speaks ill of the man to whom I am engaged." "That's be as ye please, Miss Craig, but I would let ye call me all the ill names in the dictionary to get you to hark to me. I'm telling ye naething but what's true as death." "I call no one names. I am always civil to my neighbours, whoever they may be. I will not listen to you." "Eh, lassie, there's but few o' your neighbours ceevil to your name, whatever they be to yoursel. There's hardly ane has a good word for ye, Phemy. Miss Craig, I beg your pardon." "Their lying tongues are nothing to me. I know what I am about. I will not stay a moment longer with you. I have an important engagement." Once more, as several times already, she would have passed her, but Kirsty stepped yet again in front of her. "I can weel tak your word," replied Kirsty, "at ye hae an engagement, but ye said a minute ago 'at ye was engaged to him. Tell me an ae word. Has Francie Gordon promised to marry ye?" "He has as good as asked me," answered Phemy, who had fits of apprehensive recoil from a downright lie. "Noo, there I could maist believe ye. Aye, that would be ill enough for Francie. He never was a doonright lear, sae lang's I kenned him, ony more nor yoursel. But for God's sake, Phemy, dinna imagine he'll ever marry ye, for that he will not." "This is really insufferable," cried Phemy, in a voice that began to tremble from the approach of angry tears. "Pray, have you a claim upon him?" "Nane, no a shadow o' ane," returned Kirsty. "But my father and his father were like brithers, and we hae all to do what we can for his father's son. I would fain hand him ungotten into trouble wi' you or ony lass." "I get him into trouble? Really, Miss Barclay, I do not know how to understand you." "I see I maun be plain wi' ye. I wouldna hae you get him into trouble by latting him get you into trouble, and that's plain spaking." "You insult me," said Phemy. "You drive me to spake plain," answered Kirsty. "That lad, Francie Gordon—" "Speak with respect of your superiors," interrupted Phemy. "I'll spake wi' respect o' anybody I hae respect for," answered Kirsty. "Let me pass, you rude young woman," cried Phemy, who had of late been cultivating in her imagination such speech as she thought would befit Mrs. Gordon of Castle Weelset. "I winna lat ye pass," answered Kirsty. "That is, no till ye hear what I hae to say to ye." "Then you must take the consequences," rejoined Phemy, and in the hope that her lover would prove within earshot, began a piercing scream. It roused something in Kirsty which she could not afterward identify. She was sure it had nothing to do with anger. She felt, she said, as if she had to deal with a child who insisted on playing with fire beside a barrel of gunpowder. At the same time she did nothing but what she had beforehand, in case of the repulse she expected, resolved upon. She caught up the little would-be lady, as if she had been that same naughty child, and the suddenness of the action so astonished her, that for a moment or two she neither moved nor uttered a sound. The next, however, she began to shriek and struggle wildly, as if in the hug of a bear or the coils of an anaconda. whereupon Kirsty closed her mouth with one hand, while she held her fast with the other. It was a violent proceeding, doubtless, but Kirsty chose to be thus far an offender, and yet farther. Bearing her as best she could in one arm, she ran with her toward Tiltowie, until she reached a place where the road was bordered by a more practicable slope. There she took to the moorland, and made for Corbyknowe. Her resolve had been from the first, if Phemy would not listen, to carry her, like the unmanageable child she was, home to the mother whose voice had always been to herself the oracle of God. It was in a loving embrace, though hardly a comfortable one, and to a heart full of pity that she pressed the poor little runaway lamb. Her mother was God's vicar for all in trouble. She would bring the child to reason. Her heart beating mightily with love and labour, she waded through the heather, hurrying along the moor. It was a strange abduction, but Kirsty was divinely simple, and that way strange. Not until they were out of sight of the road did she set her down. "Noo, Phemy," she said, panting as she spoke, "haud your tongue like a good lassie, and come awa upon your ain feet." Phemy took at once to her heels and her throat, and ran shrieking back toward the road, with Kirsty after her like a greyhound. Phemy had for some time given up struggling and trying to shriek, and was therefore in better breath than Kirsty, whose lungs were pumping hard. But she had not a chance with her, for there was more muscle in one of Kirsty's legs than in Phemy's whole body. In a moment she had her in her arms again, and so fast that she could not even kick. She gave way and burst into tears. Kirsty relaxed her hold. "What are you going to do with me?" sobbed Phemy. "I'm taking ye to the best place I ken, hame to my mother," answered Kirsty, striding on for home heaven as straight as she could go. "I winna gang," cried Phemy, whose Scotch had returned with her tears. "Ye are gaein'," returned Kirsty dryly. "At least I'm taking ye, and that's neist best." "What for? I never did ye an ill turn 'at I kenna," said Phemy, and burst afresh into tears of self-pity and sense of wrong. "Na, my bonny doo," answered Kirsty, "ye never did me ony ill turn. It wasna in ye. But that's the less reason 'at I sudna do you a good ane. And your father has been like the bountiful himsel to me. It's no muckle I can do for you or for him, but there's ae thing I'm set upo', and that's haudin' ye frae Francie Gordon the night. He'll be awa the morn." "What told ye that?" returned Phemy with a start. "Just your ain aunt, honest woman," answered Kirsty, "and sair she grat as she told me, but it wasna at his gain." "She might ha' held a tongue o' her till he was gane. What was there to greet about?" "Maybe she thought o' her sister's bairn in a trouble its silence wouldna hide," answered Kirsty. "Ye haena a notion, lassie, what you're doing with yoursel', but my mither'll let ye ken, say that ye gang na blindlands until the tod's hole." "Ye dinna ken Frank, or ye wouldna spake o' him that gait." "I ken him ower weel to trust you till him." "It's naething but ye're envious o' me, Kirsty, 'cause ye canna get him yoursel'. He would never look at a lass like you." "It's weel a body sees na wi' the same een, Phemy. Gien I had your Francie in the parritch pot, I wouldna pike him oot, but fling frae me pat and porridge. For all that, I hae a hale side o' my hurt soft till him. My father and his lo'ed like brithers." "That canna be, Kirsty, and it's no like ye to blaw. Your father was a common soldier, and his was colonel of the regiment." "Alluin," was all Kirsty's answer. Phemy betook herself to entreaty. "Let me gang, Kirsty, please. I'll gang doon on my knees till ye. I canna bide him to think I've played him fause." "He'll play you fause, my lamb, whatever ye do or he think. It maks my hurt sair to ken that no good will your hurt get o' his. He s' no see you the night ony gate." Phemy uttered a childish howl, but immediately choked it with a proud sob. "You're hurting me, Kirsty," she said, after a minute or so of silence. "Let me doon, and I'll gang straight home to my father. I promise ye." "I'll set you doon," answered Kirsty, "but you maun come hame to my mither." "What'll my father think?" "I'se no forget your father," said Kirsty. She sent out a strange, piercing cry, set Phemy down, took her hand in hers, and went on, Phemy making no resistance. In about 3 minutes there was a noise in the heather, and Snootie came rushing to Kirsty. A few moments more, and Steenie appeared. He lifted his bonnet to Phemy, and stood waiting his sister's commands. "Steenie," she said, "tak the dog wi' ye, and run doon the toon, and tell Mr. Craig 'at Phemy here's coming hame wi' me, to bide the night. Ye winna be langer nor ye canna help, and ye'll come to the hoose afore ye gang to the hill." "I'll do that, Kirsty. Come, doggie." Steenie never went to the town of his own accord, and Kirsty never liked him to go, for the boys were rude, but tonight it would be dark before he reached it. "You're no surely going to guard me bide all night," said Phemy, beginning again to cry. "I am that, the night, and maybe the morn's night, and ony number of nights, till we're sure he's awa'," answered Kirsty, resuming her walk. Phemy wept aloud, but did not try to escape. "And him going to promise this very night that he would marry me," she cried, but through her tears and sobs her words were indistinct. Kirsty stopped and faced round on her. "He promised to marry ye," she said. "I didna say that. I said he was going to promise the night, and now he'll be gang and never a word said." "He promised, did he? And he would promise the night? Francie, ye're no your father's son. He promised to marry ye. You poor gowk o' a bonny lassie. Gien I met him the night, it came to that." All Kirsty's inborn motherhood awoke. She turned to her, and clasping the silly thing in her arms, cried out, "Poor wee Doughty! Gien he hae a hurt ony bigger nor Tod Lowrie's, the fox's ain, he'll come to ye at the now, and say what he has to say." "He winna ken where I am," answered Phemy, with an agonized burst of dry sobbing. "Will he noo? I see to that, and this very night," exclaimed Kirsty. "I'll gie him ilka chance to do the right thing." "But he'll be angered at me." "What for? Did he tell you no to tell?" "Aye, did he?" "Waur and waur!" cried Kirsty indignantly. "He would hae ye a' in his grup. He tell't ye, nae doot, 'at ye was the bonniest lassie 'at ever was seen, and bepraised ye 'at your ain minnie wouldna hae kenned ye. Just tell me, Phemy, dinna ye think a hantle mair o' yoursel's, and he took ye in hand?" She would have Phemy see that she had gathered from him no figs or grapes, only thorns and thistles. Phemy made no reply. Had she not every right to think well of herself? He had never said anything to her on that subject which she was not quite ready to believe. Kirsty seemed to divine what was passing in her thought. "A man," she said, "'at disna tell you the truth about himsel' is no likely to tell you the truth about yoursel'. Did he tell you hoo many lassies he had said the same thing till, afore ever he came to you? It mattered little sae lang as they were lasses as hurtless and toom-hated as himsel', and o'erweel used to sic havers. But a lassie like you, 'at never afore hearkened to sic like, she taks them all for troth, and the lean saw o' him gars her trow there was never on earth sic a wonderful cratur as her. What pleasure there can be in leans mair nor I can fathom. You're just a gay bonny lassie, sic like as mony anither, but gien you were all glorious within, like the Queen of Sheba, or whaever she may happen to hae been, there wad be naething to be prood o' in that, seeing ye didna contrive yoursel'. No ae stain to big yoursel' hae ye putten upo' the tap o' anither." Phemy was nowise capable of understanding such statement and deduction. If she was lovely, as Frank told her, and as she saw in the glass, why should she not be pleased with herself? If Kirsty had been made like her, she would have been just as vain as she. All her life the doll never saw the beauty of the woman. Beside Phemy, Kirsty walked like an Olympian goddess beside the naiad of a brook. And Kirsty was a goddess, for she was what she had to be, and never thought about it. Phemy sank down in the heather, declaring she could go no farther, and looked so white and so pitiful, that Kirsty's heart filled afresh with compassion. Like the mother she was, she took the poor girl yet again in her arms, and carrying her quite easily now that she did not struggle, walked with her straight into her mother's kitchen. Mrs. Barclay sat darning the stocking which would have been Kirsty's affair had she not been stocking Phemy. She took it out of her mother's hands and laid the girl in her lap. "There's a new bairnie till ye, mother. Ye mun doubt her a wee, she's unco tired," she said, and seating herself on a stool, went on with the darning of the stocking. Mistress Barclay looked down on Phemy with such a face of loving benignity, that the poor miserable girl threw her arms round her neck, and laid her head on her bosom. Instinctively the mother began to hush and soothe her, and in a moment more was singing a lullaby to her. Phemy fell fast asleep. Then Kirsty told what she had done, and while she spoke, the mother sat silent, brooding, and hushing, and thinking. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Phemy's Champion. When she had told all, Kirsty rose, and laying aside the stocking, said, "I maun awa to Weelset, mother. I promised the bairn I would let Francie ken where she was, and gie him the chance of saying his say till her. Verra weel, lassie, ye ken what you're aboot, and I s' no interfere with ye. But ye'll be tired afore ye win to your bed." "I'll no tramp it, mother. I'll tak the grey mere." "She's gay and fresh, lassie. Ye maun be on your guard." "All the better," returned Kirsty. "To hear ye, mother, a body would think I couldna ride." "Forbid it, bairn. Your father says, man or woman, there's no ane i' the countryside like ye upo' the beast back." "They tak to me, the craters. It was themselves learnt me to ride," answered Kirsty, as she took a riding whip from the wall and went out of the kitchen. The mare looked round when she entered the stable, and whinnied. Kirsty petted and stroked her, gave her 2 or 3 handfuls of oats, and, while she was eating, strapped a cloth on her back. There was no side saddle about the farm. Kirsty could ride well enough sideways on a man's, but she liked the way her father had taught her far better. Utterly fearless, she had, in his training from childhood until he could do no more for her, grown a horsewoman such as few. The moment the mare had finished her oats, she bridled her, led her out, and sprang on her back, where, sitting as on a pillion, she rode quietly out of the farm close. The moment she was beyond the gate, she leaned back, and throwing her right foot over the mare's crest, rode like an Amazon, at ease and with mastery. At the same moment the mare was away, up hill and down dale, almost at racing speed. Had the coming moon been above the horizon, the Amazon farm girl would have been worth meeting. So perfectly did she yield her lithe, strong body to every motion of the mare, abrupt or undulant, that neither ever felt a jar, and their movements seemed the outcome of a vital force common to the two. Kirsty never thought whether she was riding well or ill, gracefully or otherwise, but the mare knew that all was right between them. Kirsty never touched the bridle, except to moderate the mare's pace when she was too much excited to heed what she said to her. Doubtless, to many eyes, she would have looked better in a riding habit, but she would have felt like an eagle in a nightgown. She wore a full wincey petticoat, which she managed perfectly, and stockings of the same colour. On her head she had nothing but the silk net at that time and in that quarter much worn by young unmarried women. In the rush of the gallop it slipped, and its content escaped. She put the net in her pocket, and cast a knot upon her long hair as if it had been a rope. This she did without even slackening her speed, transferring from her hand to her teeth the whip she carried. It was one Colonel Gordon had given her father, in remembrance of a little adventure they had together, in which a lash from it in the dark night was mistaken for a sword cut, and did them no small service. By the time they reached the castle, the moon was above the horizon. Kirsty brought the mare to a walk, and resuming her pillion seat, remanded her hair to its cage, and readjusted her skirt. Then, setting herself as in a side saddle, she rode gently up to the castle door. A manservant, happening to see her from the hall window, saved her having to ring the bell, and greeted her respectfully, for everybody knew Corbyknowe's Kirsty. She said she wanted to see Mr. Gordon, and suggested that perhaps he would be kind enough to speak to her at the door. The man went to find his master, and in a minute or two brought the message that Mr. Gordon would be with her presently. Kirsty drew her mare back into the shadow which, the moon being yet low, a great rock on the crest of a neighbouring hill cast upon the approach, and waited. It was 3 minutes before Francis came sauntering bareheaded round the corner of the house, his hands in his pockets and a cigar in his mouth. He gave a glance round, not seeing his visitor at once, and then with a nod came toward her, still smoking. His nonchalance, I believe, was forced and meant to cover uneasiness. For all that had passed to make him forget Kirsty, he yet remembered her uncomfortably, and at the present moment could not help regarding her as an angelic bête noire, of whom he was more afraid than of any other human being. He approached her in a sort of sidling stroll, as if he had no actual business with her, but thought of just asking whether she would sell her horse. He did not speak, and Kirsty sat motionless until he was near enough for a low-voiced conference. "What are ye aboot with Phemy Craig, Francie?" she began, without a word of greeting. Kirsty was one of the few who practically deny time, with whom what was is, what is will be. She spoke to the tall, handsome man in the same tone and with the same forms as when they were boy and girl together. He had meant their conversation to be at arm's length, so to say, but his intention broke down at once, and he answered her in the same style. "I ken naething aboot her. What for should I?" he answered. "I ken ye dinna ken whar she is, for I div," returned Kirsty. "Ye answer a question I never spiered. What are ye aboot wi' Phemy? I challenge ye again." "Poor lassie, she has nae brither to say the word." "That's all very weel, but ye see, Kirsty," he began, then stopped, and having stared at her a moment in silence, exclaimed, "Lord, what a splendid woman you've grown!" He had probably been drinking with his mother. Kirsty sat speechless, motionless, changeless as a soldier on guard. Gordon had to resume and finish his sentence. "As I was going to say, you can't take the place of a brother to her, Kirsty, else I should know how to answer you. It's awkward when a lady takes you to task," he added with a drawl. "Dinna ye trouble your head about that, Francie. Hurt you hae little to trouble about onything," rejoined Kirsty. Then changing to English as he had done, she went on, "I claim no consideration on that score." Francis Gordon felt very uncomfortable. It was deuced hard to be bullied by a woman. He stood silent because he had nothing to say. "Do you mean to marry my Phemy?" asked Kirsty. "Really, Miss Barclay," Francis began, but Kirsty interrupted him. "Mr. Gordon," she said sternly, "be a man and answer me. If you mean to marry her, say so, and go and tell her father, or my father, if you prefer. She is at the now. Miserable poor child, that she did not meet you tonight. That was my doing. She could not help herself." Gordon broke into a strained laugh. "Well, you've got her, and you can keep her," he said. "You have not answered my question." "Really, Miss Barclay, you must not be too hard on a man. Is a fellow not to speak to a woman, but he must say at once whether or not he intends to marry her? Answer my question. It is a ridiculous one." "You have been trysting with her almost every night for something like a month," rejoined Kirsty, "and the question is not at all ridiculous." "Let it be granted then, and let the proper person ask me the question, and I will answer it. You, pardon me, have nothing to do with the matter in hand." "That is the answer of a coward," returned Kirsty, her cheek flaming at last. "You know the guileless nature of your old schoolmaster, and take advantage of it. You know that the poor girl has not a man to look to, and you will not have a woman befriend her. It is cowardly, ungrateful, mean, treacherous. You are a bad man, Francie. You always were a fool, but now you are a wicked fool. If I were her brother, if I were a man, I would thrash you." "It's a good thing you're not able, Kirsty. I should be frightened," said Gordon, with a laugh and a shrug, thinking to throw the thing aside as done with. I said if I was a man, returned Kirsty. I did not say if I was able. I am able. I don't see why a woman should leave to any man what she's able to do for herself, said Kirsty, as if communing with her own thoughts. Francie, you are no gentleman. You're a scoundrel and a coward, she immediately added aloud. Very well, returned Frances angrily. Since you choose to be treated as a man, and tell me I'm no gentleman, I tell you I wouldn't marry the girl if the two of you went on your knees to me. A common, silly, country-bred flirt, ready for anything a man— Kirsty's whip descended upon him with a merciless lash. The hiss of it, as it cut the air with all the force of her strong arm, startled her mare, and she sprang aside, so that Kirsty, who, leaning forward, had thrown the strength of her whole body into the blow, could not but lose her seat. But it was only to stand upright on her feet, fronting her— call him enemy, antagonist, victim, what you will. Gordon was grasping his head. The blow had for a moment blinded him. She gave him another stinging cut across the hands. That's frae your father. The whoop was his, and his sword never did fairer work, she said. I hae done for him what I could, she added in a low, sorrowful voice, and stepped back, as having fulfilled her mission. He rushed at her with a sudden torrent of evil words, but he was no match for her in agility, as I am almost certain he would have proved none in strength had she allowed him to close with her. She avoided him as she had more than once jinked a charging bull, every now and then dealing him another sharp blow from his father's whip. The treatment began to bring him to his senses. For God's sake, Kirsty, he cried, ceasing his attempts to lay hold of her, behaud, or we'll hae the hale hoose oot, and what'll come o' me then, I daurna think. I doot I'll never hear the last o't as 'tis. Am I to trust ye, Francie? I winna lay a finger upo' ye, damn ye, he said in mingled wrath and humiliation. Throughout, Kirsty had held her mare by the bridle, and she, although behaving as well as she could, had, in the fright the laird's rushes and the sounds of the whip caused her, added not a little to her mistress's difficulties. Just as she sprang on her back, the door opened, and faces looked peering out, whereupon with a cut or two she encouraged a few wild gambols, so that all the trouble seemed to have been with the mare. Then she rode quietly through the gate. Gordon stood in a motionless fury until he heard the soft thunder of the mare's hoofs on the turf as Kirsty rode home at a fierce gallop. Then he turned and went into the house, not to communicate what had taken place, but to lie about it as like truth as he might find possible. About halfway home, on the side of a hill across which a low wind, the long death moan of autumn, blew with a hopeless, undulant, but not intermittent wail among the heather, Kirsty broke into a passionate fit of weeping. But ere she reached home, all traces of her tears had vanished. Gordon did not go the next day, nor the day after, but he never saw Phemy again. It was a week before he showed himself, and then he was not a beautiful sight. He attributed the one visible wale on his cheek and temple to a blow from a twig as he ran in the dusk through the shrubbery after a strange dog. Even at the castle they did not know exactly when he left it. His luggage was sent after him. The domestics at least were perplexed as to the wale on his face, until the man to whom Kirsty had spoken at the door hazarded a conjecture or two, which, being not far from the truth, and as such accepted, the general admiration and respect which already haloed Corbyknowe's Kirsty were thenceforward mingled with a little wholesome fear. When Kirsty told her father and mother what she had done at Castle Weelset, neither said a word. Her mother turned her head away, but the light in her father's eyes, had she any doubt as to how they would take it, would have put her quite at her ease. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Frances Gordon's Champion. Poor little Phemy was in bed, and had cried herself asleep. Kirsty was more tired than she had ever been before. She went to bed at once, but for a long time not to sleep. She had no doubt her parents approved of the chastisement she had given Gordon, and she herself nowise repented of it. Yet the instant she lay down, back came the same sudden something that set her weeping on the hillside. As then, all unsent for, the face of Francie Gordon, such as he was in their childhood, rose before her, but marred by her hand with stripes of disgrace from his father's whip. And with the vision came again the torrent of her tears, for if his father had then struck him so, she would have been bold in his defence. She pressed her face into the pillow, lest her sobs should be heard. She was by no means a young woman ready to weep, but the thought of the boy face, with her blows upon it, got within her guard and ran her through the heart. It seemed as if never more would she escape the imagined sight. It is a sore thing when a woman, born a protector, has for protection to become an avenger, and severe was the revulsion in Kirsty from an act of violence foreign to the whole habit, though nowise inconsistent with the character, of the calm, thoughtful woman. She had never struck even the one-horned cow that would, for very cursedness, kick over the milk-pail. Hers was the wrath of the mother, whose very presence in a calm soul is its justification, for how could it be there but by the original energy? The wrath was gone, and the mother soul turned against itself, not in judgment at all, but in irrepressible feeling. She did not for one moment think, I repeat, that she ought not to have done it, and she was glad in her heart to know that what he had said and she had done must keep Phemy and him apart. But there was the blow on the face of the boy she had loved, and there was the reflex wound in her own soul. Surely she loved him yet with her mother love, else how could she have been angry enough with him to strike him? For weeks the pain lasted keen, and it was ever after ready to return. It was a human type of the divine suffering in the discipline of the sinner, which, with some of the old prophets, takes the shape of God's repenting of the evils he has brought on his people, and was the only trouble she ever kept from her mother. She feared to wake her own pain in the dearer heart. She could have told her father, for, although he was, she knew, just as loving as her mother, he was not so soft-hearted, and would not, she thought, distress himself about an ache more or less in a heart that had done its duty. But as she could not tell her mother, she would not tell her father. But her father and mother saw that a change had passed upon her, and partially, if not quite, understood the nature of it. They perceived that she left behind her on that night a measure of her gaiety, that thereafter she was yet gentler to her parents, and if possible, yet tenderer to her brother. For all the superiority constantly manifested by her in her relations with Francis, the feeling was never absent from her that he was of a race above her own, and now the visage of the young officer in her father's old regiment never, any more than that of her playfellow, rose in her mind's eye, uncrossed by the livid mark of her whip from the temple down the cheek. Whether she had actually seen it so, she did not certainly remember, but so it always came to her, and the face of the man never cost her a tear. It was only that of the boy that made her weep. Another thing distressed her even more. The instant ere she struck the first blow, the worst blow, she saw on his face an expression so meanly selfish that she felt as if she hated him. That expression had vanished from her visual memory. Her whip had wiped it away, but she knew that for a moment she had all but hated him, if it was indeed all but. All the house was careful the next morning that Phemy should not be disturbed, and when at length the poor child appeared, looking as if her colour was not in grain, and so had been washed out by her tears, Kirsty made haste to get her a nice breakfast, and would answer none of her questions until she had made a proper meal. "Noo, Kirsty," said Phemy at last, "you maun tell me what he said when you loot him ken that I couldna win till him, 'cause you wadna let me." "He saidna muckle to that. I didna think he had been sair missing ye." "I see you're no gain to tell me the trouth, Kirsty. I ken by mysel' he maun hae been missing me dreadful." Ye can judge nae man by yoursel, Phemy. Men's no like his lass folk. Phemy laughed superior. What ken ye aboot men, Kirsty? There never came a man near ye, i' the way of making up to ye. I'm no pretending to any experience, returned Kirsty. I would only hae ye take counsel with common sense. Is't likely, Phemy, at a man with grand relations and grand notions, a man with a fouth of great ladies in his acquaintance, to make a fool o' him and themselves thegither, special noo 'at he's an officer at the company's service. Is't ony gate likely, I say, 'at he sud be as muckle ta'en up wi' a wee bit country lassie as she couldna but be wi' him? Noo, Kirsty, ye just needna gang aboot to gar me mistrust ane was very mere o' all knightly courtesy, rejoined Phemy, speaking out of the high-flown, thin atmosphere she thought the region of poetry. For ye canna, naething ever onybody said could gar me think different o' him. Nor naething ever he said himsel'? Asked Kirsty. Naething, answered Phemy, with strength and decision. No gien it was 'at naething would ever gar him marry ye. That he might weel say, for he winna need garring. But he never said it, and ye needna try to thrap it upo' me, she added, in a tone that showed the very idea too painful. He did say it, Phemy. What tell't ye? It's lies! Somebody's leein'. He said it till me himsel'. Never a lee has onybody had a chance of putting into the tale. He never said it, Kirsty, cried Phemy, her cheeks now glowing, now pale as death. He daurna! He daured, and he daured to me. He said I wouldna marry her, gien baith o' ye gaed doon upo' your knees to me. Ye maun hae sair angered him, Kirsty, or he wouldna hae said it. Of course he wasna to be guided by you. He couldna hae meaned what he said. He would never hae said it to me. I wish with all my heart I hadna latten ye tell him. Ye hae ruined all. Ye never loot me gang, Phemy. It was my business to gang. I see what's intil't, cried Phemy, bursting into tears. Ye telled him how little ye thought o' me, and that garred him change his mind. Would he be worth greeting about gien that were the case, Phemy? But ye ken it wasna that. Ye ken that I couldna do onything of the sort. I'm just ashamed to deny it. Who am I to ken? There's nae a woman born but would fain hae him to hersel'. Kirsty held her peace for pity, thinking what she could say to convince her of Gordon's faithlessness. He didna say he hadna promised, resumed Phemy through her sobs. We camna up on that. That's what I'm thinking. I kenna what you're thinking, Phemy. What did he gie him, Kirsty, when he told ye, no 'at I believe a word o't, 'at he would nane o' me? Kirsty laughed with a scorn none the less clear that it was quiet. Just a good licking, she answered. Laughed Phemy hysterically. I tell't ye he was leein'. Ye hae been naething but leein'. All for fun, of course, I ken that, to make a fool o' me for being fleyt. Despair for a moment seemed to overwhelm Kirsty. Was it for this she had so wounded her own soul? How was she to make the poor child understand? She lifted up her heart in silence. At last she said, Ye winna see mair o' him this year or twa any gait, I'm thinking. Gien ever ye get a skart o' his pen, it'll surprise me. But gien ever ye hae the chance, which may God forbid, tell him I said I had gien him his licks, and dared him to come and deny it to my face. He winna do that, Phemy. He kens ower weel I would just gie him them again. He would kill ye, Kirsty. You gie him his licks. He might kill me, but he'd hae a pair to his licks first. And noo, gien ye dinna believe me, I winna answer a single question mair ye put to me. I hae been telling ye, no God's truth, it's true, but the deevil's, and it's no use, for ye winna believe a word o't. Phemy rose up, a pygmy fury. And ye laid hand to cheek o' that king o' men, Kirsty Barclay. Lord, how'd me own killed her? Little howds me frae riving ye to bits with my twa hands.
I laid na hand to cheek of Francie Gordon, Phemy. I just thresh him wi' his father's ain riding whip, and my heart's like to break to think o' it. I doot he'll carry the marks till's grave." Kirsty broke into a convulsion of silent sobs and tears. "Kirsty Barclay, you're a deevil!" cried Phemy in a hoarse whisper. She was spent with passion. The little creature stood before Kirsty, her hands clenched and shaking with rage, blue flashes darting about in her eyes. Kirsty, at once controlling the passion of her own heart, sat still as a statue, regarding her with a sad pity. A sparrow stood chattering at a big white brooding dove, and the dove sorrowed for the sparrow, but did not know how to help the fluttering thing. "Lord," cried Phemy, "I'll be cursing all the world and God himsel' gien I gang on this gate. You false woman!" Kirsty sprang upon her at one bound from her seat, threw her arms round her so that she could not move hers, and sitting down with her on her lap, said, "Phemy, gien I was your mither, I would gie ye your licks for saying what ye didna in your heart believe. All the time ye was keeping company with Francie Gordon, ye ken in your ain soul ye was never recht sure o' him, and noo I tell ye plainly that, although I struck him times and times with my whip, and sared him weel, I did not believe him sae ill-contrived as ye would gar me think him. Him and me was bairns together, and I ken the nature of him, and tak his part again ye, for, out of pride and ambition, ye're an enemy to him. I div not believe ever he promised to marry ye. He's behaved ill enough wanting that, letting a gowk o' a lassie like you believe what ye like it, and him only carrying on wi' ye for the ploy o' it, haeing nothing to do, and sick o' his ain toom head and still toomer heart. But a man's word's his word, and Francie's no sae ill as your tale would make him. There, Phemy, I hae said my say." She loosed her arms, but Phemy lay still, and putting her arms round Kirsty's neck, wept in a bitter silence. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Mutual Ministration. In a minute or so the door opened, and Steenie, coming one step into the kitchen, stood and stared with such a face of concern that Kirsty was obliged to speak. I do not believe he had ever before seen a woman weeping. He shivered visibly. "Phemy's no that weel," she said. "Her heart's sae sair it gars her great. She canna help greeting, poor Doughty." Phemy lifted her face from Kirsty's bosom, where, like a miserable child, she had been pressing it hard, and, seeming to have lost in the depth of her grief all her natural shyness, looked at Steenie with the most pitiful look ever countenance wore. Her rage had turned to self-commiseration. The cloud of mingled emotion and distress on the visage of Steenie wavered, shifted, changed, and settled into the divinest look of pity and protection. Kirsty said she never saw anything so unmistakably godlike upon human countenance. Involuntarily she murmured, "Eh, the bonny man." He turned away from them, and his head bent upon his breast, stood for a time utterly motionless. Even Phemy, overpowered and stilled by that last look he cast upon her, gazed at him with involuntary reverence. But only Kirsty knew that the half-witted had sought and found audience with the Eternal, and was now in his presence. He remained in this position, Kirsty thought, about 3 minutes. Then he lifted his head and walked straight from the house, nor turned nor spoke. Kirsty did not go after him. She feared to tread on holy ground uninvited, nor would she leave Phemy until her mother came. She got up, set the poor girl on the chair, and began to get ready the midday meal, hoping Phemy would help her and gain some comfort from activity. Nor was she disappointed. With a childish air of abstraction, Phemy rose and began, as of old in the house, to busy herself,
and Kirsty felt much relieved. But oh, she said to herself, the sairness o' that wee hertie in the inside o' her. Phemy never spoke, and went about her work mechanically. When at length Mrs. Barclay came into the kitchen, Kirsty thought it better to leave them together, and went to find Steenie. She spent the rest of the day with him. Neither said a word about Phemy, but Steenie's countenance shone all the afternoon, and she left him at night in his house on the Horn, still in the afterglow of the meditation which had irradiated him in the morning. When she came home, Kirsty found that her mother had put Phemy to bed. The poor child had scarcely spoken all day, and seemed to have no life in her. In the evening, an attack of shivering, with other symptoms, showed she was physically ill. Mrs. Barclay had sent for her father, but the girl was asleep when he came. Aware that he would not hear a word casting doubt on his daughter's discretion, and fearing therefore that, if she told him how she came to be there, he would take her home at any risk, where she would not be so well cared for as at the Knowe, she had told him nothing of what had taken place, and he, thinking her ailment would prove but a bad cold, had gone back to his books without seeing her. At Mrs. Barclay's entreaty he had promised to send the doctor, but never thought of it again. All the night long, and Kirsty knew he was near, Steenie was roving within sight of the window where the light was burning. He did not know that Phemy was ill. Pity for her heartache drew him thither. As soon as he thought his sister would be up, he went in. The door was never locked. She heard him and came to him. The moment he learned Phemy's condition, he said he would go for the doctor. Kirsty in vain begged him to have some breakfast first. He took a piece of oat-cake in his hand and went. The doctor returned with him and pronounced the attack pleurisy. Phemy did not seem to care what became of her. She was ill a long time, and for a fortnight the doctor came every day. There was now so much to be done that Kirsty could seldom go with Steenie to the hill, nor did Steenie himself care to go for any time, and was never a night from the house. When all were in bed, he would generally coil himself on a bench by the kitchen fire, at any moment ready to answer the lightest call of Kirsty, who took pains to make him feel himself useful, as indeed he was. Although now he slept considerably better at night and less in the day, he would start to his feet at the slightest sound, like the dog he had almost ceased to imagine himself, except in his dreams. In carrying messages, or in following directions, he had always shown himself perfectly trustworthy. Slowly, very slowly, Phemy recovered. But long before she was well, his family saw that the change for the better which had been evident in Steenie's mental condition for some time before Phemy's illness, was now manifesting itself plainly in his person. The intense compassion which, that memorable morning, roused his spirit even to the glorifying of his visage, seemed now settling in his looks and clarifying them. His eyes appeared to shine less from his brain and more from his mind. He stood more erect, and, as encouraging a symptom perhaps as any, he had grown more naturally conscious of his body and its requirements. Kirsty, coming upon him one morning as he somewhat ruefully regarded his trousers, suggested a new suit, and was delighted to see his face shine up, and hear him declare himself ready to go with her to be measured for it. She found also soon after, to her joy, that he had for some time been enlarging with hammer and chisel a certain cavity in one of the rocks inside his house on the Horn, that he might use it for a bath. In all these things she saw evident signs of a new start in the growth of his spiritual nature, and if she spied danger ahead, she knew that the God whose presence in him was making him grow was ahead with the danger also. Steenie not only now went attired as befitted David Barclay's son, but to an ordinary glance would have appeared nowise remarkable. Kirsty ceased to look upon him with the pity hitherto colouring all her devotion. Pride had taken its place, which she buttressed with a massive hope, for Kirsty was a splendid hoper. People in the town, where now he was oftener seen, would remark on the wonderful change in him. "What's come to fool Steenie?" said one of a group he had just passed. "Haith, he's looking maist like ither folk." "I'm thinking the deevil mun hae gone out to him," said another, and several joined in with their remarks. "Nae muckle of a deevil was there to gang out. He was aye an uncle harmless cratur. And that saft-hearted to a leaving thing, he was that. I saw him aince face a score o' laddies to protect a poddock they were putting to torment, when, the Lord kens, he had need o' all his wits to take care o' himsel'. Aye, just like him. Weel, the Lord takes care o' him, for he's ane o' his innocents." Kirsty before long began to teach him how to sit on a horse, and after but a few weeks of her training, he could ride pretty well. It was many weeks before Phemy was fit to go home. Her father came to see her now and then, but not very often. He had his duties to attend to, and his books consoled him. As soon as Phemy was able to leave her room, Steenie constituted himself her slave, and was ever within her call. He seemed always to know when she would prefer having him in sight, and when she would rather be alone. He would sit for an hour at the other end of the room, and watch her like a dog, without moving. He could have sat so all day, but as soon as she was able to move about, nothing could keep Phemy in one place more than an hour at the utmost. By this time Steenie could read a little, and his reading was by no means as fruitless as it was slow. He would sit reading, nor at all lose his labour that, every other moment when within sight of her, he would look up to see if she wanted anything. To this mute attendance of love, the girl became so accustomed that she regarded it as her right, nor had ever the spoiled little creature occasion to imagine that it was not yielded her. And if at a rare moment she threw him glance or small smile, a crumb from her table to her dog, Steenie would for one joyous instant see into the seventh heaven, and all the day after dwell in the fifth or sixth. On fine clear noontides she would walk a little way with him and Snootie, and then he would talk to her as he had never done except to Kirsty, telling her wonderful things about the dog and the sheep, the stars and the night, the clouds and the moon. But he never spoke to her of the bonny man. When, on their return, she would say they had had a pleasant walk together, his delight would be unutterable. But all the time Steenie had not once ventured a word belonging to any of the deeper thoughts in which his heart was most at home. Was it that in his own eyes he was but a worm glorified with the boon of serving an angel? Was it that he felt as if she knew everything of that kind, and he had nothing to tell her but the things that entered at his eyes and ears? Or was it that a sacred instinct of her incapacity for holy things kept him silent concerning such? At times he would look terribly sad, and the mood would last for hours. Not once since she began to get better had Phemy alluded to her faithless lover. In its departure, her illness seemed to have carried with it her unwholesome love for him, and certainly, as if overjoyed at her deliverance, she had become much more of a child. Kirsty was glad for her sake, and gladder still that Francie Gordon had done her no irreparable injury, seemed not even to have left his simulacrum in her memory and imagination. As her strength returned, she regained the childish merriment which had always drawn Kirsty, and the more strongly that she was not herself light-hearted. Kirsty's rare laugh was indeed a merry one, but when happiest of all, she hardly smiled. Perhaps she never would laugh her own laugh until she opened her eyes in heaven. But how can anyone laugh his real, best laugh before that? Until then he does not even know his name. Phemy seemed more pleased to see her father every time he came, and Kirsty began to hope she would tell him the trouble she had gone through. But then Kirsty had a perfect faith in her father, and a girl like Phemy never has. Her father, besides, had never been father enough to her. He had been invariably kind and trusting, but his books had been more to his hourly life than his daughter. He had never drawn her to him, never given her opportunity of coming really near him. No story, however, ends in this world. The first volume may have been very dull, and yet the next be full of delight. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Phemy yields place. It was the last week in November when the doctor came himself to take Phemy home to her father. The day was bright and blue, with a thin carpet of snow on the ground, beneath which the roads were in good condition. While she was getting ready, old David went out and talked to the doctor, who would not go in, his wrinkled face full of light, and his heart glad with the same gladness as Kirsty's. Mrs. Barclay and Kirsty busied themselves about Phemy, who was as playful and teasing as a pet kitten while they dressed her, but Steenie kept in the darkest corner, watching everything but offering no unneeded help. Without once looking or asking for him, never missing him in fact, Phemy climbed, with David's aid, into the gig beside the doctor, at once began talking to him, and never turned her head as they drove away. The moment he heard the sound of the horse's hoofs, Steenie came quietly from the gloom, and went out of the back door, thinking no eye was upon him. But his sister's heart was never off him, and her eyes were oftener on him than he knew. Of late he had begun again to go to the hill at night, and Kirsty feared his old trouble might be returning. Glad as she was to serve Phemy and the father through the daughter, she was far from regretting her departure, for now she would have leisure for Steenie and her books, and now the family would gather itself once more into the perfect sphere to which drop and ocean alike desires to shape itself. "I thought you would be after me," cried Steenie, as she opened the door of his burrow within an hour of his leaving the house. Now Kirsty had expected to find him full of grief because of Phemy's going, especially as the heartless girl, for such Steenie's sister could not help thinking her, never said good-bye to her most loving slave. And she did certainly descry on his countenance traces of emotion, and in his eyes the lingering trouble, as of a storm all but overblown. There was, however, in his face the light as of a far-sunk aurora, the outmost rim of whose radiance, doubtfully visible, seemed to encircle his whole person. He was not lost in any gloom. She sat down beside him, and waited for him to speak. Never doubting she would follow him, he had already built up a good peat fire on the hearth, and placed for her, beside it, a low settle which his father had made for him, and he had himself covered with a sheepskin of the thickest fleece. They sat silent for a while. "Would you say noo, Kirsty, that I was ony use till her?" he asked at length. "Just a heap," answered Kirsty. "I kenna whatever she, or I, would I doon wantin' ye. She not a heap o' looking till. And ye think maybe she'll be some the better, some way or ither for't." "I div think that, Steenie. But to tell the truth, I'm no sure she'll think very oft aboot what ye did for her." "Oh, na, what for sud she? There's no need for that. It was for hersel, no for her think aboot it, I tried. I was just fain to do something like wash the feet o' her. When I came in that day, the day after ye brought her hame, ye ken, the look of her poor bonny begruttin face, it just turned my heart o'er in the midst o' me. I maist think, gien I hadna been able to do onything for her afore she gaed, I would hae come hame here to my ain hoose like a deein sheep, and lain doon. Yon face o' hers comes back till me noo like the face o' a lost lammie 'at the shepherd didna think worth gaein out to look for. But gien I had sic a sair heart for her, the bonny man maun hae had a sair, and he'll do for her what he can, and that maun be muckle. They call him the Good Shepherd, ye ken." He sat silent for some minutes, and Kirsty's heart was too full to let her speak. She could only say to herself, "And folk cause him half-witted, div they? We'll let them. Gien he be half-witted, the Lord's made up the ither half wi' better." "Ay," resumed Steenie, "the Good Shepherd tines, loses, no ane o' them all. But I'll miss her dreadful.
But I like it to watch the one bit facey grow and grow, till 'twas roon and rosy again, and sic bonny red and white as it was. And better yet, I like it to see yon heart-breaking look o' the lost ane, wearing aye awa and awa, till 'twas clean gane. And noo she's back till her father, bright and light and bonny as the lown starry night. But it makes me happy to think o't. Say it makes me, responded Kirsty, feeling, as she regarded him, like a glorified mother beholding her child walking in the truth. And noo, continued Steenie, I'm right glad she's gane, and my mind will be mair at ease gien I tell you what for. I maun aye tell you a'thing it'll bide telling, Kirsty, ye ken. Will, a week or twa ago, I began to be troubled as I never was troubled afore. I canna weel say what was the cause o't, or the kind of thing it was, but something had come that I didna want to come, and couldna keep awa. Maybe you'll ken what it was like when I tell you that I was thinking aboot Phemy. Noo, afore she came, I was maist thinking about the bonny man. And it wasna that there was ony sic necessity for thinking aboot Phemy, for by that time she was oot o' her misery, whatever it was, or whatever had the white blame o't. I' the time afore her, when my mind would grow a bit quiet, and the poors o' darkness would draw themselves awa a bit, I would come the face o' the bonny man until the tomb place, and fill me fresh up with the hope o' seeing him o'erlaying. But noo, at ilka moment, up would come, no the face of the bonny man, but the face of Phemy, and I didna like that, and I couldna help it. And a screeching fear grippit me, and I was turning fause to the bonny man. It wasna that I thought he would be vexed wi' me, but that I couldna bide onything to come atween me and him. I took mysel' weel o'er the heckles, but I couldna mak oot that I could althegither help it. You see, somehow, no being made althegither like ither folk, I couldna think about twa things at ance, and I bode to think about the ane that came oot sell like. But, as I say, it troubled me. Weel, the day my heart was sair at her ganging awa, for I had been lang used to seeing her ilka hoor, maist ilka minute, and the ae was in my heart at the time was to do something worth doing for her, and syne deeing hae done wi't, and there, I doot, I clean forgot the bonny man. When she got into the doctor's gig and awa the drave, my heart grew cold. I was like ane dead and beginning to rot in the grave. But that minute I heard, or it was just as gien I heard, I dinna mean wi' my lugs, but in my heart, ye ken, a voice cry, Steenie, and I cried loud oot, Come in, Lord. But I kent weel enough the voice was inside me, and no in my head, but in my heart, and nane the less in me for that. Say a wat ance I came to my closet here, and sat down, and hearkened in the how o' my heart. Never a word came, but I grew quiet, sae quiet and content like, wi'oot anything to make me say. But maybe at he was thinking aboot me, and I'm quiet yet. And as soon's it's dark, I s' gang oot and see whether the bonny man be onywhere aboot. There's naething atween him and me noo, for the moment I begin to think, it's him it comes to be thought about, and no Phemy ony mair. Steenie, said Kirsty, it was the bonny man sent Phemy till ye, to gie ye something to do for him, looking after ane of his silly lambs. Aye, returned Steenie, I ken she wasna wise like, sick as you and my mither. She needed a heap o' looking after, as ye said, and wi' haeing to look after her, he kenned that the thoughts that troubled ye wouldna sae weel win in, and would learn to bide oot. Just look at ye noo. See hoe ye hae learnt to look after yoursel. Ye saw it couldna be agreeable to her to hae ye aboot her no that weel washed, and wi' claes ye didna keep tidy and clean.
Sin ever you took to looking after Phemy, I hae had little trouble looking after you. I see it, Kirsty, I see it. I never thought of the thing afore. I might do a heap to mak mysel mair like other folk. I s' no forget, noo that I hae gotten a grip of the thing. You'll see, Kirsty. That's my ain Steenie, answered Kirsty. Maybe the bonny man couldna be aye coming to ye himsel. Hain't either folk a heap to look till, and sae sent Phemy to let ye ken what he would hae o' ye. Noo that ye hae begun, you'll be growing mair and mair like other folk. Eh, but you fleg me. I may grow ower like other folk. I'm maun awa oot, Kirsty. I'm growing flate. What for, Steenie? Cried Kirsty, not a little frightened herself, and laying her hand on his arm. She feared his old trouble was returning in force. "'Cause ither folk never sees the bonny man, they tell me," he replied. "That's their ain white," answered Kirsty. "They micht a' see him gien they would, or at least hear him say they sud see him o'er lang. Eh, but I'm no sure that ever I did see him, Kirsty. That winna haud you on seeing him when the whore comes, and the like's true o' the lave. Aye, for I canna do wanting him, and say nother can they. Naebody can. All maun hae seen him, or be gaein' to see him. I hae as good as seen him, Kirsty. He was there. He helpit me when the ill folk came to paw at me. Ye div think, though, Kirsty, 'at I'm bound to see him some day." "I'm thinking the hour's been aye set for that same," answered Kirsty. "Kirsty," returned Steenie, not quite satisfied with her reply, "I'll gang clean oot o' the woods I hae, gien ye tell me I'm never to see him face to face." "Steenie," rejoined Kirsty solemnly, "I would gang oot o' my woods mysel gien I didna believe that. I believed with all my heart, my bonny man." "Weel, and that's all right. But ye maunna call me your bonny man, Kirsty, for there's but ae bonny man, and we're a' brithers and sisters. He said it himsel." "That's very true, Steenie, but whiles you're sae like him, I canna help calling ye by his name." "Dinna do't again, Kirsty. I can abide it. I'm no bonny. No, but I would sair like to be bonny. Bonny like him, Kirsty. Did you ever hear tell that he had a father? I heard a man ain't say 'at he had. Sic a bonny man as that father maun be. Just think o' his hating a son like him. David Barclay maun be right sair disappointed with sic a son as me, and him sic a man himsel. What for is't, Kirsty?" "That'll be ane o' the secrets the bonny man's gain to tell his ain folk when he gets them hame wi' him." "His ain folk, Kirsty?" "Aye, sic like's you and me. When we gang hame, he'll tell's a' aboot a heap o' things we would fain ken." "His ain folk, his ain folk," Steenie went on for a while, murmuring to himself at intervals. At last he said, "What makes them his ain folk, Kirsty?" "What makes me your folk, Steenie?" she rejoined. "That's easy to tell. It's 'cause we hae the same father and mither. I kenned that," answered Steenie with a laugh. She had been trying to puzzle him, he thought, but had failed. "Weel, the bonny man and you and me, we hae all the same father. That's what makes us his ain folk. Ye see noo?" "Aye, I see, responded Steenie, and again was silent. Kirsty thought he had plenty now to meditate upon. "Are you coming hame wi' me?" she asked, "or are ye gang to bide, Steenie?" "I'll gang hame wi' ye, gien ye like, but I would rather bide the nicht," he answered. "I'll hae just this ae nicht mair oot upo' the hill, and syne the morn I'll come hame to the hoose, and see gien I can help my mither, or maybe my father. That's what the bonny man would like best, I'm sure." Kirsty went home with a glad heart. Surely Steenie was now in a fair way of becoming, as he phrased it, like ither folk. "But the Lord's gowk's better nor the warld's prophet," she said to herself. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Horn. The beginning of the winter had been open and warm, and very little snow had fallen. This was much in Phemy's favour, and by the new year she was quite well. But notwithstanding her heartlessness towards Steenie, she was no longer quite like her old self. She was quieter and less foolish. She had had a lesson in folly, and a long ministration of love, and knew now a trifle about both. It is true she wrote nearly as much silly poetry, but it was not so silly as before, partly because her imagination had now something of fact to go upon, and poorest fact is better than mere fancy. So free was her heart, however, that she went of herself to see her aunt at the castle, to whom, having beheld the love between David and his daughter, and begun to feel injured by the little notice her father took of her, she bewailed his indifference. At Mrs. Bremner's request, she had made an appointment to go with her from the castle on a certain Saturday to visit a distant relative, living in a lonely cottage on the other side of the Horn, a woman too old ever to leave her home. When the day arrived, both saw that the weather gave signs of breaking, but the heavy clouds on the horizon seemed no worse than had often shown themselves that winter, and as often passed away. The air was warm, the day bright, the earth dry, and Phemy and her aunt were in good spirits. They had purposed to return early to Weelset, but agreed as they went that Phemy, the days being so short, should take the nearer path to Tiltowie, over the Horn. By this arrangement their visit ended. They had no great distance to walk together, Mrs. Bremner's way lying along the back of the hill, and Phemy's over the nearer shoulder of it. As they took leave of each other, a little later than they had intended, Mrs. Bremner cast a glance at the gathering clouds and said, "I doot, lassie, it's going to ding on afore the night. I wuss we war home the twa us. Gien it cam on to snaw and blaw baith, we might hae ill winning there." "No's to fear, auntie," returned Phemy. "It's a heap ower warm to snaw. It may rain, I wouldna wonder, but there'll be nae snaw, no afore I win hame ony gate." "Weel, mind, gien there be ae drap o' wheat, ye maun change ilka stick the minute ye're in the hoose. Ye're no that stoot yet." "I'll be sure, auntie," answered Phemy, and they parted almost at a right angle. Before Phemy got to the top of the hill shoulder, which she had to cross by a path no better than a sheep track, the wind had turned to the north and was blowing keen, with gathering strength from the regions of everlasting ice, bringing with it a cold terrible to be faced by such a slight creature as Phemy. And so rapidly did its force increase that in a few minutes she had to fight for every step she took, so that, when at length she reached the top, which lay bare to the continuous torrent of fierce and fiercer rushes, her strength was already all but exhausted. The wind brought up heavier and heavier snow clouds, and darkness with them, but before ever the snow began to fall, Phemy was in evil case, in worse case indeed than she could know. In a few minutes the tempest had blown all energy out of her, and she sat down where was not a stone to shelter her. When she rose, afraid to sit longer, she could no more see the track through the heather than she could tell without it in which direction to turn. She began to cry, but the wind did not heed her tears. It seemed determined to blow her away. And now came the snow, filling the wind faster and faster, until at length the frightful blasts had in them, perhaps, more bulk of blinding and dizzying snowflakes than of the air which drove them. They threatened between them to fix her there in a pillar of snow. It would have been terrible indeed for Phemy on that waste hillside, but that the cold and the tempest speedily stupefied her. Kirsty always enjoyed the winter heartily. For one thing, it roused her poetic faculty. Oh, how different in its outcome from Phemy's, far more than the summer. That very afternoon, leaving Steenie with his mother, she paid a visit to the weem, and there, in the heart of the earth, made the following little song, addressed to the sky-soaring lark. "What gars ye sing, say, birdie? as gien you were lord o' the lift. An bread you're an unco small lairdie, but in height ye've a kingly gift. A' ye hae to count yoursel rich in, 's a wee mon o' glory motes. The whilk to the throne you're aye hitchin, wi' a lang tow o' sapphire notes. Aye, your sang's the sang o' an angel, for a sinful thrapple no meet, like the pipes till a heavenly brangle, where they dance their hearts until their feet. But though ye canna be hauled, birdie, ye needna gar a thing wisht. I'm nocht but a herplin herdie, but I hae a sang in my breast. Lend me your throat to sing through, lend me your wings to gang high, and I'll sing ye a sang o' laverock to cow, and for bliss to gar him dee. Long before she had finished writing it, the world was dark outside. She had heard but little indeed of the roaring of the wind over her. When at length she put her head up out of the earth, it seized her by the hair as if it would drag it off. It took her more than an hour to get home. In the meantime, Steenie had been growing restless. Coming wind often affected him so. He had been out with his father, who expected a storm, to see that all was snug about byres and stables, and feed the few sheep in an outhouse. Now he had come in, and was wandering about the house, when his mother prevailed on him to sit down by the fireside with her. The clouds had gathered thick, and the afternoon was very dark, but all was as yet still. He called his dog, and Snootie lay down at his feet, ready for what might come. Steenie sat on a stool, with his head on his mother's knee, and for a while seemed lost in thought. Then, without moving or looking up, he said, as if thinking aloud, "It maun be fine fun up there amang they clouds afore the flauks begin to spread." "What mean you by that, Steenie, my man?" asked his mother. "They maun be packit sae close, sae unco close in their muckle pocks, like the feathers in a feather bed. And syne, whan they lat them a' out thegither, like howding the bed in their twa bands by the bottom corners, they maun be smorin' thick till they begin to spread." "And why ye think shacks out the muckle pocks, Steenie?" "I dinna ken. I hae often thocht about it. I dinna think it's likely to be the angels. It's mair like work for the bairnies up yonder at the muckle farm at hame, where ilk ane to the littlest little un kens what he's aboot, and no ane o' them's like some nos down here, 'at gangs a' day in a dream, and canna get ourselves wakened oot o' it. I would be surer, but that I hae thocht whiles I saw the muckle angels themselves gaeing aboot, through and through the ondinger flachter o' the snaw. No mony o' them, ye ken, but just whiles ane and whiles anither, through amo the cauld feathers, gaeing aye straicht wi' their heads up, walking comfortable, as gien they were at hame in't. I'm thinking at sic a time they'll be after helping some poor body at the snaws like to be o'er muckle for. Eh me, gien I could but get rid o' my feet and win up to sea." "What for your feet, Steenie? What ails ye at your feet? Feet's gey useful kind of things to craters, whether gien them in fours or twas." "Aye, but mine's sic a weight. It's them it's aye haudin' me doon. I would have been up and awa' long syne, gien it hadna been for them." "And what would hae been comin' o' his wanting ye, Steenie? Ye would be doing sae weel wanting me, 'at ye would be aye wanting to be up and after me. A body's feet's nae doot useful to hand a body steady, and on gang blowing aboot, but they're unco cummersome. But syne they're unco good to hand a body on thocht ower muckle o' himsel'. They're fine humbling things, a body's feet. But it'll be fine wanting them. Where on earth gat ye sic notions about your feet? Good kens there's naething amiss wi' your feet. Nother o' ye has ony reason to be ashamed o' your feet. The fac is, your feet's by ordinary small, Steenie, and can add but unco little to your weight. It's a' 'at ye ken, mother, answered Steenie with a smile. But deed, I got my information about the feet of folk frae nae gate in this world. The bonny man himself sent word about them. He told the minister it told me, ance I was at the kirk with you, mother. Lang syne, 200-300 years, I'm thinking. The bonny man told his ain folk first that he was gaeing awa in order that they mightna be able to do wanting him, and booed to stir themselves and come up after him. And syne he slipped off his feet and gaed awa up into the air where the snow comes frae, and ever since syne he comes and gangs as he likes. And after that he told the minister to tell us that we was to lay aside the weight that sae easy besets us, and rin. No, by rin he maun I mean rin up, for a body's no to rin frae the devil but resist him. And what is't that holds onybody frae rinning up the air but his feet? There, but he's promised to help me off with my feet some day. Think o' that. Gin I could but get my feet off. Gin they would but stick in my shoon and gang with them when I pull them off. They're naething after all, ye ken, but the shoon o' my soul. A gust of wind drove against the house, and sank as suddenly. That'll be ane o' them, said Steenie, rising hastily. He'll be wanting me. It's no that often they want onything o' me. I want the fair words all God's creatures look for, frae ane anither. But whiles they do want me, and I'm thinking they want me the night. I maun be gang. Hoots, laddie, returned his mother. What can they be wanting, big gran officers as sick like as you? Sit ye doon and bide till they cry ye plain. I would fain hae ye safe in the hoose the night. It's all his hoose, mother. All the roots there in to him. He's in's ain hoose all the time, and I'm just as safe atween his wa's as atween yours. Didna naebody ever tell ye that, mother? Weel, I ken it to be true. And for wanting sick like as me, gin God never has a need o' a midge, what for does he make sick a lot of them? "Deed, it's true enough ye say," returned his mother, "but I div wonder you're no fleyt." "Fleyt?" rejoined Steenie. "What for would I be fleyt? What is there to be fleyt at? I never was fleyt at face of man or woman, none or beast neither. I was ance, and never but that ance, fleyt at the face of a bairn." "And what for that, Steenie?" "He was rinning after his wee sister to lick her, and his face was the face of a devil. He nar han garred me hate him, and that would hae been a terrible sin. But poor laddie, he had a right fearsome wife to the mither of him. I'm thinking the bonny man maun be a heap o' trouble with sick like, be they bairns or mithers." But you're in the right there, laddie. Noo, hearken to me. Ye maunna gang the night," said his mother anxiously. "Gin your father and Kirsty would but come in to persuade ye, I'm clean lost withoot them." "For the poor idiot hasna the sense to ken what's wanted of him," supplemented Steenie, with a laugh almost merry. "Dour ye!" cried his mother indignantly. "Mind it sic a word and my bairn thegither. He's my bonny man." "Na, mother, na. He's the bonny man at whose feet I sall ae day sit, clothed and in my right mind. He is the bonny man." "Thank the Lord," continued his mother, still harping on the outrage of such as called her child an idiot, "at ye're no an orphan, at there's three us to take your part." "Naebody can be an orphan," said Steenie, "sae long's God's nae dead." "Lord, and they call you an idiot, div they?" exclaimed Marion Barclay. "Weel, be ye or no, ye're ane o' the babes in whase mouth he perfecteth praise." "He'll do that some day, maybe," answered Steenie. "But, Steenie," pursued his mother, "you wouldna gang the night." "Mother," he answered, "ye dinna ken, nor yet do I, what to mak o' me, what wits I hae and what wits I haena. But this you'll alloo, that for onything ye ken, the bonny man may be crying upon me to gang after some poor little yowie o' his, oot her lane in the storm the night." With these words, he walked gently from the kitchen, his dog following him. A terrible blast rushed right into the fire when he opened the door, but he shut it behind him easily, and his mother comforted herself that she had known him out in worse weather. Kirsty entered a moment after, and when her father came in from the loft he called his workshop, they had their tea and sat round the fire after it, peacefully talking, a little troubled, but nowise uneasy that their Steenie, the darling of them all, was away on the Horn. He knew every foot of its sides better than the collie who, a moment ago asleep before the fire, was now following at his master's heel. The wind, which had fallen immediately after the second gust as after the first, now began to blow with gathering force, and it took Steenie much longer than usual to make his way over height and hollow from his father's house to his own. But he was in no hurry, not knowing where he was wanted. I do not think he met any angels as he went, but it was a pleasure to think they might be about somewhere, for they were sorry for his heavy feet, and always greeted him kindly. Not that they ever spoke to him, he said, but they always made a friendly gesture, nodding a stately head, waving a strong hand, or sending him a waft of cool air as they went by, a waft that would come to him through the fiercest hurricane as well as through the stillest calm. Before, strong toiling against the wind, man and dog reached their refuge among the rocks, the snow had begun to fall, and the night seemed solid with blackness. The very flakes might have been black as the snow of hell for any gleam they gave. But they arrived at last, and Steenie, making Snootie go in before him, entered the low door with bent head and closed it behind them. The dog lay down weary, but Steenie set about lighting the peats, ready piled between the great stones of the hearth. The wind howled over the waste hill in multitudinous whirls, and swept like a level cataract over the ghostly bog at its foot, but scarce a puff blew against the door of their burrow. When his fire was well alight, Steenie seated himself by it on the sheepskin settle, and fell into a reverie. How long he had sat thus he did not know, when suddenly the wind fell, and with the lull master and dog started together to their feet. Was it indeed a cry they had heard, or but a moan between wind and mountain? The dog flew to the door with a whine, and began to sniff and scratch at the crack of the threshold. Steenie, thinking it was still dark, went to get a lantern Kirsty had provided him with, but which he had never yet had occasion to use. The dog ran back to him and began jumping upon him, indicating thus in the dark recess where he found him that he wanted him to open the door. A moment more, and they were in the open universe, in a night all of snow, lighted by the wide, swooning gleam of a hidden moon, whose radiance, almost absorbed, came filtering through miles of snow cloud to reach the world. Nothing but snow was to be seen in heaven or earth, but for the present no more was falling. Steenie set the lighted lantern by the door, and followed Snootie, who went sniffing and snuffing about. Steenie always regarded inferior animals, and especially dogs, as a lower sort of angels, with ways of their own into which it would be time to inquire by and by, when either they could talk or he could bark intelligently and intelligibly, in which it used to annoy him that he had not yet succeeded. It was in part his intense desire to enter into the thoughts of his dog that used to make him imitate him the most of the day. I think he put his body as nearly into the shape of the dog's as he could, in order thus to aid his mind in feeling as the dog was feeling. As the dog seemed to have no scent of anything, Steenie, after considering for a moment what he must do, began to walk in a spiral, beginning from the door with the house for the center. He had thus got out of the little valley onto the open hill, and the wind had begun to threaten reawakening, when Snootie, who was a little way to one side of him, stopped short, and began scratching like a fury in the snow. Steenie ran to him, and dropped on his knees to help him. He had already got a part of something clear. It was the arm of a woman. So deep was the snow over her that the cry he and the dog had heard could not surely have been uttered by her. He was gently clearing the snow from the head, and the snow-like features were vaguely emerging, when the wind gave a wild howl and the night grew dark again, and in bellowing blackness the death-silent snow was upon them. But in a moment or two more, with Snootie's vigorous aid, he had drawn the body of a slight, delicately formed woman out of its cold white mould. Somehow, with difficulty, he got it on his back, the only way he could carry it, and staggered away with it toward his house. Thus laden, he might never have found it, near as it was, for he was not very strong, and the ground was very rough, as well as a little deep in snow. But they had left such a recent track that the guidance of the dog was sure. The wise creature did not, however, follow the long track, but led pretty straight across the spiral for the hut. The body grew heavy on poor Steenie's back, and the cold of it came through to his spine. It was so cold that it must be a dead thing, he thought. His breathing grew very short, compelling him, several times, to stop and rest. His legs became insensible under him, and his feet got heavier and heavier in the snow-filled and tangling, impeding heather. What if it were Phemy, he thought as he struggled on. Then he would have the beautiful thing all to himself. But this was a dead thing, he feared, only a thing, and no woman at all. Of course it couldn't be Phemy. She was at home, asleep in her father's house. He had always shrunk from death. Even a dead mouse he could not touch without a shudder. But this was a woman, and might come alive. It belonged to the bonny man anyhow, and he would stay out with it all night rather than have it lie there alone in the snow. He would not be afraid of her. He was nearly dead himself, and the dead were not afraid of the dead. She had only put off her shoes. But she might be alive, and he must get her into the house. He would like to put off his feet, but most people would rather keep them on, and he must try to keep hers on for her. With fast-failing energy he reached the door, staggered in, dropped his burden gently on his own soft heather bed, and fell exhausted. He lay but a moment, came to himself, rose, and looked at the lovely thing he had labored to redeem from cold obstruction. It lay just as it had fallen from his back, its face uppermost. It was Phemy. For a moment his blood seemed to stand still. Then all the divine senses of the half-witted returned to him. There was no time to be sorrowful over her. He must save the life that might yet be in that frozen form. He had nothing in the house except warmth, but warmth more than aught else was what the cold thing needed. With trembling hands he took off her half-thawed clothes, laid her in the thick blankets of his bed, and covered her with every woolen thing in the hut. Then he made up a large fire in the hope that some of its heat might find her. She showed no sign of life. Her eyes were fast shut. Those who die of cold only sleep into a deeper sleep. Not a trace of suffering was to be seen on her countenance. Death alone, pure, calm, cold, and sweet, was there. But Steenie had never seen death, and there was room for him to doubt and hope. He laid one fold of a blanket over the lovely white face, as he had seen a mother do with a sleeping infant, called his dog, made him lie down on her feet, and told him to watch, then turned away and went to the door. As he passed the fire, he coughed and grew faint, but recovering himself, picked up his fallen stick, and set out for Corbyknowe and Kirsty. Once more the wind had ceased, but the snow was yet falling. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Storm Again. Kirsty woke suddenly out of a deep, dreamless sleep. A white face was bending over her, Steenie's, whiter than ever Kirsty had seen it. He was panting, and his eyes were huge. She started up. "Come, come," was all he was able to say. "What's the matter, Steenie?" she gasped. For a quarter of a minute he stood panting, unable to speak. "I'm no thinking onything's
gang wrong?" he faltered at length with an effort, recovering breath and speech a little. "The bonny man." He burst into tears and turned his head away, a vision of the white, lovely, motionless thing, whose hand had fallen from his like a lump of lead, lying alone at the top of the horn, with the dog on her feet, had overwhelmed him suddenly. Kirsty was sore distressed. She dreaded the worst when she saw him thus lose the self-restraint hitherto so remarkable in him. She leaned from her bed, threw her arms round him, and drew him to her, kneeled, laid his head on her bosom, and wept as she had never known him weep. "I'll take care o' ye, Steenie, my man," she murmured. "Fear ye naething." It is amazing how much, in the strength of its own divinity, love will dare promise. "Ay, Kirsty, I can ye will, but it's no me," said Steenie. Thereupon he gave a brief, lucid account of what had occurred in the night. "And what I had tell't ye," he added, "it looks as sae strange 'at maybe I hae been but dreaming after all. But it maun be true, for that maun hae been what the angels came crying upo' me for. I'm thinking they would hae brought me straight to her themselves. They maistly gang aboot in twa's, as when they gaed and walk at the bonny man, gien it hadna been 'at the good Colley was equal to that." Kirsty told him to go and rouse the kitchen fire, and she would be with him in a minute. She sprang out of bed and dressed as fast as she could, thinking what she had best take with her. "The poor lassie," she said to herself, "may be growing warm and sleeping death awa', and by the time we win there she'll be needing something, like the lassie at the Lord lift it." But in her heart she had little hope. It would be a sad day for the schoolmaster. She went to her father and mother's room, found them awake, and told them Steenie's tale. "It's time we were up, woman," said David. "Ay," returned his wife, "but Kirsty canna bide force. Ye maun be off, lassie. Take a wee whusky wi' ye, but mind it's no that safe wi' frozen folk. Het milk's the best thing. Tak a drappy o' that wi' ye. I s' be after ye with mair. And dinna forget a piece to uphaud ye as ye gang. It'll be ill fechtin' the wind. Dinna let Steenie gang back wi' ye. He canna be fit. Send him to me, and I'll persuade him. Dawvid, man, ye'll hae to saddle and ride. The doctor maun gang wi' ye straight to Steenie's hoose." "Let me up," said David, making a motion to free himself of the bedclothes. Kirsty went and got some milk to make it hot, but when she reached the kitchen, Steenie was not there, and the fire, which he had tried to wake up, was all but black. The house door was open, and the snow drifting in. Steenie was gone into the storm again. She hurriedly poured the milk into a small bottle, and thrust it into her bosom to grow warm as she went. Then she lighted a lantern, chiefly that Steenie might catch sight of it, and set out. She started running, certain, she thought, to overtake him. The wind was up again, but it was almost behind her, and the night was not absolutely dark, for the moon was somewhere. She was far stronger than Steenie, and could walk faster, but, keen as was her outlook on all sides, for the snow was not falling too thick to let her see a little way through it, she was at length near the top of the horn without having caught a glimpse of him. Had he dropped on the way? Had she in her haste left him, after all, in the house? She might have passed him. That was easy to do. One thing she was sure of: he could not have got to his house before her. As she drew near the door she heard a short howl, and knew it for Snootie's. Perhaps Phemy had revived, but no, it was a desolate, forsaken cry. The next moment came a glad bark. Was it the footstep of Kirsty it greeted, or the soul of Phemy? With steady hand and heart prepared, she opened the door and went in. The dog came bounding to her. Either he counted himself relieved, or could bear it no longer. He cringed at her feet. He leaped upon her. He saw in her his saviour from the terrible silence and cold and motionlessness. Then he stood still before her, looking up to her and wagging his tail, but his face said plainly, "It is there." Kirsty hesitated a moment. A weary sense of uselessness had overtaken her, and she shrank from encountering the unchanging and unchangeable. But she cast off the oppression, and followed the dog to the bedside.
He jumped up and lay down where his master had placed him, as if to say he knew his duty, had been lying there all the time, and had only got up the moment she came. It was the one warm spot in all the woolen pile. The feet beneath it were cold as the snow outside, and the lovely form lay motionless as a thing that would never move again. Kirsty lifted the blanket. There was Phemy's face, blind with the white death. It did not look at her, did not recognize her. Phemy was there and not there. Phemy was far away. Phemy could not move from where she lay. Hopeless, Kirsty yet tried her best to wake her from her snow sleep, shrinking from nothing except for the despair of it. But long ere she gave up the useless task, she was thinking far more about Steenie than Phemy. He did not come. He must be safe with his mother, she kept saying in her heart, but she could not reassure herself. The forsaken fire, the open door haunted her. She would succeed for a moment or two in quieting her fears, calling them foolish. The next they would rush upon her like a cataract, and almost overwhelm her. While she was busy with the dead, he might be slowly sinking into the sleep from which she could not wake Phemy. She laid the cold snow captive straight, and left her to sleep on. Then, calling the dog, she left the hut, in the hope of meeting her mother, and learning that Steenie was at home. Now and then, while at her sad task, she had been reminded of the wind by its hollow roaring all about the hill, but not until she opened the door had she any notion how the snow was falling. Neither until she left the hollow for the bare hillside did she realize how the wind was raging. Then indeed the world looked dangerous. If Steenie was out, if her mother had started, they were lost. She would have gone back into the hut with the dead, but that she might get home in time to prevent her mother from setting out, or might meet her on the way. At the same time, the tempest between her and her home looked but a little less terrible to her than a sea breaking on a rocky shore. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. How Kirsty Fared. It was quite dark, and round her swept, as it were, a whirlpool of snow. The swift flakes struck at her eyes and ears like a swarm of vicious flies. In such a wind, the blows of the soft thin snow, beating upon her face, now from one quarter, now from another, were enough to bewilder even a strong woman like Kirsty. They were like hail to a horse. After trying for a while to force her way, she suddenly became aware of utter ignorance as to the direction in which she was going, and, for the first time in her life, a fell terror possessed her, not for herself, but for Steenie and her father and mother. To herself, Kirsty was nobody, but she belonged to David and Marion Barclay, and what were they and Steenie to do without her? They would go on looking for her till they too died, and were buried yards deep in the snow. She kept struggling on, her head bent and her body leaning forward, forcing herself against, it hardly seemed through, the snow-filled wind. But whither? It was only by the feel of the earth under her feet that she could tell, and at times she was by no means sure, whether she was going up or down hill. She kept on and on, almost hopeless of getting anywhere, certain of nothing but that, if once she sat down, she would never rise again. Fatigue that must not yield, and the inroads of the cold sleep, at length affected her brain, and her imagination began to take its own way with her. She thought herself condemned to one of those awful dust towers, for she had read Prideaux, a specially devilish invention of the Persians, in which by the constant stirring of the dust so that it filled the air, the lungs of the culprit were at length absolutely choked up. Dead of the dust, she revived to the snow. It was fearfully white, for it was all dead faces. She crushed and waded through those that fell, while multitudes came whirling upon her from all sides. Gladly would she have thrown herself down among them, but she must walk on forever. All the time she felt in her dim suffering as if not she, but those at home suffered. She had deserted them in trouble, and do what she might she would never get back to them. She could, she thought, if she but put forth the needful energy, but the last self-exhaustive effort never would come. Where was the dog? He had left her. He was nowhere near her. She tried to call him, but the storm choked every sound in her very throat. He would never have left her to save himself. He who makes the dogs must be at least as faithful as they, so she was not left comfortless. Then she heard, or thought she heard, the church bell, and that may have had something to do with the strange dream out of which she gradually came to herself. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Kirsty's Dream. Her dream was this. She sat at the communion table in her own parish church with many others, none of whom she knew. A man with piercing eyes went along the table, examining the faces of all to see if they were fit to partake. When he came to Kirsty, he looked at her for a moment sharply, then said, "That woman is dead. She has been in the snow all night. Lay her in the vault under the church." She rose to go because she was dead, and hands were laid upon her to guide her as she went. They brought her out of the church into the snow and wind, and turned away to leave her. But she remonstrated. "The man with the eyes," she said, "gave the order that I should be taken to the vault of the church." "Very well," answered a voice. "There is the vault. Creep into it." She saw an opening in the ground, at the foot of the wall of the church, and getting down on her hands and knees, crept through it, and with difficulty got into the vault. There all was still. She heard the wind raving, but it sounded afar off. Who had guided her thither? One of Steenie's storm angels, or the shepherd of the sheep? It was all one, for the storm angels were his sheep-dogs. She had been bewildered by the terrible beating of the snow wind, but her own wandering was another's guiding. Beyond the turmoil of life, and unutterably glad, she fell asleep, and the dream left her. In a little while, however, it came again. She was lying, she thought, on the stone floor of the church vault, and wondered whether the examiner, notwithstanding the shining of his eyes, might not have made a mistake. Perhaps she was not so very dead. Perhaps she was not quite unfit to eat of the bread of life after all. She moved herself a little, then tried to rise, but failed, tried again and again, and at last succeeded. All was dark around her, but something seemed present that was known to her. Whether man or woman or beast or thing, she could not tell. At last she recognized it. It was the familiar odor, a peculiar smell of the kind we call earthy. It was the air of her own earth house, in days that seemed far away. Perhaps she was in it now. Then her box of matches might be there too. She felt about and found it. With trembling hands she struck one, and proceeded to light her lamp. It burned up. Something seized her by the heart. A little farther in, stretched on the floor, lay a human form on its face. She knew at once that it was Steenie's. The feet were toward her, and between her and them a pair of shoes. He was dead. He had got rid of his feet. He was gone after Phemy, gone to the bonny man. She knelt and turned the body over. Her heart was like a stone. She raised his head on her arm. It was plain he was dead. A small stream of blood had flowed from his mouth and made a little pool, not yet quite frozen. Kirsty's heart seemed about to break from her bosom to go after him. Then the eternal seemed to descend upon her like a waking sleep, a clear consciousness of peace. It was for a moment as if she saw the Father at the heart of the universe, with all his children about his knees. Her pain and sorrow and weakness were gone. She wept glad tears over the brother called so soon from the nursery to the great presence chamber. "Eh, bonny man," she cried,
Is't possible to expect ower muckle frae your father and mine?" She sat down beside what was left of Steenie, and ate of the oat cake, and drank of the milk she had carried forgotten until now. "I wonder what God'll do with the twa," she said to herself. "Gien I lo'ed them baith as I did, he loes them better. I would ha' deed for them. He did." She rose and went out. Light had come at last, but too dim to be more than grey. The world was one large white sepulchre, in which the earth lay dead. Warmth and hope and spring seemed gone forever. But God was alive. His hearth fire burned, therefore death was nowhere. She knew it in her own soul, for the Father was there, and she knew that in his soul were all the loved. The wind had ceased, but the snow was still falling, here and there a flake. A faint blueness filled the air, and was colder than the white. Whether the day was at hand or the night, she could not distinguish. The church bell began to ring, sounding from far away through the silence. What mountains of snow must yet tower unfallen in the heavens, when it was nearly noon and still so dark! But Steenie was out of the snow. That was well. Or perhaps he was beside her in it, only he could leave it when he would. Surely, anyhow, Phemy must be with him. She could not be left all alone, and she so silly. Steenie would have her to teach. His trouble must have gone the moment he died, but Phemy would have to find out what a goose she was. She would be very miserable, and would want Steenie. Kirsty's thoughts cut their own channels. She was as far ahead of her church as the woman of Samaria was ahead of the high priest at Jerusalem. Thus thinking, she kept on walking through the snow to weep on her mother's bosom. Suddenly she remembered, and stood still. Her mother was going to follow her to Steenie's house. She too must be dead in the snow. Well, let heaven take all. They were born to die, and it was her turn now to follow her mother. She started again for home, and at length drew near the house. It was more like a tomb than a house. The door looked as if no one had gone in there or out for ages. Had she slept in the snow like the 7 sleepers in the cave? Were the need and the use of houses and doors long over? Or was she a ghost, come to have one look more at her old home in a long dead world? Perhaps her father and mother might have come back with like purpose, and she would see and speak to them. Or was she, alas, only in a dream, in which the dead would not speak to her? But God was not dead, and while God lived, she was not alone, even in a dream. A dark bundle lay on the doorstep. It was Snootie. He had been scratching and whining until despair came upon him, and he lay down to die. She lifted the latch, stepped over the dog, and entered. The peat fire was smouldering low on the hearth. She sat down and closed her eyes. When she opened them, there lay Snootie, stretched out before the fire. She rose and shut the door, fed and roused the fire, and brought the dog some milk, which he lapped up eagerly. Not a sound was in the house. She went all over it. Father nor mother was there. It was Sunday, and all the men were away. A cow lowed, and in her heart Kirsty blessed her. She was a live creature. She would go and milk her. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. How David Fared. David Barclay got up the moment Kirsty was out of the room, dressed himself in haste, swallowed a glass of whiskey, saddled the grey mare, gave her a feed of oats, which she ate the faster that she felt the saddle, and set out for Tocher to get the doctor. Threatening as the weather was, he was well on the road before the wind became so full of snow as to cause him any anxiety, either for those on the hill or for himself. But after the first moment of anxiety, a very few minutes convinced him that a battle with the elements was at hand more dangerous than he had ever had to fight with armed men.
For some distance the road was safe enough as yet, for the storm had not had time to heap up the snow between the bordering hills. But by and by he must come out upon a large track recovered by slow degrees and great labour from the bog, and be exposed to the full force of the now furious wind, where in many places it would be far easier to wander off than to stay upon a road level with the fields, and not even bounded by a ditch the size of a wheel track. When he reached the open, therefore, he was compelled to go at a foot pace through the thick, blinding, bewildering, tempest-driven snow, and was not surprised when, in spite of all his caution, he found, by the sudden sinking and withdrawing of one of his mare's legs with a squelching noise, that he had got astray upon the bog, nor knew any more in what direction the town or other abode of humanity lay. The only thing he did know was the side of the road to which he had turned, and that he knew only by the ground into which he had got. No step farther must in that direction be attempted. His mare seemed to know this as well as himself, for when she had pulled her leg out, she drew back a pace and stood. Whereupon David cast a knot on the reins, threw them on her neck, and told her to go where she pleased. She turned half round and started at once, feeling her way at first very carefully. Then she walked slowly on, with her head hanging low. Again and again she stopped and snuffed, diverged a little, and went on. The wind was packed rather than charged with snow. Men said there never was a wind of the strength with so much snow in it. David began to despair of ever finding the road again, and naturally in such strait thought how much worse would Kirsty and Steenie be faring on the open hillside. His wife, he knew, could not have started before the storm rose to tempest, and would delay her departure. Then came the reflection, how little at any time could a father do for the well-being of his children. The fact of their being children implied their need of an all-powerful father. Must there not then be such a father? Therewith the truth dawned upon him, that first of truths, which all his church-going and Bible-reading had hitherto failed to disclose, that, for life to be a good thing and worth living, a man must be the child of a perfect father, and know him. In his terrible perturbation about his children, he lifted up his heart, not to the governor of the world, not to the God of Abraham or Moses, not in the least to the God of the Kirk, least of all to the God of the Shorter Catechism, but to the faithful Creator and Father of David Barclay. The aching soul which none but a perfect father could have created, capable of deploring its own fatherly imperfection, cried out to the Father of Fathers on behalf of his children, and as he cried, a peace came stealing over him, such as he had never before felt. Then he knew that his mare had been going for some time on hard ground, and was going with purpose in her gentle trot. In 5 minutes more he saw the glimmer of a light through the snow. Near as it was, or he could not have seen it, he failed repeatedly in finding his way to it. The mare at length fell over a stone wall out of sight in the snow, and when they got up they found themselves in a little garden at the end of a farmhouse. Not, however, until the farmer came to the door, wondering who on such a morning could be their visitor, did he know to what farm the mare had brought him. Weary, and well aware that no doctor in his senses would set out for the top of the Horn in such a tempest of black and white, he gratefully accepted the shelter and refreshment of which his mare and he stood by this time in much need, and waited for a lull in the storm. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. How Marion Fared. In the meantime, the mother of the family, not herself at the moment in danger, began to suffer the most. It dismayed her to find when she came down that Steenie had, as she thought, insisted on accompanying Kirsty, but it was without any great anxiety that she set about preparing food with which to follow them. She was bending over her fire, busy with her cooking, when all at once the wind came rushing straight down the chimney, blew sleet into the kitchen, blew soot into the pot, and nearly put out the fire. It was but a small whirlwind, however, and presently passed. She went to the door, opened it a little way. The morning was a chaos of blackness and snow and wind. She had been born and brought up in a yet wilder region, but the storm threatened to be such as in her experience was unparalleled. "God preserve's!" cried the woman. "Can this be the end of all thing? Is the earth turning into a muckle snaw wreath? And when are dead, there may be nae miss o' folk to bury them. Sic a sepulchreing! Mortal woman couldna carry a basket in sic a leaving snawdrift. Losh, she wouldna carry herself far. I maun bide a bit, gien I would be ony succour till them. It's my basket they'll be wanting, no me. And in this drift, basket may flee, but it winna float." She turned to her cooking as if it were the one thing to save the world. Let her be prepared for the best as well as for the worst. Kirsty might find Phemy past helping and bring Steenie home. Then there was David, at that moment fighting for his life perhaps. If he came home now, or any of the three, she must be ready to save their lives. They must not perish on her hands. So she prepared for the possible future, not by brooding on it, but by doing the work of the present. She cooked and cooked until there was nothing more to be done in that way, and then, having thus cleared the way for it, sat down and cried. There was a time for tears. The Bible said there was. And when Marion's hands fell into her lap, their hour, and not till then, was come. To go out after Kirsty would have been the bare foolishness of suicide, would have been to abandon her husband and children against the hour of their coming need. One of the hardest demands on the obedience of faith is to do nothing. It is often so much easier to do foolishly. But she did not weep long. A moment more and she was up and at work again, hanging a great kettle of water on the crook, and blowing up the fire that she might have hot bottles to lay in every bed. Then she assailed the peat stack, in spite of the wind, making to it journey after journey, until she had heaped a great pile of peats in the corner nearest the hearth. The morning wore on. The storm continued raging. No news came from the white world. Mankind had vanished in the whirling snow. It was well the men had gone home, she thought. There would only have been the more in danger, the more to be fearful about, for all would have been abroad in the drift, hopelessly looking for one another. But oh, Steenie, Steenie, and her ain Kirsty! About 10:30, the wind began to abate its violence, and speedily sank to a calm, wherewith the snow lost its main terror. She looked out. It was falling in straight, silent lines, flickering slowly down, but very thick. She could find her way now. Hideous fears assailed her, but she banished them imperiously. They should not sap the energy whose every jot would be wanted. She caught up the bottle of hot milk she had kept ready, wrapped it in flannel, tied it, with a loaf of bread, in a shawl about her waist, made up the fire, closed the door, and set out for Steenie's house on the Horn. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Husband and Wife. 2 hours or so earlier, David, perceiving some assuagement in the storm, and his host having offered to go at once to the doctor and the schoolmaster, had taken his mare and mounted to go home. He met with no impediment now except the depth of the snow, which made it so hard for the mare to get along that, full of anxiety about his children, he found the distance a weary one to traverse. When at length he reached the knowe, no one was there to welcome him. He saw, however, by the fire and the food, that Marion was not long gone. He put up the grey, clothed her and fed her, drank some milk, caught up a quarter of cakes, and started for the hill. The snow was not falling so thickly now, but it had already almost obliterated the footprints of his wife. Still he could distinguish them in places, and with some difficulty succeeded in following their track until it was clear which route she had taken. They indicated the easier, though longer way, not that by the earth house, and the father and daughter passed without seeing each other. When Kirsty got to the farm, her father was following her mother up the hill. When David reached the Hillfold, the name he always gave Steenie's house, he found the door open and walked in. His wife did not hear him, for his iron-shod shoes were bald with snow. She was standing over the body of Phemy, looking down on the white sleep with a solemn, motherly, tearless face. She turned as he drew near, and the pair, like the lovers they were, fell each in the other's arms. Marion was the first to speak. David, God be praised I hae yoursel." "Is the poor thing gane?" asked her husband in an awe-hushed tone, looking down on the maid that was not dead but sleeping. "I doot there's no doot aboot that," answered Marion. "Steenie, I was just thinking, would be sair disappointed to learn that there was. The faith o' that laddie! Haven to him sic a rale place, and sic a hantle better nor this whirl, 'at he would not only fain be there himsel, but would hae Phemy there. Ay, gie it were ever sae long afore himsel. Ye see he kens naething aboot sin and the sacrifice, and he doesna understand that Phemy was a gay wool kind o' a lassie." "Maybe the bonny man, as Steenie calls him," returned David, "may hae as muckle compassion for the poor thing in the heart o' him as Steenie himsel." "Oh, aye, what for no? But what can the bonny man himsel do, a' being settled?" "Dinna limit the Almighty, woman, and that in the very moment when he's been to his, I wanna say mair gracious nor ordinary, for that couldna be, but when he's letting us see a bit plainer nor common that he is gracious. The Lord o' mercy'll manage to look after the lammie he made, ae way or ither, there is here. Ye daurna say he didna do his best for her here, and will he no do his best for her there as well?" "Doubtless, David, but ye fright me. It sounds just rank papistry, neither mair nor less. What can he do? He canna dee again for ane that wouldna turn till him in this life. The thing's no to be thocht." "Who can ye that, woman? Ye hae just thocht it yoursel. Gien I was you, I wouldna daur to say what he couldna do. In the meantime, what he makes me able to hope, I'm no gang to fling frae me." David was a true man. He could not believe a thing with one half of his mind, and care nothing about it with the other. He, like his Steenie, believed in the bonny man about in the world, not in the mere image of him standing in the precious shrine of the New Testament. After a brief silence, "Where's Kirsty and Steenie?" he said. "The Lord kens. I dinna." "They'll be safe enough." "It's no likely." "It's certain," said David. And therewith, by the side of the dead, he imparted to his wife the thoughts that drove misery from his heart, as he sat on his mare in the storm with the reins on her neck, nor knew whither she went. "Ay, ay," returned his wife after a pause, "you're unco right, David, as I yar, and I'm just conscience-stricken to think it. All my life lang I hae been ready to mourn o'er the sore in my heart, never thinking o' the gladness o' God's. What ca' had I to greet o'er Steenie, when God maun hae been sair pleased wi' him? What sense is there in lamentation, sae lang's God's aidn't settin' richt a'? He's hurt the safety of ours, and glad sure he maun be wi' sic a lot o' his bairns at hame aboot him." "Ay," returned David with a sigh, thinking of his old comrade and the son he had left behind him. "But there's the prodigal ains." "Thank God we hae nae prodigal." "Ay, thank him," rejoined David. "But he has prodigals that trouble him sair, and we mun see til't that we binna thankless auld prodigals ourselves." Again followed a brief silence. But isna it strange," said Marion. "Here's you and me standing mourning o'er anither man's bairn, and naewise kenning what's come to our ain twa. David, what can hae come o' Steenie and Kirsty?" "The will o' God's what's come o' them, and God haud me in the grace o' wussing naething ither nor that same." "Haud to that, David, and haud me til't. We kenna what's coming." "The will o' God's coming," insisted David. "But he added, "I'm concerned for poor Master Craig." "Weel, let's awa hame and see whether the twa binna there afore us. But the sight o' the bonny corp maun hae gien Steenie a sair hurt, I wouldna want her gien he never won ort in this life." "But what'll we do about it, or we gang? It's the storm may come on again waur nor ever, and mak it impossible to bury her for a month." "We couldna carry her hame atween us, David, think ye?" Na, it's no as gien it was hersel, and called a fine keeper, better nor all the embalmin o' the Egyptians. Only I'm fain to haud Steenie unseen her again." "Weel, let's hap her in the bonny white snaw," said Marion. "She'll keep there as lang as the snaw keeps, and naething'll disturb her till the time comes to lay her awa." "That's weel thoughta," answered David. "Eh, woman, but it's a bonny burial, compared with sic as I hae aften given comrade and foe alike." They went out and chose a spot close by the house where the snow lay deep. There they made a hollow, and pressed the bottom of it down hard. Then they carried out and laid in it the death-frozen dove, and heaped upon her a firm, white, marble-like tomb of heavenly new-fallen snow. Without re-entering it, they closed the door of Steenie's refuge, and leaving the two deserted houses side by side, made what slow haste they could, with anxious hearts, to their home. The snow was falling softly, for the wind was still asleep. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. David, Marion, Kirsty, Snootie, and what was left of Steenie. Kirsty saw their shadows darken the wall, and turning from her work at the dresser, ran to the door to meet them. "God be thankit!" cried David. Marion gave her daughter one loving look, and entering, cast a fearful, questioning glance around the kitchen. "Where's Steenie?" she said. "He's with Phemy, I'm thinking," faltered Kirsty. "Lassie, are ye demented?" her mother almost screamed. "Where this minute come frae there?" "He is with Phemy, mother. The Lord canna surely hae parted them, ganging in maist houden hands." "Kirsty, I haud you accountable for my Steenie," cried Marion, sinking on a chair and covering her face with her hands. "It's the will o' God it's accountable for him, woman," answered David, sitting down beside her and laying hold of her arm. She burst into terrible weeping. "He maun be sair at hame with the bonny man," said Kirsty. "Lassie," said David, "you and me and your mither, we hae naething left but be better bairns, and gang the fester to the bonny man. Where's what's left of the laddie, Kirsty?" "Lying in my hoose, as he called it. Mine was in the yard. He's in the air, he said. He was awa afore I went to the kitchen. He had just killed himself saving it, Phemy, rinning and fetching on, upo' the barest chance of saving her life. And sae, when he set off again to gang till her, no biding for me, he was just that forfaughten 'at he had a blood break in his breast, and was just able, and nae mair, to creep into the weem oot o' the snaw. He didna like the place, and yet he had a kind o' a notion o' the bonny man being there whiles. I'm thinking Snootie maun hae won till him, and ran home for help, for I found him maist deid upo' the doorstep." David stooped and patted the dog. "Na, that couldna be," he said, "or he would never hae left him, I'm thinking. You're a braw dog," he went on to the collie, "and I'm thankful you're no lying wi' your tongue out. But good comes to good doggies," he added, fondling the creature, who had risen, and feebly set his paws on his knee. "And you left him lying there! Who had you the hurt, Kirsty?" sobbed the mother reproachfully. "Mother, he was better off nor ony either ane o' us. I winna say, mother, 'at I lo'ed him sae well as ye lo'ed him, for maybe that wouldna be nature, I dinna ken. And I daurna say 'at I lo'ed him as the bonny man lo'es his brithers and sisters a', but I hae yet to learn hoo to lo'e him better. Ony gait, the bonny man wanted him, and he has him. And when I left him there, it was just as gien I held him oot in my arms, and said, 'Hey, Lord, take him, he's your ain.'" "You're in the right, Kirsty, my bonny bairn," said David. "Your mither and me,
We was never but pleased with onything it ever ye did. Isna that true, Marion, my ain woman?" "True as his word," answered the mother, and rose and went to her room.
David sought the yard, saw that all was right with the beasts, and fed them. Thence he made his way to the workshop over the cart shed, where in 5 minutes he constructed, with 2 poles run through 2 sacks, a very good stretcher, carrying it to the kitchen, where Kirsty sat motionless looking into the fire. "Kirsty," he said, "ye're maist as strong's a man, and I wouldna willingly ony but orain 3 cells laid finger upon what's left of Steenie. Are ye up to taking the feet o' him to fess him hame? Here's what'll make it maist easy." Kirsty rose at once. "A drappy o' milk, and I'm ready," she answered. "Will you no tak a mouthful o' whisky yoursel, father?" "Na, I want naething," replied David. He had not yet learned what Kirsty went through the night before, when he asked her to help him carry the body of her brother home through the snow. Kirsty, however, knew no reason why she should not be as able as her father. He took the stretcher, and they set out, saying nothing to the mother. She was still in her own room, and they hoped she might fall asleep. "It minds me o' the woman gane till the sepulchre," said David. But it maun hae been a sair time till them, a heap sairer nor this heartbreak here." "You see, they didna ken 'at he wasna dead," assented Kirsty, "and we div ken 'at Steenie's no dead. He's maybe walking about with the bonny men, or maybe just resting himsel a wee after the uprising. Just think o' his head being all right, and his e'en as clear as the bonny man's ain. But Steenie maun be in great glee." Thus talking as they went, they reached and entered the earth house. They found no angels on guard, for Steenie had not to get up again. David wept the few tears of an old man over the son who had been of no use in the world, but the best use, to love and be loved. Then, one at the head and the other at the feet, they brought the body out and laid it on the bier. Kirsty went in again and took Steenie's shoes, tying them in her apron. "His feet's no sic a weight now," she said, as together they carried their burden home. The mother met them at the door. She cried, "I thocht the Lord had ta'en ye baith, and left me my lane, 'cause I was sae hard hurtit till him. But noo 'at he's bracht ye back, and Steenie, what there is o' him, poor bairn, I s' never say anither word, but just let him do as he likes. There, Lord, I hae done. Pardon thou me wha canst." They carried the forsaken thing up the stair, and laid it on Kirsty's bed, looking so like and so unlike Steenie asleep. Marion was so exhausted, both mind and body, that her husband insisted on her postponing all further ministration till the morning. But at night Kirsty unclothed the untenanted, and put on it a long white nightgown. When the mother saw it lying thus, she smiled and wept no more. She knew that the bonny man had taken home his idiot. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. From Snow to Fire. My narrative must now go a little way back in time, and a long way from the region of heather and snow, to India in the year of the Mutiny. The regiment in which Francis Gordon served, his father's old regiment, had lain for months besieged in a well-known city by the native troops, and had begun to know what privation meant, its suffering aggravated by that of not a few women and children. With the other portions of the company's army there shut up, it had behaved admirably. Danger and sickness, wounds and fatigue, hunger and death had brought out the best that was in the worst of them. When their country knew how they had fought and endured, she was proud of them. Had their enemies, however, been naked Zulus, they would have taken the place within a week. Francis Gordon had done his part, and well. It would be difficult to analyze the effect of the punishment Kirsty had given him, but its influence was upon him through the whole of the terrible time, none the less beneficent that his response to her stinging blows was indignant rage. I dare hardly speculate what, had she not defended herself so that he could not reach her, he might not have done in the first instinctive motions of natural fury. It is possible that only Kirsty's skill and courage saved him from what he would never have surmounted the shame of, taking revenge on a woman, avenging a woman's wrong. From having deserved to be struck by a woman, nothing but repentant shame could save him. When he came to himself, the first bitterness of the thing over, he could not avoid the conviction that the playmate of his childhood, whom once he loved best in the world, and who, when a girl, refused to marry him, had come to despise him, and that righteously. The idea took a firm hold on him, and became his most frequently recurrent thought. The wail of Kirsty's whip served to recall it a good many nights, and long after that had ceased either to smart or show, the thought would return of itself in the night watches, and was certain to come when he had done anything his conscience called wrong, or his judgment foolish. The officers of his mess were mostly men of character, with ideas better at least than ordinary as to what became a man, and their influence on one by no means of a low, though of an unstable nature, was elevating. It is true that a change into a regiment of jolly, good-mannered, unprincipled men would within a month have brought him to do as they did, and in another month would have quite silenced, for a time at least, his poor little conscience. But he was at present rising. Events had been in his favour. After reaching India, he had no time to be idle. The mutiny broke out. He must bestir himself, and, as I have said, the best in him was called to the front. He was specially capable of action with show in it. Let eyes be bent upon him, and he would go far. The presence of his kind to see and laud was an inspiration to him. Left to act for himself, undirected and unseen, his courage would not have proved of the highest order. Throughout the siege, nevertheless, he was noted for a daring that often left the bounds of prudence far behind. More than once he was wounded, once seriously, but even then he was in 4 days again at his post. His genial manners, friendly carriage, and gay endurance rendered him a favourite with all. The sufferings of the besieged at length grew such, and there was so little likelihood of the approaching army being able for some time to relieve the place, that orders were issued by the commander-in-chief to abandon it. Every British person must be out of the city before the night of the day following. The general in charge thereupon resolved to take advantage of the very bad watch kept by the enemy, and steal away in silence the same night. The order was given to the companies, to each man individually, to prepare for the perilous attempt, but to keep it absolutely secret, save from those who were to accompany them. And so cautious was the little English colony, as well as the garrison, that not a rumour of the intended evacuation reached the besiegers, while, throughout the lines and in the cantonments, it was thoroughly understood that, at a certain hour of the night, without call of bugle or beat of drum, everyone should be ready to march. 10 minutes after that hour, the garrison was in motion. With difficulty, yet with sufficing silence, the gates were passed, and the abandonment effected. The first shot of the enemy's morning salutation, earlier than usual, went tearing through a bungalow within whose shattered walls lay Francis Gordon. In a dining-room, whose balcony and window-frame had been smashed the day before, he still slumbered wearily, when close past his head rushed the 18-pounder with its infernal scream. He started up to find the blood flowing from a splinter wound on his temple and cheekbone. A second shot struck the foot of his long chair. He sprang from it and hurried into his coat and waistcoat. But how was all so still inside? Not one gun answered. Firing at such an hour, he thought, the rebels must have got wind of their intended evacuation. It was too late for that, but why did not the garrison reply? Between the shots he seemed to hear the universal silence. Heavens! Were their guns already spiked? If so, all was lost. But it was daylight. He had overslept himself. He ought to have been with his men. How long ago he could not tell, for the first shot had taken his watch. A third came and broke his sword, carrying the hilt of it through the wall on which it hung. Not a sound, Not a murmur reached him from the fortifications. Could the garrison be gone? Was the hour past? Had no one missed him? Certainly no one had called him. He rushed into the compound. Not a creature was there. He was alone. One English officer amid a revolted army of hating Indians. But they did not yet know that their prey had slid from their grasp, for they were going on with their usual gun reveille, instead of rushing on flank and rear of the retreating column. He might yet elude them and overtake the garrison. Half dazed, he hurried for the gate by which they were to leave the city. Not a live thing save 2 starved dogs did he meet on his way. One of them ran from him, the other would have followed him, but a ball struck the ground between them, raising a cloud of dust, and he saw no more of the dog. He found the gate open, and not one of the enemy in sight. Tokens of the retreat were plentiful, making the track he had to follow plain enough. But now an enemy he had never encountered before, a sense of loneliness and desertion and helplessness, rising to utter desolation, all at once assailed him. He had never in his life congratulated himself on being alone, not that he loved his neighbour, but that he loved his neighbour's company, making him less aware of an uneasy self. And now first he realized that he had seen his sword hilt go off with a round shot, and had not caught up his revolver, that he was, in fact, absolutely unarmed. He quickened his pace to overtake his comrades. On and on he trudged through nothing but rice fields, the day growing hotter and hotter, and his sense of desolation increasing. 2 or 3 natives passed him, who looked at him, he thought, with sinister eyes. He had eaten no breakfast, and was not likely to have any lunch. He grew sick and faint, but there was no refuge. He must walk until he fell and could walk no more. With the heat and his exertion, his hardly healed wound began to assert itself, and by he felt so ill that he turned off the road and lay down. While he lay, the eyes of his mind began to open to the fact that the courage he had hitherto been so eager to show could hardly have been of the right sort, seeing it was gone, evaporated clean. He rose and resumed his walk, but at every smallest sound started in fear of a lurking foe. With vainest regret he remembered the long-bladed dagger-knife he had when a boy always carried in his pocket. It was exhaustion and illness, true, that destroyed his courage, but not the less was he a man of fear, not the less he felt himself a coward. Again he got into a damp brake and lay down. In a minute or 2 again got up and went on, his fear growing until, mainly through consciousness of itself, it ripened into abject terror. Loneliness seemed to have taken the shape of a watching, omnipresent enemy, out of whose diffusion death might at any moment break in some hideous form. It was getting toward night when at length he saw dust ahead of him, and soon after he descried the straggling rear of the retreating English. Before he reached it, a portion had halted for a little rest, and he was glad to lie down in a rough cart. Long before the morning, the cart was on its way again, Gordon in it, raving with fever, and unable to tell who he was. He was soon in a friendly shelter, however, under skilful treatment, and tenderly nursed. When at length he seemed to have almost recovered his health, it was clear that he had in great measure lost his reason. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Kirsty Shows Resentment. Things were going from bad to worse at Castle Weelset. Whether Mrs. Gordon had disgusted her friends or got tired of them, I do not know, but she remained at home, seldom had a visitor, and never a guest. Rumour, busy in country as in town, said she was more and more manifesting herself a slave to strong drink. She was so tired of herself that to escape her double she made it increasingly a bore to her. She never read a book, never had a newspaper sent her, never inquired how things were going on about the place or in any part of the world, did nothing for herself or others, only ate, drank, slept, and raged at those around her. One morning David Barclay, having occasion to see the factor, went to the castle, and finding he was at home ill, thought he would make an attempt to see Mrs. Gordon, and offer what service he could render. She might not have forgotten that in old days he had been a good deal about the estate. She received him at once, but behaved in such extraordinary fashion that he could not have any doubt she was at least half drunk. There was no sense, David said, either to be got out of her or put into her. At Corbyknowe they heard nothing of the young laird. The papers said a good deal about the state of things in India, but Francis Gordon was not mentioned. In the autumn of the year 1858, when the days were growing short and the nights cold in the high region about the Horn, the son of a neighbouring farmer, who had long desired to know Kirsty better, called at Corbyknowe with his sister, ostensibly on business with David. They were shown into the parlour, and all were sitting together in the early gloamin', the young woman bent on persuading Kirsty to pay them a visit, and see the improvements they had made in house and garden, and the two farmers lamenting the affairs of the property on which they were tenants. "But I hear there's new grief like to come to the auld lairdship," said William Lammy, as he sat with an elbow on the tea-table whence Kirsty was removing the crumbs. "And what may the wisdom of the countryside be putting first the new?" said David, in a tone of good-humoured irony. "Well, as I hear, Mistress Comrie's been to Edinburgh for a week or twa, and's come hame wi' a gay queer story concerning their young laird, out there where there's been sic a rumpus wi' the heathen soldiers. There's word come, she says, that he's fallen into the very glower o' disgrace, funkin' at something they set him till. No, he wouldna. And they had him afore a court martial, as they ca' it, and brocht it in, she says, bare cowardice, and just broke him. He'll hae ill shaw in the face o' him again in's ain calf country." "It's a lee," said Kirsty. "I stake my aith o' that, whoever took the telling o't. There never was a mark o' coord upo' Francie Gordon. He had his faults, but no ane o' them look at that gate. He was kind o' soft like whiles, and unco easy come ower, but haein little fear mysel', I ken a coord when I see him. Something may hae set up his pride. He has enough o' that for twa deevils, but Francie was never nae coord. Dinna lay the lee at my door, I beg o' ye, Miss Barclay. I was but telling ye what folk was saying. Folks aye saying, and seldom saying true. The worst o' it is that honest folks aye ready to believe liars. They dinna lee themselves, and say it's no easy to them to think another what. Thereby the falsehood has free course and is glorified. They're no all liars that spreads the lee, but for them that makes the lee, the Lord silence them." "Hoots, Kirsty," said her mother, "it disna become ye to curse naebody. It's no richt to ye." "It's a good Bible curse, mother. It's but a way o' saying, His will be done." "Ye needna be sae fell aboot the laird, Miss Barclay. He was nae particular freend o' yours, gien a' tales be true," remarked her admirer. "I'm telling ye tales is maistly lees. I hae kenned the laird since he was a wee laddie, and afore that, and I'm no going to hear him lead upo' and haud my tongue. A lee's a lee, whether the leer be a leer or no. I hate doon." She did not speak another word to him save to bid him good night. In the beginning of the year a rumour went about the country that the laird had been seen at the castle, but it died away. David pondered, but asked no questions, and Mrs. Bremner volunteered no information. Kirsty, of course, heard the rumour, but she never took much interest in the going-ons at the castle. Mrs. Gordon's doings were not such as the angels desire to look into, and Kirsty, not distantly related to them, and inheriting a good many of their peculiarities, minded her own business. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. In the Workshop. One night in the month of January, when the snow was falling thick, but the air, because of the cloud blankets overhead, was not piercing, Kirsty went out to the workshop to tell her father that supper was ready. David was a jack of all trades, thereby resembling a sailor rather than a soldier, and by the light of a single dip was busy with some bit of carpenter's work. He did not raise his head when she entered, and heard her as if he did not hear. She wondered a little, and waited. After a few moments of silence, he said quietly, without looking up, "Are ye aware o' onything by ordinar, Kirsty?" "Na, naething, father," answered Kirsty, wondering still. "It's been bearing itsel in upon me at my bench here, at Steenie's about the place the night. And I canna help imagining he's been upon this very floor o'er and o'er again sin' I came out, as gien he would fain say something, but couldna, and gaed awa again." "Think ye he's here at this moment, father?" "Na, he's no." "He used to think whiles the bonny man was aboot," said Kirsty reflectively. "My mother was a Highland woman, and had the second sight. There was no manner of doubt about it," remarked David, also thoughtfully. "And what would ye draw frae that, father?" asked Kirsty. "Oh, naething very important, maybe, but just that possibly it might be in the family." "I would like to ken your very thought, father." "Weel, it's just this. I'm thinking that some may be nearer the dead nor others." "And maybe," supplemented Kirsty, "some of the dead may win nearer the living nor others." "Aye, that's it. That's the hale o't," answered David. Kirsty turned her face toward the farthest corner. The place was rather large, and everywhere dark except within the narrow circle of the candlelight. In a quiet voice, with a little quaver in it, she said aloud, "Gien ye be here, Steenie, and hae the poor, let us ken gien there be onything lying to our hand that ye was done. I'm sure, gien there be, it's for our sakes and no for your ain, glad as we would all be to do onything for ye. The bonny man lats ye want for naething, we are sure of that." "Aye, are we, Steenie," assented his father. No voice came from the darkness. They stood silent for a while. Then David said, "Gang in, lassie. Your mother'll be wondering what's come o' ye. I'll be in a minute. I hae just the last stroke to gie this bit jobby." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. A Race with Death. Without a word, but with disappointment in her heart that Steenie had not answered them, Kirsty obeyed. But she went round through the rickyard that she might have a moment's thought with herself. Not a hand was laid upon her out of the darkness. No faintest sound came to her ears through the silently falling snow. But as she took her way between two ricks, where there was just room for her to pass, she felt, however, without the slightest sense of material opposition, that she could not go through. Endeavouring afterward to describe what rather she was aware of than felt, she said the nearest she could come to it, but it was not right, was to say that she seemed to encounter the ghost of solidity. Certainly nothing seemed to touch her. She made no attempt to overcome the resistance, and the moment she turned, knew herself free to move in any other direction. But as the house was still her goal, she tried another space between two of the ricks. There again she found she could not pass. Making a third essay in yet another interval, she was once more stopped in like fashion. With that came the conviction that she was wanted elsewhere, and with it the thought of the horn. She turned her face from the house, and made straight for the hill, only that she took, as she had generally done with Steenie, the easier and rather longer way. The notion of the presence of Steenie, which had been with her all the time, naturally suggested his house as the spot where she was wanted, and thither she sped. But the moment she reached, almost before she entered it, she felt as if it were utterly empty, as if it had not in it even air enough to give her breath. When a place seems to repel us, when we feel as if we could not live there, what if the cause be that there are no souls in it making it comfortable to the spiritual sense? That the knowledge of such presence would make most people uneasy, is no argument against the fancy. Truth itself, its intrinsic, essential, necessary trueness unrecognized, must be repellent. Kirsty did not remain a moment in Steenie's house, but set her face to go home by the shorter and rougher path leading over the earth house and across the little burn. The night continued dark, with an occasional thinning of the obscurity when some high current blew the clouds aside from a little nest of stars. Just as Kirsty reached the descent to the burn, the snow ceased, the clouds parted, and a faint, worn moon appeared. She looked just like a little old lady too thin and too tired to go on living more than a night longer. But her waning life was yet potent over Kirsty, and her strange, wasted beauty, dying to rise again, made her glad as she went down the hill through the snow-crowned heather. The oppression which came on her in Steenie's house was gone entirely, and in the face of the pale ancient moon her heart grew so light that she broke into a silly song, which, while they were yet children, she made for Steenie, who was never tired of listening to it. Willy wally woo, hame comes the coo, hummel bummel moo, widen o'er the bogie, hame to fill the cogie, bonny hummel coo, wi' her baggie fu' o' butter and o' milk, and cream as saft as silk, a' gathered frae the girse intil her tassely purse, to be ours, no hers. Good Willie hummel coo, Willy wally woo, moo humly moo. Singing this childish rhyme, dear to the slow waking soul of Steenie, she had come almost to the bottom of the hill, was just stepping over the top of the weem, when something like a groan startled her. She stopped, and sent a keen searching glance around. It came again, muffled and dull. It must be from the earth house. Somebody was there. It could not be Steenie, for why should Steenie groan? But he might be calling her, and the weem changing the character of the sound. Anyhow, she must be wanted. She dived in. She could scarcely light the candle for the trembling of her hand and the beating of her heart. Slowly the flame grew, and the glimmer began to spread. She stood speechless and stared. Out of the darkness at her feet grew the form, as it seemed, of Steenie, lying on his face, just as when she found him there a year before. She dropped on her knees beside him. He was alive at least, for he moved. Of course, thought Kirsty, he's alive. He never was anything else. His face was turned from her, and his arm was under it. The arm next her lay out on the stones, and she took the ice-cold hand in hers. It was not Steenie's. She took the candle and leaned across to see the face. God in heaven, there was the mark of her whip. It was Francie Gordon. She tried to rouse him. She could not. He was cold as ice, and seemed all but dead. But for the groan she had heard, she would have been sure he was dead. She blew out the light, and swift as her hands could move, took garment after garment off, and laid it, warm from her live heart, over and under him, all save one which she thought too thin to do him any good. Last of all, she drew her stockings over his hands and arms, and leaving her shoes where Steenie's had lain, darted out of the cave. At the mouth of it she rose erect like one escaped from the tomb, and sped in dim gleaming whiteness over the snow, scarce to have been seen against it. The moon was but a shred, a withered autumn leaf low fallen toward the dim plain of the west, and as she ran she would have seemed to one of Steenie's angels out that night on the hill, a newly disembodied ghost fleeing home. Swift and shadowless as the thought of her own brave heart, she ran. Her sense of power and speed was glorious. She felt, not thought, herself a human goddess, the daughter of the Eternal. Up height and down hollow she flew, running her race with death, not an open eye, save the eyes of her father and mother, within miles of her in a world of sleep and snow and night. Nor did she slacken her pace as she drew near the house, she only ran more softly. At last she threw the door to the wall, and shot up the steep stair to her room, calling her mother as she went. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34, Back from the Grave. When David came into supper, he said nothing, expecting Kirsty every moment to appear. Marion was the first to ask what had become of her. David answered she had left him in the workshop. "Bless the bairn! What can she be aboot this time o' night?" said her mother. "I kenna," returned David. When they had sat eating their supper for 10 minutes, vainly expecting her, David went out to look for her. Returning unsuccessful, he found that Marion had sought her all over the house with like result. Then they became uneasy. Before going to look for her, however, David had begun to suspect her absence in one way or another connected with the subject of their conversation in the workshop, to which he had not for the moment meant to allude. But now when he told his wife what had passed, he was a little surprised to find that immediately she grew calm. "Oh, then, she'll be with Steenie," she said. Nor did her patience fail, but revived that of her husband. They could not, however, go to bed, but sat by the fire saying a word or two now and then. The slow minutes passed, and neither of them moved save David once to put on Pete's. The house door flew open suddenly, and they heard Kirsty cry, "Mother! Mother!" But when they hastened to the door, no one was there. They heard the door of her room close, however, and Marion went up the stair. By the time she reached it, Kirsty was in a thick petticoat and buttoned-up cloth jacket, had a pair of shoes on her bare feet, and was glowing a celestial rosy red. David stood where he was, and in half a minute Kirsty came in 3 leaps down the stair to him, to say that Francie was lying in the weem. In less than a minute the old soldier was out with the stable lantern, harnessing one of the horses, the oldest in the stable, good at standing, and not a bad walker. He called for no help, yet was round at the door so speedily as to astonish even Kirsty, who stood with her mother in the entrance by a pile of bedding. They put a mattress in the bottom of the cart, and plenty of blankets. Kirsty got in, lay down and covered herself up, to make the rough ambulance warm, and David drove off. They soon reached the weem, and entered it. The moment Kirsty had lighted the candle, "Lassie," cried David, "there's been a woman here." "It looks like it," answered Kirsty. "I was here myself, father." Aye, of course. But there's claes, women's claes. Where come they frae? Whase claes can they be?" "Wha's but mine," returned Kirsty, as she stooped to remove from his face the garment that covered his head. "The Lord preserves, to the very stockings upon the hands o' him." "I had no dread, father, of the Lord seeing me as he made me." "Lassie," cried David with heartfelt admiration, "ye suld have been dothered to a field marshal." "I wouldna be dothered till a king," returned Kirsty. "Gien I had to be born again, I wouldna be born 'cept it was to David Barclay." "My ain lassie," murmured her father. "But he added, interrupting his own thoughts, "we maun haud our tongues till we've done the thing we're sent to do." They bent at once to their task. David was a strong man still, and Kirsty was as good at a lift as most men. They had no difficulty in raising Gordon between them, David taking his head and Kirsty his feet, but it was not without difficulty that they got him through the passage. In the cart they covered him so that, had he been a newborn baby, he could have taken no harm, except it were by suffocation, and then, Kirsty sitting with his head in her lap, they drove home as fast as the old horse could step out. In the meantime, Marion had got her best room ready and warm. When they reached it, Francie was certainly still alive, and they made haste to lay him in the hot feather bed. In about an hour they thought he swallowed a little milk. Neither Kirsty nor her parents went to bed that night, and by one or other of them the patient was constantly attended. Kirsty took the first watch, and was satisfied that his breathing grew more regular, and by stronger. After a while it became like that of one in a troubled sleep. He moved his head a little, and murmured like one dreaming painfully. She called her father, and told him he was saying words she could not understand. He took her place and sat near him, when presently his soldier ears, still sharp, heard indications of a hot siege. Once he started up on his elbow, and put his hand to the side of his head. For a moment he looked wildly awake, then sank back and went to sleep again. As Marion was by him in the morning, all at once he spoke again, and more plainly. "Go away, mother," he said. I am not mad. I am only troubled in my mind. I will tell my father you killed me." Marion tried to rouse him, telling him his mother should not come near him. He did not seem to understand, but apparently her words soothed him, for he went to sleep once more. He was gaunt and ghastly to look at. The scar on his face, which Kirsty had taken for the mark of her whip, but which was left by the splinter that woke him, remained red and disfiguring. But the worst of his look was in his eyes, whose glances wandered about uneasy and searching. It was clear all was not right with his brain. I doubt if any other of his tenants would have recognized him. For a good many days he was like one awake yet dreaming, always dreading something, invariably starting when the door opened, and when quietest would lie gazing at the one by his bedside as if puzzled. He took in general what food they brought him, but at times refused it quite. They never left him alone for more than a moment. So far were they from giving him up to his mother, that the mere idea of letting her know he was with them never entered the mind of one of them. To the doctor, whom at once they had called in, there was no need to explain the right by which they constituted themselves his guardians. Anyone would have judged it better for him to be with them than with her. David said to himself that when Francie wanted to leave them, he should go, but he had sought refuge with them, and he should have it. Nothing should make him give him up except legal compulsion. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Francis comes to himself. One morning, Kirsty sitting beside him, Francis started to his elbow as if to get up, then seeing her, lay down again with his eyes fixed upon her. She glanced at him now and then, but would not seem to notice him much. He gazed for 2 or 3 minutes, and then said, in a low, doubtful, almost timid voice, "Kirsty?" "Aye, what is't, Francie?" returned Kirsty. "Is't yoursel, Kirsty?" he said. "Aye, what either, Francie?" "Are ye angry at me, Kirsty?" "No a grain. What gars ye speir sic a question?" But you gae me sic a ane with your whip, just here upon the haffet. Look." He turned the side of his head toward her and stroked the place, like a small, self-pitying child. Kirsty went to him and kissed it like a mother. She had plainly perceived that such a scar could not be from her blow, but it added grievously to her pain at the remembrance of it that the poor head which she had struck had in the very same place been torn by a splinter, for so the doctor said. If her whip left any mark, the splinter had obliterated it. "And syne," he resumed, "ye called me a coord." "Did I do that, ill woman that I was?" she returned, with tenderest maternal soothing. He laid his arms round her neck, drew her feebly toward him, hid his head on her bosom, and wept. Kirsty put her arm round him, held him closer, and stroked his head with her other hand, murmuring words of much meaning though little sense. He drew back his head, looked at her beseechingly, and said, "Div ye think me a coord, Kirsty?" "No with men," answered the truthful girl, who would not lie even in ministration to a mind diseased. "Maybe ye think I ought to hae strucken you back when ye struck me. I will be a coward then, let you say what you like. I never did, and I never will hit a lassie, let her kill me." "It wasna that, Francie. Gien I called you a coord, it was that ye behaved sae ill to Phemy." The bonny little Phemy. I had maist forgotten her. Who is she, Kirsty?" "She's weel, and vera weel," answered Kirsty. "She's dead." "Dead!" echoed Gordon, with a cry, again raising himself on his elbow. "Surely it wasna at the poor wee thing couldna forget me. The thing's no possible. I wasna worth it." Na, it wasna ae grain that. Her deein had naething to do with that, nor wi' you in ony way.
I dinna believe she was a hair war for ony nonsense he said till her. Shame o' ye as it was. She died upo the horn, a awful tempest o' a night. She couldna hae suffered lang, poor thing. She hadna the strength to suffer muckle. Sae away she gaed, and Steenie after her," added Kirsty in a lower tone, but Francis did not seem to hear, and said no more for a while. "But I maun tell you the truth, Kirsty," he resumed, "for be yoursel. There's them 'at says I'm a coord." "I heard ae man say't, only ane, and him only ance." "And ye said till him, I hae lang kenned that." "I tell't him whoever said it was a liar." "But ye believed yoursel, Kirsty. Would ye hae me liar and hypocrite forby, to call folk ill names for saying what I believed mysel?" "But I am a coord, Kirsty." "Ye are not, Francie. I wunna believed though yoursel say it. It's naething but a dist o' stite and nonsense 'at's wonnin through the cracks ye got in your head fighting. Ye was aye a daft kind o' a creatur, Francie. Gien onybody ever said it, make ye speed and get your health again, and syne ye can show him plain 'at he's a liar." "But I tell ye, Kirsty, I ran awa." "I fancy you would hae been naething but a muckle idiot, gien ye hadna. Ye didna lay onybody in trouble, did ye no?" "No a soul 'at I kenna. Na, I didna do that. The fac was, but nae blame to them, they all gaed awa and left me my lane, sleeping. I maun hae been terrible tired." "I telled you sae," cried Kirsty. "Just gang over the story to me, Francie, and I s' tell you whether ye are coord or no. I dinna believe a stime o't. You never was, and you never was likely to be a coord. I s' be at the bottom o' it, wi' whaever dour threat me sickily." But Frances showed such signs of excitement as well as exhaustion that Kirsty saw she must not let him talk longer. "Or I'll tell ye what," she added, "ye'll tell father and mother and me the hale tale this very night, or maybe the morn's morning. Ye maun hae an egg noo, and a drappy o' milk, creamy milk, Francie. Ye aye like it that." She went and prepared the little meal, and after taking it he went to sleep. In the evening, with the help of their questioning, he told them everything he could recall from the moment he woke, to find the place abandoned, not omitting his terrors on the way, until he overtook the rear of the garrison. "I dinna wonder ye was flaked, Francie," said Kirsty. "I would have been flaked mysel, wanting my sword, and kenning nae God to trust till. Ye maun learn to ken him, Francie, and syne ye'll be feared at naething." After that, his memory was only of utterly confused shapes, many of which must have been fancies. The only things he could report were the conviction pervading them all that he had disgraced himself, and the consciousness that everyone treated him as a deserter, and gave him the cold shoulder. His next recollection was of coming home to, or rather finding himself with his mother, who the moment she saw him flew into a rage, struck him in the face, and called him coward. She must have taken him, he thought, to some place where there were people about him who would not let him alone, but he could remember nothing more until he found himself creeping into a hole, which he seemed to know, thinking he was a fox with the hounds after him. "What's my claes like, Kirsty?" he asked at this point. "They were no that gran," answered Kirsty, her eyes smarting with the coming tears. "But you'll never see a stitch o' them again. I pat them awa. What while I win up wanting them," he rejoined, with a tremor of anxiety in his voice. "We'll see about that, time enough," answered Kirsty. "But my mither may be after me. I would fain be up. There's no saying what she michtna be up till. She can abide me." "Dread ye naething, Francie. Ye're no a match for my lady, but I's be atween ye and her. She's no sae fearsome as she thinks, ony gate she disna fleg me. I left some good enough claes there when I gaed awa, and I daur say they're in my room yet. gien only I kenned who to win at them. I s' gang and get them till ye, the very day ye're fit to rise, but ye maunna speak a word mair the night."
End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Kirsty Bestirs Herself. They held a long consultation that night as to what they must do. Plainly, the first and most important thing was to rid Francis of the delusion that he had disgraced himself in the eyes of his fellow officers. This would at once wake him as from a bad dream to the reality of his condition. Convinced of the unreality of the idea that possessed him, he would at once, they believed, resume his place in the march of his generation through life. To find means then for the attainment of this end, they set their wits to work, and it was almost at once clear to David that the readiest way would be to enter into communication with any they could reach of the officers under whom he had served. His regiment having by this time, however, with the rest of the company's soldiers, passed into the service of the Queen, a change doubtless involving many other changes concerning which Francis, even were he fit to be questioned, could give no information, David resolved to apply to Sir Hawco Mackintosh, who had succeeded Archibald Gordon in the command, for assistance in finding those who could bear the testimony he desired to possess. "Divna ye think, father," said Kirsty, "it would be the surest and speediest way for me to gang mysel to Sir Hawco?" "'Deed it would be that, Kirsty," answered David. "There's naething like the bodily presence of the leaving soul to gar things gang." To this Marion, although at first not a little appalled at the thought of Kirsty alone in such a huge city as Edinburgh, could not help assenting, and the next morning Kirsty started, bearing a letter from her father to his old officer, in which he begged for her the favour of a few minutes' conference on business concerning her father and the son of the late Colonel Gordon. Sir Hawco had retired from the service some years before the mutiny, and was living in one of the serenely gloomy squares of the Scots capital. Kirsty left her letter at the door, and calling the next day, was shown to the library, where Lady Mackintosh as well as Sir Hawco awaited, with curious and kindly interest, the daughter of the man they had known so well and respected so much. When Kirsty entered the room, dressed very simply in a gown of dark cloth and a plain straw bonnet, the impression she at once made was more than favourable, and they received her with a kindness and courtesy that made her feel herself welcome. They were indeed of her own kind. Sir Hawco was one of the few men who, regarding constantly the reality, not the show of things, kept throughout their life, however long, great part of their youth and all their childhood. Deeper far in his heart than any of the honours he had received, all unsought but none undeserved, lay the memory of a happy and reverential boyhood. Sprung from a peasant stock, his father was a man of high erected thought seated in a heart of courtesy. He was well matched with his wife, who, though born to a far higher social position in which simplicity is rarer, was, like him, true and humble and strong. They had one daughter, who grew up only to die. The moment they saw Kirsty, their hearts went out to her. For there was in Kirsty that unassumed, unconscious dignity, that simple propriety, that naturalness of a carriage neither trammelled nor warped by thought of self, which at once awakes confidence and regard, while her sweet, unaffected book English, in which appeared no attempt at speaking like a fine lady, no disastrous endeavour to avoid her country's utterance, revealed at once her genuine cultivation. Sir Hawco said afterward that when she spoke Scotch it was good and thorough, and when she spoke English it was Wordsworthian. Listening to her first words, and reminded of the solemn sententious way in which Sergeant Barclay used to express himself, his face rose clear in his mind's eye. He saw it, as it were, reflected in his daughter's, and broke out with, "Eh, lassie, but you're like your father!" "You mind upon him, sir?" rejoined Kirsty, with her perfect smile. "Mind upon him!
Naebody worth his minding upon could ever forget him. Sit ye doon and tell us all aboot him." Kirsty did as she was told. She began at the beginning, and explained first, what doubtless Sir Hawko knew at least something of before, the relation between her father and Colonel Gordon, whence his family as well as himself had always felt it their business to look after the young laird. Then she told how, after a long interval during which they could do nothing, a sad opportunity had at length been given them of at least attempting to serve him, and it was for aid in this attempt that she now sought Sir Hawko, who could direct her toward the procuring of certain information. "And what sort of information do you think I can give or get for you, Miss Barclay?" asked Sir Hawko. "I'll explain the thing to ye, sir, in as few words as I can," answered Kirsty, dropping her English. "The young laird has ta'en into his head that he didna carry himself like a man in the siege, and it's grown to be in him what they call a fixed idea. He was left, ye see, sir, him lane i' the beleaguered toon, and I fancy the sudden walking and the discovery that he was there his lee lane just pat him beside himself." Here she told the whole story, as they had gathered it from Francis, mingling it with some elucidatory suggestions of her own, and having ended her narration, went on thus: "Ye see, sir, and my lady, he was little better nor a laddie, and folk at sair needs company, like Francie, Mrs. Company or sair. Men's no able, some men, my lady, to tak counsel with their ain hurts, as women whiles learns to do. And say, when he came out o' the fright, he was ower sair upon himself for being in the fright. For it seems to me there's no shame in being frighted, sae lang as ye dinna serve and obey the fright, but trust in him at seas, and do what ye hae to do. Naebody at ken Francie as I did, could ever believe he found mair fear in's heart, nor was lawful and reasonable, sae lang, that is, as he was in his right mind. I aunt that nane but his maker can teach him. I dinna mean Francie was a pattern, but, sir, he was no coord, and that I ken, for I'm no coord mysel, please God to keep me as he's made me. But the laddie, the man I sud say, he's no to be persuaded out o' the fancy o' his ain coortis, and I dinna believe he'll ever win out o' it, wanting the testimony o' his fellow officers, wha them may be left to grant the same. And I canna but think, gin ye'll excuse me, sir, that for his father's sake, it would be a gracious act to tak him until the Queen's service, and let him bowed on fighting for his country, wherever it may please her Majesty to want him. Out where he was afore might be best for him, I dinna ken. It would be to put his country's seal upon their word." "Surely, Miss Barclay, you wouldn't set the poor lad in the forefront of danger again," said Lady Mackintosh. "I would that, my lady. I canna but think the army, saving for this misadventure, gien there be ony sic thing as misadventure, had a fair chance o' making a man of Francie, and whiles I canna help doubting gien onything less will ever restore him till himsel, but restoring him till his former position. It would only gie him the best chance o' showing to himsel 'at there wasna a hair o' the coord upon him." "But," said Sir Hawko, "would her Majesty be justified in taking the risk involved? Would it not be to peril many for a doubtful good to one?" Kirsty was silent for a moment, with downcast eyes. "I'm answered, sir, as to that point," she said, looking up. "For my part," said Lady Mackintosh, "I can't help thinking that the love of a good woman like yourself must do more for the poor fellow than the approval of all the soldiers in the world. Pardon me, Hawko." "Indeed, my lady, you're perfectly right," returned her husband with a smile. But Lady Mackintosh hardly heard him, so startled, almost so frightened was she at the indignation instantly on Kirsty's countenance. "Putna things intil ony hide, my lady, at the heart would never put there. It would be an ill fulfilling o' my father's duty till his auld colonel, no to say his auld friend, to countenance sic a notion. I beg your pardon, Miss Barclay, I was wrong to venture the remark. But may I say in excuse, that it is not unnatural to imagine a young woman, doing so much for a young man, just a little bit in love with him. I would fain hae your ladyship understand, returned Kirsty, that my father, my mother, and mysel were just ane and nae mair. No ane us has a wuss that disna belang to all three. The langest I can mind, it's been my ae ambition to help my father and mother to do what they wanted. I never desired marriage, my lady, and gien I did, it wouldna be with sic as Francie Gordon. Weel's I lo'e him, for we were bairnies, and laddie and lassie thegither. I wouldna hae a man it was for me to find fault wi'. Deed, mem, what folk calls love has neither erred nor paired i' this matter. Not to believe the honest glow in Kirsty's face, and the clear, confident assertion of her eyes, would have shown a poor creature in whom the faculty of belief was undeveloped. Sir Hawko and Lady Mackintosh insisted on Kirsty's taking up her abode with them while she was in Edinburgh, and Kirsty, partly in the hope of expediting the object of her mission thereby, and partly because her heart was drawn to her new friends, gladly consented. Before a week was over, like understanding like, her hostess felt as if she were a daughter until now, long waiting for her somewhere in the infinite. The self-same morning Sir Hawko sat down to his study table, and began writing to every officer alive who had served with Francis Gordon, requesting to know his feeling, and that of the regiment about him. Within 3 days he received the first of the answers, which kept dropping in for the next 6 months. They all described Gordon as rather a scatterbrain, as not the less a favourite with officers and men, and as always showing the courage of a man, or rather of a boy, seeing he not unfrequently acted with a reprehensible recklessness that smacked a little of display. "That's Francie himsel'," cried Kirsty, with the tears in her eyes, when her host read, to this effect, the first result of his inquiry. Within a fortnight he received also, from one high in office, the assurance that, if Mr. Gordon, on his recovery, wished to enter Her Majesty's service, he should have his commission. While her husband was thus kindly occupied, Lady Mackintosh was showing Kirsty every loving attention she could think of, and in taking her about Edinburgh and its neighbourhood, found that the country girl knew far more of the history of Scotland than she did herself. She would gladly have made her acquainted with some of her friends, but Kirsty shrank from the proposal. She could not forget how her hostess had herself misinterpreted the interest she took in Francie Gordon. As soon as she felt that she could do so without seeming ungrateful, she bade her new friends farewell, and hastened home, carrying with her copies of the answers which Sir Hawko had up to that time received. When she arrived, it was with such a glad heart that, at sight of Frances in her father's Sunday clothes, she laughed so merrily that her mother said, "The lassie maun be fey." Haggard as he looked, the old twinkle awoke in his eye, responsive to her joyous amusement. And David, coming in the next moment from putting up the grey mare with which he had met the coach to bring Kirsty home, saw them all three laughing in such an abandonment of mirth, as, though unaware of the immediate motive, he could not help joining. The same evening Kirsty went to the castle, and Mrs. Bremner needed no persuasion to find the suit which the young laird had left in his room, and gave it to her to carry to its owner, so that, when he woke the next morning, Francis saw the grey garments lying by his bedside in place of David's black, and felt the better for the sight. The letters Kirsty had brought, working along with returning health, and the surrounding love and sympathy most potent of all, speedily dispelled his yet lingering delusion. It had occasionally returned in force while Kirsty was away, but now it left him altogether. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. A Great Gulf. It was now midsummer, and Francis Gordon was well, though thin and looking rather delicate. Kirsty and he had walked together to the top of the Horn, and there sat in the heart of old memories. The sun was clouded above, the boggy basin lay dark below, with its rim of heathery hills not yet in bloom,
and its bottom of peaty marsh, green and black, with here and there a shining spot. The growing crops of the far-off farms on the other side but little affected the general impression the view gave of a waste world, yet the wide expanse of heaven and earth lifted the heart of Kirsty with an indescribable sense of presence, purpose, promise. For was it not the country on which, fresh from God, she first opened the eyes of this life, the visible region in which all her efforts had gone forth, in which all the food of her growth had been gathered, in which all her joys had come to her, in which all her loves had had their scope, the place whence by and by she would go away to find her brother with the bonny man? Francis saw without heeding. His heart was not uplifted. His earthly future, a future of his own imagining, drew him. "This winna do any langer, Kirsty," he said at length. "The accusing angel will be upon me again, or I ken. I mauna be idle 'cause I'm happy, aince more, thanks to you, Kirsty. Little did I think ever to raise my head again. But noo I maun be at my work. I'm fit enough." "I'm right glad to hear't," answered Kirsty. "I was just thinking lang for a word of the sort frae ye, Francie. I didna want to be the first to speak o't." "And I was just thinking lang to hear ye speak o't," returned Francis. "I wanted to do it as the thing ye would hae o' me." "Even then, Francie, you wouldna, it seems, hae been doing't to please me, and that pleases me weel. I would be nane pleased to think o' ye doing't for me. It would gie me a sair hurt, Francie." "What for that, Kirsty?" "'Cause it would shaw ye no a man yet. A man's a man 'at does what's right, what's pleasing to the very heart o' right. Ye'll please me best by no wanting to please me, and you'll please God best by doing what he's putting into your heart as the right thing, and the bonny thing, and the true thing, though you sud dee in the doing o't. Tell me what ye are thinking o' doing." "What but gaeing after this new commission they hae promised me. There's aye a good chance of fechting upon the borders, the frontiers as they call them." Kirsty sat silent. She had been thinking much of what Francis ought to do, and had changed her mind on the point since the time when she had talked about him with Sir Hawko. "Isna that what you would hae me do, Kirsty?" he said, when he found she continued silent. "A body's no fool for wanting good advice." "No, that's true enough. What for wad ye want to gang fighting?" "To shaw the world I'm nane o' what my mither called me." "And shawing that, hoo muckle the better would ye be for't? Mind ye, it's ae thing to be, and anither to shaw. Be ye maun, shaw ye needna." "I dinna ken. I micht be growing better all the time." "And ye might be growing waur. What the better would ony neighbour be for ye gang fechting? Wouldna it be all for yoursel? Is there naething gien inter your hand to do? Naething nearer home nor that? Surely o' twa things, ane near and ane far, the near comes first." "I dinna ken. I thocht ye wanted me to gang." "Aye, rather than bide at hame doing naething. But michtna there be something better to do?" "I didna ken. I thocht to please ye, Kirsty, but it seems naething will." "Aye, that's whaur the mischief lies. Ye thocht to please me." "I did think to please you, Kirsty. I thocht, ain't doing weel afar the world as my father did, I micht hae the face to come hame to you and say, 'Kirsty, will you hae me?'" "Aye, the same old Francie," said Kirsty with a deep sigh. "Weel?" "I tell ye, Francie, in the name o' God, I'll never hae ye on nae sic terms. Suppose I was to marry somebody when ye was away proving to yoursel, and all the lave that never misdooted ye, 'at ye was a brave man, what would ye do when ye came hame?" "Naething o' mortal good. Tak to the drink, maybe." "Ye tell me that! And ye think that, wi' me een open to ken 'at ye say true, I would marry ye? A man like you? Eh, Francie, Francie, you're no worth my taking, and you're no like to be worth the taking o' ony honest woman.
Can ye possibly imagine a woman marrying a man that she kenned would drive her to countless petitions to be hodden on despised him? You make my heart unco sair, Francie. I hae do my best wi' ye, and the end o't is, 'at you're no worth naething. For the life of me, Kirsty, I dinna ken what you're driving at, or what you would hae o' me. I cannot think but you're using me as ye wouldna like to be used yoursel. 'Deed, I would not like it gien I was o' your breed, Francie. Man, did you never ance in your life think what you had to do, what was gi'en you to do, what it was your duty to do? No sae often, doubtless, as I ought, but I'm ready to hear ye tell me my duty. I'm no past reasoning wi'. Did ye never hear 'at you're to love your neighbour as yoursel? I'm doing that with all my heart, Kirsty, and that ye ken as well as I do mysel. Ye mean me, Francie, and ye call that lawing me, to wull me marry a man 'at's no a man of all. But it's nae me 'at's your neighbour, Francie. Wha is my neighbour, Kirsty? The question's been speirt afore, and answered. And what's the answer till't? At your neighbour's, just whoever lies nearest ye in need o' your help. Gien ye read the tale of the Good Samaritan wi' ony sort o' gumption, that's what ye'll read intil't, and nocht else. The man or woman ye can help, ye hae to be neighbour to. I want to help you. Ye canna help me. I'm in no need o' your help. And the question's no worse the man I might help, but worse the man I maun help. I wanted to be your neighbour, but I couldna win it ye for the thieves. Ye wad stick to them, and they wouldna let me do naething. What thieves in the name o' common sense, Kirsty? Love of your ain gait, and love o' making a show, and want to care for what's right. Aye, Francie, I doot something a heap worr'll hae to come upo ye. All my labour's lost, and I dearly grudge it. No the labour, but the loss o't. I grudge that sair. Kirsty, in the name of God, wha is my neighbour? Your ain mither. My ain mither? Her oot o' all the warl? I never cam upon a spark o' reasoning till her. Machna she be that ain, oot o' all the warl, ye never showed spark o' reason till? There's nae place in her for reason to gang till. Ye never tried her wit. Ye would argue with her mair nor plenty, but did ye ever show her reason in your behaviour? Well, ye are turning again me. You had saved my life frae her. Didna I tell you who, when I went hame at last and gaed till her, for she was aye good to me when I wasn't weel, she fell oot upon me like a very deevil, raging and calling me ill names, and I just ran frae the hoose, and ye ken where ye found me. Gien it hadna been for you, I would have been dead. I was war no deed already. What way can I be a neighbour to her? It would be naething but cat and dog atweens frae morning to night. A body cannot be cat and dog baith, and the dog's as ill's the cat, whiles war. Ony dog would yowl gien ye threw a kettle of biling water over him. Did she do that till ye? She minded at it. I ran frae her. She had the toddy kettle in her hand, and she splashed it in her ain face trying to fling it at me. Maybe she didna ken ye. She kenned me weel enough. She called me by my ain's weel's other names. You're just crooning my argument, Francie. Your mother is just perishing o' drink. She drinks, and by what I hear, cares for nocht else. All's upon the road to ruin in her and about her. She has not the brains noo, gien ever she had them, to guide hersel. Is Satan to grip her 'cause ye wouldna be neighbour till her, and haud him off o' her? I ken you're a good son sae far as let her do as she likes and take maist all the siller. But that's what greases the axle of the cart the deevil's gotten her intil. I ken weel she hasna been muckle o' a mither till ye, but ye're her son when all's said, and there can be naething you're called upon to do, sae lang as she's in the grip o' the enemy, but rug her oot o't. Gien ye dinna that, you'll never be oot o's grip yoursel. Ye come out together, or ye bide together. Gordon sat speechless. It's impossible, he said at length. Francie, rejoined Kirsty, very quietly and solemnly, ye're your mother's keeper. Ye're her next neighbour. Are ye going to do your duty by her, or are ye not? I canna. I daurna. I'm a coord before her. Gien ye let her gang on to disgrace your father, no to see yoursel, and that by means of what's yours and no hers, I'll say mysel at your coord. Come hame wi' me and tak my part, and I'll promise ye to do my best. Ye maun take your ain part, and ye maun take her part too, against hersel. It's no to be thought o', Kirsty. Ye winna? I canna, my lane. I winna try it. It would be war nor useless. Kirsty rose, turning her face homeward. Gordon sprang to his feet. She was already 3 yards from him. Kirsty! Kirsty! He cried, going after her. She went straight for home, never showing by turn of head, by hesitation of step, or by change of carriage, that she heard his voice or his feet behind her. When they had thus gone 200 or 300 yards, he quickened his pace and laid his hand on her arm. She stopped and faced him. He dropped his hand, grew yet whiter, and said not a word. She walked on again. Like one in a dream he followed, his head hanging, his eyes on the heather. She went on faster. He was falling behind her, but did not know it. Down and down the hill he followed, and only at the earth house lifted his head. She was nearly over the opposite brae. He had let her go. He might yet have overtaken her, but he knew that he had lost her. He had no home, no refuge. Then first, not when alone in the beleaguered city, he knew desolation. He had never knocked at the door of heaven, and earth had closed hers. An angel who needed no flaming sword to make her awful held the gate of his lost paradise against him. None but she could open to him, and he knew that, like God himself, Kirsty was inexorable. Left alone with that last terrible look from the eyes of the one being he loved, he threw himself in despair on the ground. True love is an awful thing, not to the untrue only, but sometimes to the growing true, for to everything that can be burned it is a consuming fire. Never more, it seemed, would those eyes look in at his soul's window, without that sad, indignant repudiation in them. He rose and crept into the earth house. Kirsty lost herself in prayer as she went. "Lord, I hae done all I can," she said. "Until thou hast done something by thyself, I can do naething mair. He's in thy hands still. I praise thee, though he's out o' mine. Lord, gien I hae done him ony ill, forgie me. A poor human body canna ken I the best. Dinna let him suffer for my ignorance, whether I be to blame for it or no. I will try to do whatever thou makest plain to me." By the time she reached home she was calm. Her mother saw and respected her solemn mood, gave her a mother's look, and said nothing. She knew that Kirsty, lost in her own thoughts, was in good company. What was passing in the soul of Francis Gordon I can only indicate, I cannot show. The most mysterious of all vital movements, a generation, a transition, was there. How initiated, God only knows. Francis knew neither whence it came nor whither it went. He was being reborn from above. The change was in himself. The birth was that of his will. It was his own highest action, therefore all God's. He was passing from death into life, and knew it no more than the babe knows that he is being born. The change was into a new state of being, of the very existence of which most men are incredulous, for it is beyond preconception, capable only of being experienced. Thorough as is the change, the man knows himself the same man, and yet would rather cease to be than return to what he was. The unknown germ in him, the root of his being, yea, his very being itself, the holy thing which is his intrinsic substance, hitherto unknown to his consciousness, has begun to declare itself, and the worm is passing into the butterfly, the creeping thing into the psyche. It is a change in which God is the potent presence, but which the man must will, or remain the jailer who prisons in loathsomeness his own God-born self, and chokes the fountain of his own liberty. Francis knew nothing of all this. He only felt he must knock at the door behind which Kirsty lived. Kirsty could not open the door to him, but there was one who could, and Francis could knock. "God help me," he cried, as he lay on his face to live, where once he had lain on his face to die. For the rising again is the sepulchre. The world itself is one vast sepulchre for the heavenly resurrection. We are all busy within the walls of our tomb, burying our dead, that the corruptible may perish, and the incorruptible go free. Francis Gordon came out of that earth house a risen man. His will was born. He climbed again to the spot where Kirsty and he had sat together, and there, with the vast clear heaven over his head, threw himself once more on his face, and lifted up his heart to the heart whence he came. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Neighbours. He had eaten nothing since the morning, and felt like one in a calm, ethereal dream, as he walked home to Weelset in the soft dusk of an evening that would never be night, but die into the day. No one saw him enter the house. No one met him on the ancient spiral stair, as, with apprehensive anticipation, he sought the drawing-room. He had just set his foot on the little landing by its door, when a wild scream came from the room. He flung the door open and darted in. His mother rushed into his arms, enveloped from foot to head in a cone of fire. She was making, in wild flight, for the stair, to reach which would have been death to her. Francis held her fast, but she struggled so wildly that he had actually to throw her on the floor ere he could do anything to deliver her. Then he flung on her the rug, the table cover, his coat, and one of the window curtains, tearing it fiercely from the rings. Having got all those close around her, he rang the bell with an alarm peal, but had to ring 3 times, for service in that house was deadened by frequent fury of summons. 2 of the maids, there was no manservant in the house now, laid their mistress on a mattress, and carried her to her room. Gordon's hands and arms were so severely burned that he could do nothing beyond directing. He thought he had never felt pain before. The doctor was sent for and came speedily. Having examined them, he said Mrs. Gordon's injuries would have caused him no anxiety but for her habits. Their consequences might be very serious, and every possible care must be taken of her. Disabled as he was, Francis sat by her till the morning, and the night's nursing did far more for himself than for his mother. For as he saw how she suffered, and interpreted her moans by what he had felt and was still feeling in his own hands and arms, a great pity awoke in him. What a lost life his mother's had been! Was this to be the end of it? The old kindness she had shown him in his childhood and youth, especially when he was in any bodily trouble, came back upon him, and a new love, gathering up in it all the intermittent love of days long gone by, sprang to life in his heart, and he saw that the one thing given him to do was to deliver his mother. The task seemed, if not easy, yet far from irksome, so long as she continued incapable of resisting, annoying, or deceiving him. But the time speedily came when he perceived that the continuous battle rather than war of duty and inclination must be fought, and in some measure won, in himself, ere he could hope to stir up any smallest skirmish of sacred warfare in the soul of his mother.
What added to the acerbities of this preliminary war was, that the very nature of the contest required actions which showed not only unbecoming in a son, but mean and disgraceful in themselves. There was no pride, pomp, or circumstance of glorious war in this poor domestic strife, this seemingly sordid and unheroic, miserably unheroic, yet high, eternal contest. But now that Francis was awake to his duty, the best of his nature awoke to meet its calls, and he drew upon a growing store of love for strength to thwart the desires of her he loved. Entire affection hateth nicer hands, and Francis learned not to mind looking penurious and tyrannical, selfish, heartless, and unsympathetic, in the endeavour to be truly loving and lovingly true. He had not Kirsty to support him, but he could now go higher than to Kirsty for the help he needed. He went to the same fountain from which Kirsty herself drew her strength. At the same time, frequent thought of her filled him with glad assurance of her sympathy, which was in itself a wondrous aid. He neither saw nor sought to see her. He would not go near her before at least she already knew from other sources what would give her the hope that he was trying to do right. The gradually approaching strife between mother and son burst out the same moment in which the devilish thirst awoke to its cruel tyranny. It was a mercy to both of them that it reasserted itself while yet the mother was helpless toward any indulgence of her passion. Francis was no longer afraid of her, but it was the easier because of her condition, although not the less painful for him to frustrate her desire. Neither did it make it the less painful that already her countenance, which the outward fire had not half so much disfigured as that which she herself had applied inwardly, had begun to remind him of the face he had long ago loved a little, but this only made him, if possible, yet more determined that not 1 shilling of his father's money should go to the degradation of his mother. That she lusted and desired to have was the worst of the reasons why she should obtain. A compelled temperance was of course in itself worthless, but that alone could give opportunity for the waking of what soul was left in her. Puny as it was, that might then begin to grow. It might become aware of the bondage to which it had been subjected, and begin to long for liberty. In carrying out his resolution, Francis found it specially hard to fight, along with the bad in his mother, the good in himself. The lower forms of love rose against the higher, and had to be put down. To see the scintillation of his mother's eyes at the sound of any liquid, to know how easily he could give her an hour of false happiness, tore his heart, while her fierce abuse hardly passed the portals of his brain. Her condition was so pitiful that her words could not make him angry. She would declare it was he who set her clothes on fire, and as soon as she was up again she would publish to the world what a coward and sneak he showed himself from morning to night. Had Francis been what he once was, his mother and he must soon have come as near absolute hatred as is possible to the human. But he was now so different that the worst answer he ever gave her was, "Mother, you know you don't mean it." "I mean it with all my heart and soul, Francis," she replied, glaring at him. He stooped to kiss her on the forehead. She struck him on the face so that the blood sprang. He went back a step and stood looking at her sadly as he wiped it away. "Crying," she said. "You always were a coward, Francis." But the word had no more any sting for him. "I'm all right, mother. My nose got in the way," he answered, restoring his handkerchief to his pocket. "It's the doctor puts him up to it," said Mrs. Gordon to herself, "but we shall soon be rid of him now. If there's any more of this nonsense, then I shall have to shut Francis up again. That will teach him how to behave to his mother." When at length Mrs. Gordon was able to go about the house again, it was at once to discover that things were not to be as they had been. Then deepened the combat, and at the same time assumed aspects and occasioned situations which in the eye of the world would have seemed even ludicrously unbecoming. The battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood, but how much harder and worthier battles are fought, not in shining armour, but amid filth and squalor, physical as well as moral, on a field of wretched and wearisome commonplace. It was essential to success that there should be no traitor among the servants, and Francis had made them understand what his measures were. Nor was there in this any betrayal of a mother's weakness, for Mrs. Gordon's had long been more than patent to all about her. When, therefore, he one day found her, for the first time, under the influence of strong drink, he summoned them and told them that, sooner than fail of his end, he would part with the whole household, and should be driven to it if no one revealed how the thing had come to pass. Thereupon the youngest, a mere girl, burst into tears, and confessed that she had procured the whiskey. Hardly thinking it possible his mother should have money in her possession, so careful was he to prevent it, he questioned, and found that she had herself provided the half-crown required, and that her mistress had given her in return a valuable brooch, an heirloom, which was hers only to wear, not to give. He took this from her, repaid her the half-crown, gave her her wages up to the next term, and sent Mrs. Bremner home with her immediately. Her father being one of his own tenants, he rode to his place the next morning, laid before him the whole matter, and advised him to keep the girl at home for a year or two. This one evil success gave such a stimulus to Mrs. Gordon's passion, that her rage with her keeper, which had been abating a little, blazed up at once as fierce as at first. But miserable as the whole thing was, and trying as he found the necessary watchfulness, Gordon held out bravely. At the end of 6 months, however, during which no fresh indulgence had been possible to her, he had not gained the least ground for hoping that any poorest growth of strength, or any waking desire toward betterment, had taken place in her. All this time he had not been once to Corbyknowe. He had nevertheless been seeing David Barclay 3 or 4 times a week, for Francis had told David how he stood with Kirsty, and how, while refusing him, she had shown him his duty to his mother. He told him also that he now saw things with other eyes, and was endeavouring to do what was right, but he dared not speak to her on the subject, lest she should think, as she would, after what had passed between them, be well justified in thinking, that he was doing for her sake what ought to be done for his own. He said to him that, as he was no man of business, and must give his best attention to his mother, he found it impossible for the present to acquaint himself with the state of the property, or indeed attend to it in any serviceable manner, and he begged him, as his father's friend and his own, to look into his affairs, and, so far as his other duties would permit, place things on at least a better footing. To this petition David had at once and gladly consented. He found everything connected with the property in a sad condition. The agent, although honest, was weak, and had so given way to Mrs. Gordon that much havoc had been made, and much money wasted. He was now in bad health, and had lost all heart for his work, but he had turned nothing to his own advantage, and was quite ready, under David's supervision, to do his best for the restoration of order, and the curtailment of expenses. All that David now saw in his intercourse with the young laird went to convince himself that he was at length a man of conscience, cherishing steady purposes. He reported at home what he saw, and what he believed, and his wife and daughter perceived plainly that his heart was lighter than it had been for many a day. Kirsty listened, said little, asked a question here and there, and thanked God. For her father brought her not only the news that Francis was doing his best for his mother, but that he had begun to open his eyes to the fact that he had his part in the well-being of all on his land, that the property was not his for the filling of his pockets, or for the carrying out of schemes of his own, but for the general and individual comfort and progress. "I do believe," said David, "the young laird would fain make o' the lands o' Weelset a spot whereon the e'en o' the bonny man might rest as he gaed by." Mrs. Gordon's temper seemed for a time to have changed from fierce to sullen, but by degrees she began to show herself not altogether indifferent to the continuous attentions of her inexorable son. It is true she received them as her right, but he yielded her a right immeasurably beyond what she would have claimed. He would play draughts or cribbage with her for hours at a time, and every day for months read to her as long as she would listen, read Scott and Dickens and Wilkie Collins and Charles Reade. One day, after much entreaty, she consented to go out for a drive with him, when round to the door came a beautiful new carriage, and such a pair of horses as she could not help expressing satisfaction with. Francis told her they were at her command, but if ever she took unfair advantage of them, he would send both carriage and horses away. She was furious at his daring to speak so to her, and had almost returned to her room, but thought better of it, and went with him. She did not, however, speak a word to him the whole way. The next morning he let her go alone. After that he sometimes went with her, and sometimes not. The desire of his heart was to behold her a free woman. She was quite steady for a while, and her spirits began to return. The hopes of her son rose high. He almost ceased to fear. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Kirsty Gives Advice. It was again midsummer, and just a year since they parted on the Horn, when Francis appeared at Corbyknowe and found Kirsty in the kitchen. She received him as if nothing had ever come between them, but at once, noting he was in trouble, proposed they should go out together. It was a long way to be silent, but they had reached the spot whence they started for the race recorded in my first chapter, ere either of them said a word. "Will you no sit, Kirsty?" said Francis at length. For answer she dropped on the same stone where she was sitting when she challenged him to it, and Francis took his seat on its neighbour. "I hae had some sair time o't, sin' I shawed ye plain hoo little I was worth your notice, Kirsty," he began. "Aye," returned Kirsty, "but ilka oot has shown what the rael Francie was." "I kenna, Kirsty. All I can say is, 'at I dinna think near hand sae muckle o' mysel' as I did then." "And I think a heap mair o' ye," answered Kirsty. "I canna but think ye upon the richt road noo, Francie." "I hope I am, but I'm aye finding out something that'll never do." "And you'll keep finding out that, sae lang's there's onything left but what's like himsel'." "I understand ye, Kirsty. But I came to ye the day, no to say anything about mysel', but just 'cause I couldna do wanting your help. I wouldna hae presumed but that I thought, although I dinna deserve it, for auld kindness ye would say what ye would advise." "I'll do that, Francie, no for auld kindness, but for kindness never auld. What's wrang with ye? Kirsty, woman, she's broken oot again." "I dinna wonder. I hae heard o' sic things. It's just ta'en the pith oot o' me. What am I to do?" "Ye canna do better nor we'll. Just begin again. I had coft her a bonny carriage, wi' as fine a pair as ever ye saw, Kirsty, as I daur say your father has telled ye, and they warna lost upon her, for she aye had a gleg ee for a horse. You mind yon pony? And up till yesterday, a' gaed weel, till I was thinking I could trust her ony gait. But in the afternoon, as she was oot for an airing, ane o' the horses cast a shoe, and thinking naething o' the risk till a human soul, but only o' the risk till the poor horse, the fool fallow stoppit at a smithy near farer nor the neist door frae a public, and took the horse into the smithy, leaving the smithy's lad at the head o' the ither horse. Say, what sud my lady but oot upo the side frae the smithy, and awa round the back o' the carriage to the public, and in. Whether she took onything there I dinna ken, but she maun hae bracht a bottle hame with her, for this morning she was foul as e'er ye saw a man in market." He broke down and wept like a child. "And what did ye do?" asked Kirsty. "I said naething. I just gaed to the coachman and gart him put his horses to, and tak his dinner wi' him, and mount the box and drive stracht away to Aberdeen, and leave the carriage where I bocht it, and do sic like with the horses, and come hame by the coach." As he ended the sad tale, he glanced up at Kirsty, and saw her regarding him with a look such as he had never seen, imagined, or dreamed of before. It lasted but a moment. Her eyes dropped, and she went on with the knitting which, as in the old days she had brought with her.
"Noo, Kirsty, what am I to do neist?" he said.
"Hae ye naething in your ain mind?" she asked.
"Naething."
"We'll awa hame," she returned, rising. "Maybe as we gang we'll get licht." They walked in silence. Now and then Francis would look up in Kirsty's face to see if anything was coming, but saw only that she was sunk in thought. He would not hurry her, and said not a word. He knew she would speak the moment she had what she thought worth saying. Kirsty, recalling what her father had repeatedly said of Mrs. Gordon's management of a horse in her young days, had fallen a wondering how one who so well understood the equine nature could be so incapable of understanding the human, for certainly she had little known either Archibald Gordon or David Barclay, and quite as little her own son. Having come to the conclusion that the incapacity was caused by overpowering affection for the one human creature she ought not to love, Kirsty found her thoughts return to the sole faculty her father yielded Mrs. Gordon, that of riding a horse as he ought to be ridden. Thereupon came to her mind a conclusion she had lately read somewhere, namely, that a man ought to regard his neighbour as specially characterized by the possession of this or that virtue or capacity, whatever it might be, that distinguished him, for that was as the door-plate indicating the proper entrance to his inner house. A moment more, and Kirsty thought she saw a way in which Francis might gain a firmer hold on his mother, as well as provide her with a pleasure that might work toward her redemption. "Francie," she said, "I hae thought of something. My father has aye said, and ye ken he kens, 'at your mother was a by ordinar good rider in her young days, and this is what I would hae you do. Gang straight awa wherever you think best, and buy for her the best looking, best tempered, handiest and easiest gain lady's horse ye can lay your hands upon. Ye hae a gey fair beast of your ain, my father says, and ye maun just ride wi' her wherever she gangs.' I'll do it, Kirsty. I canna gang straight awa, I doot though. I fear she has whisky left, and there's no saying what she might do afore I won back. I maun gang hame first." "I'm no clear upo' that. Ye canna weel gang and ripe all the kists and armories in the hoose she's ca's her ain. That would anger her terrible. Nor can ye weel lay hands upon her and take frae her by force. A woman might do that, but a man, and special a woman's ain son, canna weel do it. That is, gien there's ony other course 'at can be followed. It seems to me ye maun tak the risk o' her bottle. And it may be no ill thing 'at she should disgrace herself out and out. Ony gait, wi' being awa, and coming back with a horse in your hand, you'll come before her like bringing wi' ye a fresh beginning, a new order o' things like, and that way avide words with her, and words maun aye be avided." Francis remained in thoughtful silence. "I hae little fear," pursued Kirsty, "but we'll get her frae the drink althegither, and the hope is that we may get something better putting into her. Being foul whiles isna the main difficulty. But I beg your pardon, Francie, I maunna forget that she's your mother. Gien you would but take her and me thegither, Kirsty, it would be a grand thing for both of us. Were you to take the half o't, I might stand up under the weight of my responsibility. I'm taking my share of that ony gait, daring to advise ye, Francie. Noo, gang, laddie, gang straight awa and buy the horse. I maun rin hame first, to put siller in my pooch. I's a hand out of her gate. Gang to my father for't. I haena a penny, but he has aye plenty. I maun hae my horse, and there's no coach till the morn's morning. Gang na near the place. My father'll gie you the grey mare, no an ill ane ava. She'll take you there in 4 or 5 hours as ye ride. Only mind and gie her a pickle corn ance, and meal and water twice upon the road. Gien ye see na the animal you're sure'll please her. Gang further, and come na hame wantant." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Mrs. Gordon. When Mrs. Gordon came to herself, she thought to behave as if nothing had happened, and rang the bell to order her carriage. The maid informed her that the coachman had driven away with it before lunch, and had not said where he was going. "Driven away with it!" cried her mistress, starting to her feet. "I gave him no orders." "I saw the laird gieing him directions, mem," rejoined the maid. Mrs. Gordon sat down again. She began to remember what her son had said when first he gave her the carriage. "Where did he send him?" she asked. "I dinna ken, mem." "Go and ask the laird to step this way." "Please, mem, he's no in the hoose. I ken, for I saw him gang, hours ago." "Did he go in the carriage?" "No, mem, he gaed upos ain fit." "Perhaps he's come home by this time." "I'm sure he's no that, mem." Mrs. Gordon went to her room, all but finished the bottle of whiskey, and threw herself on her bed. Toward morning she woke with aching head and miserable mind. Now dozing, now tossing about in wretchedness, she lay till the afternoon. No one came near her, and she wanted no one. At length, dizzy and despairing, her head in torture and her heart sick, she managed to get out of bed, and unable to walk, literally crawled to the cupboard in which she had put away the precious bottle. Joy! There was yet a glass in it. With the mouth of it to her lips, she was tilting it up to drain the last drop, when the voice of her son came cheerily from the drive, on which her window looked down. "See what I've brought you, mother," he called. Fear came upon her. She took the bottle from her mouth, put it again in the cupboard, and crept back to her bed, her brain like a hive buzzing with devils. When Francis entered the house, he was not surprised to learn that she had not left her room. He did not try to see her. The next morning she felt a little better, and had some tea. Still she did not care to get up. She shrank from meeting her son, and the abler she grew to think, the more unwilling she was to see him. He came to her room, but she heard him coming, turned her head the other way, and pretended to be asleep. Again and again, almost involuntarily, she half rose, remembering the last of the whiskey, but as often lay down again, loathing the cause of her headache. Stronger and stronger grew her unwillingness to face her son. She had so thoroughly proved herself unfit to be trusted. She began to feel towards him as she had sometimes felt toward her mother when she had been naughty. She began to see that she could make her peace, with him or with herself, only by acknowledging her weakness. Aided by her misery, she had begun to perceive that she could not trust herself, and ought to submit to be treated as the poor creature she was. She had resented the idea that she could not keep herself from drink if she pleased, for she knew she could, but she had not pleased. How could she ever ask him to trust her again? What further passed in her, I cannot tell. It is an unfailing surprise when anyone, more especially anyone who has hitherto seemed without strength of character, turns round and changes. The only thing Mrs. Gordon then knew as helping her was the strong hand of her son upon her, and the consciousness that, had her husband lived, she could never have given way as she had. But there was another help which is never wanting where it can find an entrance, and now first she began to pray, "Lead me not into temptation." There was one excuse which David alone knew to make for her, that her father was a hard drinker, and his father before him. Doubtless, during all the period of her excesses, the soul of the woman in her better moments had been ashamed to know her the thing she was. It could not, when she was at her worst, comport with her idea of a lady, poor as that idea was, to drink whiskey till she did not know what she did next. And when the sleeping woman God made wakes up to see in what a house she lives, she will soon grasp at besom and bucket, nor cease her cleansing while spot is left on wall, or ceiling, or floor. How the waking comes, who can tell? God knows what he wants us to do, and what we can do, and how to help us. What I have to tell is that, the next morning, Mrs. Gordon came down to breakfast, and finding her son already seated at the table, came up behind him, without a word set the bottle with the last glass of whiskey in it before him, went to her place at the table, gave him one sorrowful look, and sat down. His heart understood, and answered with a throb of joy so great that he knew it first as pain.
Neither spoke until breakfast was almost over. Then Frances said, "You've grown so much younger, mother. It is quite time you took to riding again. I've been buying a horse for you. Remembering the sort of pony you bought for me, I thought I should like to try whether I could not please you with a horse of my buying." "Silly boy," she returned, with a rather pitiful laugh. "Do you suppose at my age I'm going to make a fool of myself on horseback? You forget I'm an old woman." "Not a bit of it, mother. If ever you rode as David Barclay says you did, I don't see why you shouldn't ride still. He's a splendid creature. David told me you liked a big fellow. Just put on your habit, mammy, and we'll take a gallop across and astonish the old man a bit." "My dear boy, I have no nerve. I'm not the woman I was. It's my own fault, I know, and I'm both sorry and ashamed." "We are both going to try to be good, mother dear," faltered Frances. The poor woman pressed her handkerchief with both hands to her face, and wept for a few moments in silence, then rose and left the room. In an hour she was ready and out looking for Frances. Her habit was a little too tight for her, but wearable enough. The horses were sent for, and they mounted. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. 2 Horsewomen. There was at Corbyknowe a young, well-bred horse which David had himself reared. Kirsty had been teaching him to carry a lady, for her hostess in Edinburgh, discovering that she was fond of riding and that she had no saddle, had made her a present of her own. She had not used it for many years, but it was in very good condition, and none the worse for being a little old-fashioned. That same morning Kirsty had put on a blue riding habit, which also Lady Mackintosh had given her, and was out on the highest slope of the farm, hoping to catch a sight of the two on horseback together, and so learn that her scheme was a success. She had been on the lookout for about an hour, when she saw them coming along between the castle and Corbyknowe, and went straight for a certain point in the road so as to reach it simultaneously with them. For she had just spied a chance of giving Gordon the opportunity which her father had told her he was longing for, of saying something about her to his mother. "Who can that be?" said Mrs. Gordon, as they trotted gently along, when she spied the lady on horseback. "She rides well, but she seems to be alone. Is there really nobody with her?" As she spoke, the young horse came over a dry-stained dyke in fine style. "Why, she's an accomplished horsewoman!" exclaimed Mrs. Gordon. "She must be a stranger. There's not a lady within 30 miles of Weelset can ride like that." "No such stranger as you think, mother," rejoined Frances. "That's Kirsty Barclay of Corbyknowe." "Never, Frances! The girl rides like a lady." Frances smiled, perhaps a little triumphantly. Something like what lay in the smile the mother read in it, for it roused at once both her jealousy and her pride. Her son to fall in love with a girl that was not even a lady, a Gordon of Weelset to marry a tenant's daughter! Impossible! Kirsty was now in the road before them, riding slowly in the same direction. It was the progress, however, not the horse, that was slow. His frolics, especially when the other horses drew near, kept his rider sufficiently occupied. Mrs. Gordon quickened her pace, and passed without turning her head or looking at her, but so close, and with so sudden a rush, that Kirsty's horse half-wheeled, and bounded over the dyke by the roadside. Her rudeness annoyed her son, and he jumped his horse into the field and joined Kirsty, letting his mother ride on, and contenting himself with keeping her in sight. After a few moments' talk, however, he proposed that they should overtake her, and cutting off a great loop of the road, they passed her at speed and turned and met her. She had by this time got a little over her temper, and was prepared to behave with propriety, which meant the dignity becoming her. "What a lovely horse you have, Miss Barclay," she said, without other greeting. "How much do you want for him?" "He is but half broken," answered Kirsty, "or I would offer to change with you. I almost wonder you look at him from the back of your own." "He is a beauty, is he not? This is my first trial of him. The laird gave me him only this morning. He is as quiet as a lamb." "There, Donal," said Kirsty to her horse, "take example by your betters. Just look who he stands. The laird has a true eye for a horse, ma'am," she went on, "but he always says you gave it him." "Always? Said Mrs. Gordon to herself, but she looked kindly at her son. "How did you learn to ride so well, Kirsty?" she asked. "I suppose I got it from my father, ma'am. I began with the cows." "Ah, how is old David?" returned Mrs. Gordon. "I have seen him once or twice about the castle of late, but have not spoken to him." "He is very well, thank you. Will you not come up to the Knowe and rest a moment? My mother will be very glad to see you." "Not today, Kirsty. I haven't been on horseback for years, and am already tired. We shall turn here. Good morning." "Good morning, ma'am. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon," said Kirsty cheerfully, as she wheeled her horse to set him straight at a steep grassy brae. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. The Laird and His Mother. The laird and his mother sat and looked at Kirsty as her horse tore up the brae. "She can ride, can't she, mother?" said Frances. "Well enough for a hoyden," answered Mrs. Gordon. "She rides to please her horse now, but she'll have him as quiet as yours before long," rejoined her son, both a little angry and a little amused at her being called a hoyden, who was to him like an angel grown young with Aeonian life. "Yes," resumed his mother, as if she would be fair, "she does ride well. If only she were a lady, that I might ask her to ride with me. After all, it's none of my business what she is, so long as you don't want to marry her," she concluded, with an attempt at a laugh. "But I do want to marry her, mother," rejoined Frances. A short year before, his mother would have said what was in her heart, and it would not have been pleasant to hear. But now she was afraid of her son, and was silent. But it added to her torture that she must be silent. To be dethroned in Castle Weelset by the daughter of one of her own tenants, for as such she thought of them, was indeed galling. "The impudent queen," she thought to herself, "she's ridden on her horse into the heart of the laird." But for the wholesome consciousness of her own shame, which she felt that her son was always sparing, she would have raged like a fury. "You that might have any lady in the land," she said at length. "If I might, mother, it would be just as vain to look for her equal." "You might at least have shown your mother the respect of choosing a lady to sit in her place. You drive me from the house." "Mother," said Frances, "I have twice asked Kirsty Barclay to be my wife, and she has twice refused me." "You may try her again. She had her reasons. She never meant to let you slip. If you got disgusted with her afterwards, she would always have her refusal of you to throw in your teeth." Francis laid his hand on his mother's, and stopped her horse. "Mother, you compel me," he said. "When I came home ill, and as I thought, dying, you called me bad names and drove me from the house. Kirsty found me in a hole in the earth, actually dying then, and saved my life." "Good heavens, Francis! Are you mad still? How dare you tell such horrible falsehoods of your own mother? You never came near me. You went straight to Corbyknowe." "Ask Mrs. Bremner if I speak the truth. She ran out after me, but could not get up with me. You drove me out, and if you do not know it now, you do not need to be told how it is that you have forgotten it." She knew what he meant, and was silent. "Then Kirsty went to Edinburgh, to Sir Hacco Mackintosh, and with his assistance brought me to my right mind. If it were not for Kirsty, I should be in my grave, or wandering the earth like a maniac. Even alive and well as I am, I should not be with you now had she not shown me my duty." "I thought as much. All this tyranny of yours, all your late insolence to your mother, comes from the power of that low-born woman over you. I declare to you, Francis Gordon, if you marry her, I will leave the house." He made her no answer, and they rode the rest of the way in silence. But in that silence things grew clearer to him.
Why should he take pains to persuade his mother to a consent which she had no right to withhold? His desire was altogether reasonable. Why should its fulfillment depend on the unreason of one who had not strength to order her own behaviour? He had to save her, not to please her, gladly as he would have done both. When he had helped her from the saddle, he would have remounted and ridden at once to Corbyknowe, but feared leaving her. She shut herself in her room till she could bear her own company no longer, and then went to the drawing-room, where Frances read to her and played several games of backgammon with her. Soon after dinner she retired, saying her ride had wearied her, and the moment Frances knew she was in bed, he got his horse and galloped to the knowe. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. The Coronation. When he arrived, there was no light in the house. All had gone to rest. Unwilling to disturb the father and mother, he rode quietly to the back of the house, where Kirsty's room looked on the garden. He called her softly. In a moment she peeped out, then opened her window. "Could you come doon a minute, Kirsty?" said Frances. "I'll be wi' ye in less time," she replied, and he had hardly more than dismounted when she was by his side. He told her what had passed between him and his mother since she left them. "It's a rale bonny nicht," said Kirsty, "and we'll just take our time to turn the thing over. That is, gien ye benna tired, Francie. Come, we'll put the beastie up first." She led the horse into the dark stable, took his bridle off, put a halter on him, slackened his girths, and gave him a feed of corn, all in the dark, which things done, she and her lover set out for the Horn. The whole night seemed thinking of the day that was gone. All doing seemed at an end. Yea, God himself to be resting and thinking. The peace of it sank into their bosoms and filled them so that they walked a long way without speaking. There was no wind, and no light but the starlight. The air was like the clear dark inside some diamonds. The only sound that broke the stillness as they went was the voice of Kirsty, sweet and low, and it was as if the dim starry vault thought, rather than she uttered, the words she quoted. "Summer night, come from God. On your beauty I see a still wave has flowed of eternity." At a certain spot on the ridge of the Horn, Frances stopped. "This is where ye left me this time last year, Kirsty," he said. "Left me wi' my maker to make a man o' me. It was maist making me ower again." There was a low stone just visible among the heather. Kirsty seated herself upon it. Frances threw himself among the heather and lay looking up in her face. "That mother o' yours is maist ower muckle for ye, Francie," said Kirsty. "It's no aften, Kirsty, ye tell me what I ken as weel's yoursel," returned Frances. "Weel, Francie, ye maun tell me something the night, gien it wouldna mismove ye. I would fain ken who ye wan through that day we parted here." Without a moment's hesitation, Frances began the tale, giving her to know, however, that in what took place there was much he did not understand, so as to tell it again. When he made an end, Kirsty rose and said, "Wad ye please to sit upon that stane, Francie?" In pure obedience he rose from the heather and sat upon the stone. She went behind him and clasped his head round the temples with her shapely, strong, faithful hands. "I ken ye noo for a man, Frances. Ye hae set yoursel to do his will and no your ain. Ye're a king, and for want o' a better croon, I croon ye wi' my twa hands." Little Kirsty thought how near she came, in word and deed, to the crowning of Dante by Virgil, as recorded toward the close of the Purgatorio. Then she came round in front of him, he sitting bewildered and taking no part in the solemn ceremony, save that of submission, and knelt slowly down before him,
laying her head on his knees, and saying, "And here's your kingdom, Francis, my head and my heart. Do wi' me what ye will." "Come hame wi' me, and help save my mother," he answered, in a voice choked with emotion. "I will," she said, and would have risen, but he laid his hands on her head, and thus they remained for a time in silence. Then they rose and went. They had gone about halfway to the farm before either spoke. Then Kirsty said, "Francie, there's ae thing I maun beg o' ye, and but ane, 'at ye winna desire me to take the head o' your table. I canna but think it an ungracious thing 'at a young woman like me, the son's wife, suld put the man's ain mother, his father's wife, out o' the place where his father set her. I'm laying doon no principle, I'm saying only how it affects me. I want to come hame as her daughter, no as mistress o' the hoose in her stead. And ye see, Francie, that'll gie ye neither haud o' her, again disgracing o' hersel. Promise me, Francie, and I'll soon take the maist part o' the trouble o' her off o' your hands." "You're aye right, Kirsty," answered Francis. "As ye will." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Kirsty's Tocher. The next morning, Kirsty told her parents that she was going to marry Francie. "Ye do right, my bairn," said her father. "He's come in sight o' his high calling, and it's no possible for ye langer to refuse him." "But what am I to do wanting ye, Kirsty?" moaned her mother. "Ye mind, mother," answered Kirsty, "who I would be out the lang day with Steenie, and ye never thought ye hadna me." "No, never. I aye kenned I had the twa o' ye." "Weel, it's no a God's innocent, but a deil's gowk I'll hae to look after noo, and I maun come hame ilka possible chance to get heartening frae you and my father, or I wouldna be able to bide it. Mother, after Steenie, it'll be awful to spend the day with her. It's not ever she'll be foul, I see to that. It's that she'll aye be toom, aye ringing with toomness." Here Kirsty turned to her father and said, "Will ye gie me a tocher, father?" "I will, lassie. What ye like, sae far as I hae to gie." "I want Donal, that's all. Ye see I maun ride a heap with the poor thing, and I would fain hae something aneath me 'at ye gie me. The creatur'll aye hing to the now, and when I gie his will, he'll fess me hame o' himsel. I would hae liked things to bide as they are, but she would hae worn poor Francie to the verra date." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Kirsty's Song. Mrs. Gordon manages the house, and her reward is to sit at the head of the table, but she pays Kirsty infinitely more for the privilege than any but Kirsty can know, in the form of leisure for things she likes far better than housekeeping, among the rest, for the discovery of such songs as this, the last of hers I have seen. Love is home. Love is the part, and love is the whole. Love is the robe, and love is the pall. Ruler of heart and brain and soul, love is the lord and the slave of all. I thank thee, love, that thou lovest me. I thank thee more that I love thee. Love is the rain, and love is the air. Love is the earth that holdeth fast. Love is the root that is buried there. Love is the open flower at last. I thank thee, love, all round about, that the eyes of my love are looking out. Love is the sun, and love is the sea. Love is the tide that comes and goes. Flowing and flowing it comes to me. Ebbing and ebbing to thee it flows. O my sun and my wind and tide, my sea and my shore and all beside. Light, O light that art by showing, wind, O wind that liv'st by motion, thought, O thought that art by knowing, will that art born in self-devotion. Love is you, though not all of you know it. Ye are not love, yet ye always show it. Faithful Creator, heart longed for, Father, home of our heart-enfolded brother, home to thee all thy glories gather, all are thy love, and there is no other. O love at rest, we loves that roam, home unto thee we are coming home.
End of chapter 45. End of Heather and Snow by George MacDonald. Recording by Hannah Mary. At storytime.with.hannahmary. comebestill.blogspot.com.